Hi guys, welcome to a brand new series. This is going to be a fashion design lecture series based off of several questions that I've been receiving lately from subscribers. I figured the best way to do it was to explain the whole design process to you guys, and then you guys can glean whatever it is that you need. This video is going to cover the basics of the entire design process, and I'm going to illustrate that with this project that I put together as a teaching tool last summer. And then future videos will go over each step of the design process more in depth. And if you have specific questions that you want to make sure that I address, feel free to drop me a comment below. The basics of design process are these. You're taking an inspiration, whatever inspires you, it can be anything really basic from a movie that you like, all the way to something really weird and strange and dark, all the way to something abstract and esoteric. Whatever it is that you like, you're taking this sort of vague inspiration mood, and you're going to, through a series of steps, turn it into something concrete. And every step along that process, you're turning everything into something more and more tangible. You're not going to start sketching until step 4. Like, you have a lot of work to do before you start scribbling designs. Whether you're figuring out the design direction on your own or you're getting design direction from a teacher or a boss, the number one reason why you don't want to start sketching right away is if you start sketching without doing research, that just means that you're putting down on paper old ideas that have been rattling around in your brain. And that doesn't really lead to anything interesting, anything new and fresh. Just regurgitating crap that's been sitting around in your brain deep in the recesses, and you're putting them on paper, and that does not help you. So the first few steps are research and development, and then we move on to sketching. So this project, I named it Lux Utility because I was focusing this project on something that is luxurious, but also useful and not superfluous. I wanted something where it was very form follows function, and I wanted something that were investment pieces. They would last a long time. You would want to keep wearing them. And so I researched furniture and interiors. When people spend money on furniture and interiors, most of the time their approach is a little bit different than when they buy clothes. Like, they expect furniture and interiors to last and be around for a long time. Most people don't go into changing their house up every 6 months like they do with their clothing wardrobe. And so they're a little bit more careful with their purchases, and they do spend a little bit more money expecting, more out of it. I researched interesting textures and materials. I looked at furniture. I looked at interior fabrics and wall treatments. And I looked at glass and wood, stained glass. I looked at churches. I looked at homes. I looked at ice hotels. I was looking at brocades. I was looking at furs. I was looking at composition and layout of different interiors. And as I was thinking about these interiors, I was also thinking, you know what? When people buy furniture, it's not always a masculine thing or a feminine thing like menswear and women's wear. Like, sure, there are looks where people associate them more masculine, but it's not like clothing where it's like, oh, these are boy clothes and these are girl clothes and these are very small children's clothes. You buy a couch and it's for everybody. And so I went in thinking, I'm going to make this androgynous, but also all ages. You're going to start your design process with a mood board, and you're going to start collecting images. And it might seem hypocritical of me to say this, but when you're doing your visual research, you need to get off the internet. I know you found me on the internet and I live on the internet. And, for most of you, I'm just like this random person on the internet. And you're like, why would you tell us to get off the internet? Because there are so many resources for you guys that are offline. You need to go utilize them. Go to the library and go look up some books, make color copies of some really interesting images. Go look at some magazines, although I highly encourage at this stage to stay away from clothing or historical costumes as your references, because those are things that already exist to adorn the body, and therefore you're just regurgitating old stuff. You want to, maybe you want to go look at a fishing magazine and look at pictures of fish and other wildlife and trees and creeks and be inspired by calm atmospheres, nature, sunshine, moving water, things like that. But notice while I have textures that can be translated to fabric, I don't have anything here that's clothing. The clothing, that'll come later, but this is more about mood. I have a very opulent mood throughout. Go for mood. And then you're going to start thinking about color and texture and fabric. When you are putting together your color story, you'll be pulling things from your mood board. You'll be pulling mood images that have a color scheme that you like. I've had, lots of designers like to look at a painting for a reference because they like the colors. Like they might not like the shapes or the mood of the painting, but they really love the colors, and they'll use that as kind of a beginning point for their color story. Color story consists of a few different topics to consider. Number one, the individual colors. When you're thinking about colors, you need to think about how much contrast you want to play with to get the effect that you want. So if you want a collection that's very muted and soft and kind of harmonious, you wouldn't have a lot of jarring pop colors that pull your eyes focus in a lot of different directions, but have colors that really sort of, blend together well. On the other hand, that can sometimes look boring, and so you need to be careful of that. You need to think about your color psychology. I know it's different for every culture, but we do have psychological associations attached to each color. Here in the US, we all wear black to funerals. Brides wear white because those are our associations. Black is for death, black is for mourning, and white is pure, virginal, all that kind of thing. That's why, like, when you watch things like Say Yes to the Dress, like women who have been married before and are buying a dress for their second wedding, their second marriage, people say things like, oh, I think I'm going to wear a champagne colored dress because wearing white just seems kind of ridiculous at my age, don't you? Like, I hear people say that. It's like, no one actually thinks you're a virgin. Not even if you're getting married for the first time. So whatever. But we have these associations in our minds when it comes to color. And, you'll have the Indian bride showing up to Say Yes to the Dress saying, no, we don't wear white when we get married. We wear red. So I'm looking for a dress where the designer will let me dye the whole thing red. See, everybody has these ideas of color. And so you got to think like, what is the image I'm trying to project with my colors? And then you have to think about color proportions. So if you have a collection and you decide you want to do the colors red, yellow, and blue, how you use those three colors is going to change people's perception of the entire color story. If you have just a lot of red, a lot of blue, and a lot of yellow, people think things like Legos, children's toys, primary color, something cheerful. Maybe they think Snow White, maybe they think Superman, but youthful and fun and fictional and those kinds of things. Now, if you were to do it overwhelmingly red and yellow, and you wanted it more like fiery autumn leaves colors, and then you just have pops of blue here and there for contrast, that's one very particular mood. On the other hand, if you did an overwhelmingly blue color story, different shades and tones of blue, and you wanted things to look more muted and calm, and you were inspired by water, and then you added some dull red and yellow accents in there, that mood is really different from your red and yellow heavy mood. So color, what kinds of color, the psychology behind each color, and the proportions in which you use the colors. And then I will show you how to play with colors and how to put together your color story. You also have to think about texture, because the way someone sees a bright fire engine red shiny PVC is really different from how people see a nubbly fuzzy red boucle. People think, ooh, red vinyl, like that's all hooker's trench coat and thigh-high boots and whatnot. And then when they see red boucle, they think, oh, adorable pea coat on school teachers on a fall day. I don't know. I just made that up, but you kind of see where I'm going, where people have these perceptions connected to the color with the texture. So we're going to be playing with texture. I'm going to show you guys some techniques as to how to play with and develop textures for your projects. And then you have to think about fabrics. You have to have a variety of fabrics in different weights so that you can have a well-merchandised collection. If you are someone who only does, say, a line of blouses, that's fine. All you need to do is find lightweight materials that you can make blouses out of. But if you are doing a whole tops and bottoms and dresses and outerwear collection, then you need specific fabrics for all those things. So as I was playing with colors and textures, I put together two different color fabric stories together. This is my red and brown and gray and gold sort of color story with these chartreuse pops, and I have fabrics of different weights. I have these chunky hand knits for sweaters. I have this metallic brocade that's quite stiff for outerwear. I have this range of woolens, mostly tweeds, for outerwear, for more simple, closer to the body outerwear. I have some furs for trim. I have some novelty fabrics that I might make into dresses. And I have these top weights here, these soft, slinky silks for blouses, drapey dresses. And then I have some t-shirt materials, these heathered t-shirt knits and a couple of meshes. Not to say I'm going to use all of them, but I'm collecting them to kind of build on my story and look at how I'm using color and texture. And then I put this one together where it's more cool tone, lots of different purples with some pinks. And then I'm kind of chartreuse is one of my favorite colors. It's a weakness of mine. So I threw in some chartreuse. I love the concept of doing gradients. As you can see here, this is a more grainy gradient. This one is a little bit more subtle, and this is where I'm getting some of my browns, and then I'm weaving some warm grays into this purple, and then I have, some browns and whites and grays in this fur. I have shearlings, and then I have this much thinner hand knit for tops. Mood board. Color, texture, fabric. And so once we've explored all these things, and at this point they're all still kind of vague, right? But you see how we start from a very vague mood, and then we're kind of like firming things up with a color story, and then textures that go with these colors, and then actual fabrics that kind of fuse all of that together. And now we're going to get even more specific and start sketching. So now we're sketching. Finally, we're at sketching. You're going to do more visual research. You're going to pull shapes and lines from your visual research images. I'm going to show you a bunch of different ways to do that. And you're going to start designing. And you're slapping down croquis. These are super fast. I'm making multiple copies of each design so that, for this one, I'm going to try these colors. And for this one, I'm going to try these colors. And then I'm going to Xerox the same silhouette and I'm going to change some of the design details. Like maybe I want a different kind of pocket and a different collar, but I have all these millions of notes and repeats and development because you know what? Your first few designs are basically going to suck. They are. They're going to be a combination of the new stuff, old shit that's been rattling around in your head, and also kind of like your default designs. Every designer has a kind of a set of default designs, kind of a default design aesthetic that kind of sits around. And some people are like, but that just means that's your style. And like, that's fine. Everyone's always going to have a style. They really have a hard time not designing in their style, but you also need to push yourself and develop new. And later on, as you're editing, you'll edit out the things that you don't think are cohesive to your style, but you still need to go out there and push yourself and develop and develop and develop. So, sketching, notes, redos, redevelopment, and also merchandising. You get to a point where you're like, oh, you know what? I didn't design any short jackets. All I have are super long coats. And, some people need a shorter jacket. As you're sketching, you will also be putting together real, live, sewn samples with your actual fabrics. And this step kind of mimics the way things would work in the industry where you meet with your fabric guys, you order your sample yardage, you come back to the office, you're sketching, you're putting together muslins, and then you get your sample yardage, and then you start making samples and having fittings. This right here, this is an important part of the design process. So many students think that this is just an afterthought, a way of helping illustrate the designs, but it's not. This is the most important step of the design process. I know I'm an illustration teacher and I love drawing more than anything, but when I'm in design mode, it's really important, you guys, that you remember that our ultimate goal as designers is to put fabric on a body. And so you can draw all the beautiful, whimsical things that you want. And if you're an illustrator, that's fine. But if you're a designer, you have to think at the end of the day, how's that going to work on the body? How's that going to work when I actually make it with the final fabric? And so this is essential in your design process. So, these are the finals, of course, because I kept the nice ones. But this is where, I'm going to try quilting this leather. That's really big. I'm going to try a smaller pattern. And then here I'm like, I could have used a contrast top stitch. Maybe, maybe not. Here I tried various laser cutting with like having a contrast fabric in the back. Tried different color combinations, different shapes. Here, I started with the brocade, and then I wanted it to be thicker, more important, and so I quilted it, and I'm like, that's not enough, so I started studying it. And then I have a variety of ways that I was playing with chains and the mesh, something light, something hard. And then here, I was weaving leather with chains, and here, I was cutting different pailles and layering them together to create this really exaggerated, large-scale sequin that is not shiny. I don't know, it made sense in my head at the time, right? So I'm working here. I'm processing, I'm sewing, I'm trying things in muslin before I move things onto final fabrics, and then I'm sketching. I tried the quilting on this dress. I tried the pailles on the dress. I made pailles happen, and then the quilting. It's like, that's a little puffy for evening wear. So maybe I'll stay here because it's nice and flat. I'm dangling chains on various sweaters. I have chains woven into the leather. I'm like, okay, what's that really gonna look like? And how much is that gonna weigh? Like, is it gonna drape funny because it's too heavy? I should probably do a swatch so I can figure out what that's like. At this stage, I would also take yardage of my final fabrics and pin them on the mannequin and try different drapes and then take photos as my notes. And that's what all this step is. This is all of it together. Design, development, redevelopment, sampling, redevelopment, sampling, merchandising, and see how we're getting more and more concrete. Loose sketches, fabric development, tighter sketches with more details, more development. And then flats. Most people think that flats are not as fun to do as the figure drawings, but I don't care. And the industry doesn't care, because if you're a working designer, you're going to be working with flats more than anything in terms of drawing things. And so you have to get good at flats. I have a whole series on how to draw flats. Go watch those. I'm not going to really explain the technicals of actually drawing flats so much in this series, but understand that this is where you are solidifying every single small detail of your designs. So you have your loose sketches, you have your fabric samples, you know what's going to work on the body and what's not. Or you have a better idea. Like, you don't really know until you actually put the whole garment together. But you're here, and this is where you get the most exacting, where you are like really getting the nitty-gritty of each proportion, each line of top stitching, each pocket placement, each size of collar, okay? And you get super detailed with all of the things. And then as you're here, you have to take into consideration the final fabrication of each garment and how that's going to affect the construction of your garment. You don't construct silk chiffon the same way as you would construct leather. The figures at this point will come at the very last, and they're almost an afterthought, really. But this is the sexy, right? This is where you seduce people into thinking that your designs are a good idea. So this is where it's like, oh, I put all the designs together, I fabricated everything, I've worked out all my proportions, I played around with some rendering concepts, I figured out my faces and my accessories, and now I'm going to put them all together, and here we go. Don't you want to get this collection made? Don't you want to wear it? Don't you want to sell it? When you're showing your portfolio to people, this is where you're like, okay, this is where it all came together. All that research and development and hard work culminated into these kind of final images, right? This is where you show off the style, the mood of your muse, your customer. You think about how you imagine the clothes coming down the runway and what kind of models they would be on and what kind of accessories they would be wearing. So that even if you're not an accessories designer, you do have to think about how things are going to be worn together. And that's it. That is the basics of the fashion design process for building a collection. If you have a question, check the info box. If it's not there, drop me a comment. I know that some of you are still waiting for your subscriber request videos. And yeah, you know, the queue goes in the order that I receive the requests, and I get a lot of them and I enjoy it. I haven't made a non-subscriber request video in quite some time. Just be patient, wait your turn. I'll get to it. And that's it. And I will be coming back in a few weeks with the first step of the design process. Until then, go watch some other videos, go practice, or you know what? Go to a museum and take some pictures and buy some postcards and start thinking about maybe some inspiration for a design project you want to work on for your portfolio. All right? See you next time. Hey guys, welcome to video number 2 of the design process series. This video is going to cover initial concept, inspiration, sketchbook development, and mood boards. It is a just disgusting, gray, rainy, drizzly, crappy day outside. I'm having a bad hair day. I am slightly over-caffeinated. Yeah, let's get started. Whew, right? Because you know what? Not every day is going to be an ideal condition to work, but sometimes you just got to work through the pain. Why even bother with a mood board? There is a difference between dressmakers and designers. And I'm not trying to put down dressmakers, but dressmakers make dresses, and that is what they're good at. They're good at sewing. They're good at problem solving. They're good at putting things together with their hands. Fashion designers, yeah, they need to know how to make clothes. Like, I have no respect for fashion designers who don't know how to sew. They don't have to be the best at it, but when I see a designer sitting in a fitting and they don't actually know the basics of pattern making or sewing, I lose whatever respect I had for them. However, fashion designers are really about developing a story and sharing a unique point of view. And that is what makes us special. That is what makes us stand out from the next designer, is this unique point of view. The most successful brands have a distinct origin story and sort of brand point of view that we can relate to. Okay? Some of us love couture origin stories. They love the history of Coco Chanel, how she got started and how she was into comfort stretch fabrics and the little black dress and modern dressing. Some of us think couture is dead, long live couture, and are more modern and fresh and all about fiber technology and, you know, the future, 3D printing, all that stuff. But whatever your point of view is, share that with us. Okay. And so we start with our concept and our mood board so that we can create a story every season that aligns with our point of view, that pushes our point of view further, shares interesting stories, just makes everything more interesting, right? So start by choosing a concept, and it doesn't make you a lesser designer if you don't have a concept right off the bat. Inspiration doesn't work on a clock, on a schedule. It's not like, oh, hey, brain, it's March 1st. Think of something, okay? Because I need to work on a new project now. So no, it doesn't really work like that. So if you can't think of anything, get out there. Again, get off the internet. Go read a book or go look at pretty picture books. Go look at some magazines. Go look at things that don't have anything to do with fashion. Okay? Go to an art gallery or a museum, pick up some of those little postcards of really nice photos of the art. Go to a library. I saw this awesome, there's this internet meme going around, and it's like, library is the last place where they like you more than they like your wallet. Like, oh, that's so true. So true. Go walk around outside in the sunshine. Obviously not today. It is just gross. Don't go out there. It's horrible. And go hiking. Think about the last time you traveled someplace cool, or think about the place that you want to travel to as soon as the semester is over. Those of you who follow me on Instagram or Twitter know that I am seriously obsessed with two things right now. This book called Extraordinary Chickens, you guys. It's called Extraordinary Chickens. And then I posted this on Facebook, and one of my girlfriends was like, hey, did you know that there's a companion book called Extraordinary Pigeons? And it's this awesome book, and it just shows just completely insane but amazing photographs of chickens and different kinds of chickens and crests and combs and scaly claws and beaks and really scary eyeballs. Like, chickens want to kill you. Like, they are the ultimate queens of resting bitch face. I also picked up this magazine called As If. What I love about this magazine is it's not just a fashion magazine. It's very fashion centric, but there is art. There are other stories that involve nature and the world and dance. In lieu of saying, hey, I'm going to pursue this as a concept, I started with these two books. I scanned and I printed some of the images from my chickens book that called to me the most, like these claws.
These almost oily looking black feathers that are iridescent. These chicken eggs. More scales. I'm scared. More cool feathers.
And then I was looking in the magazine, and I wasn't looking for, cool fashion to be inspired off of. I don't think that it's a good idea to be inspired by other people's clothes, because then you're just kind of rehashing other people's clothes. And I know that when a designer takes over a brand from another designer, that they still have to reflect back on the archives and make sure that there's a sense of the brand's history that is retained in each of the future collections. Like, you would never see a Chanel collection where Karl Lagerfeld didn't include a little black dress or some tweed. But at the same time, that's reflecting on the brand's history, but not necessarily following line for line or rehashing. And if you are not designing for a different brand, you definitely have no excuse. Okay? But I do love looking at editorials when they're really good at capturing a particular mood. And when I was looking at this editorial, I really love the crazy neon lighting and the blurring and just how incredibly dirty and sleazy and dark and drug-addled these images looked. I really love this kind of spoiled little rich girl, princess in a tower, unhappy, sort of glamorous sort of thing. And then they had this spread on graffiti, and I was enamored with the visual textures and the colors that were pulsating. I sound like kind of like a bimbo when I say this, but I didn't actually read any of the articles. And I actually have no context for these images. None whatsoever. Did not read a single word, but I pulled these images because I thought that the textures were so awesome. Like, look at this. And these textures and colors in here. I started getting into this sort of, repetition with irregularity sort of concept where you have all of these emeralds and they're obviously all the same thing, but they're all slightly different from each other. And here too, all these tiers of rock and the textures, emeralds in the raw, all of these photos that this is one gigantic photo that has been printed and cut and allowed to decay and curl and pin together. So I noticed myself pulling things that show an irregular repetition. And I got really excited about that. And so I went to my own personal library and I pulled 2 books, one on snowflakes. That's right, I have a whole book on snowflakes. So I started pulling my favorite ones, and you're not beholden to print everything and use images as you find them. Okay, so I did this one in black and white. I stretched this one out. I blew this one up and changed the colors. And then I pulled a book on handmade African textiles. When anything is handmade, there is a beautiful kind of organic irregularity to whatever is being done, whether it's pottery or weavings or paintings. And I love that. And so I pulled these where they have cool textures, cool fabric stories. And I love these colors. It's colorful, but earthy. So yeah, chicken feathers, irregular repetition, and a sad, dirty, greasy, beautiful, glamorous mood. So I'm putting these things together. It is okay to pick 2 or 3 things as part of your concepts and kind of merge them together, because your unique way of combining these things will help you form your own look. I could give these exact stack of images to a class of 20 students, and each student would come away with a different project, because we all have different things that appeal to us, different things that we don't like, and different ways of interpreting what we see. So go ahead and pick a few things. I would recommend that you not get too crazy and start picking 5, 6 things, because you do want to retain a sense of cohesiveness, like a theme throughout your collection, whether it's 8 outfits or 18 outfits or 80 outfits. You still want there to be a common thread throughout. So don't get too all over the place. I would recommend, especially if you're new to designing, I would recommend that you stay away from concepts that are more like academic ideas or things that don't have a tangible presence. I know a mood is not really a tangible presence, but at the same time, I have the mood plus the irregular repetition kind of combined together to create my inspiration. But if you have a concept where you start with emotion, where do you go with that? Okay? And you might have to travel a really long way with this initial concept before you start getting something tangible and visible. That can really work for some people. We all have different ways of thinking, but I find with students that it is harder to start out with something that you really can't visualize immediately. So, be kind to yourself. I tell my students all the time, learn how to walk before you run. And so start with something that is easier to grasp, and then the next subsequent projects you can kind of roll around with something a little more esoteric. Sometimes you will be given a design brief, especially if you're at school, or sometimes your creative director will tell you what you need to be researching, and sometimes you'll be kind of stuck, and so you'll just think of something but not really know where to take it. And in those situations, I like to do a mind map. So I'm going to Japan later this year. That can kind of be a starting point for your project, a place you want to go, a place you're going to go, a place you've just been. And you can take that as your foundation for brainstorming. Brainstorming is basically just you write down every single idea that comes to your head, and you don't try to analyze it and think, oh, that's a good idea, that's a bad idea. Okay? Just let the concepts flow and just write them all down. And then later you could start editing and pick a path that you think is the most interesting. So what are some things about Japan? About any country? We could think about the architecture. We could think about the food. We could think about pop culture. Japan has a weird sex culture. Japan has awesome traditions, their tea ceremonies, their history of samurai, their traditional kimono. Although, honestly, I recommend that you stay away from trying to be inspired by a country or tribe's traditional dress. It's one thing to look at something and be inspired. Like, let's say if we're looking at Japanese kimono, it's one thing to be inspired by complicated layering or boxy shapes or, intense nature motifs or the decorative techniques that the Japanese used on their kimono. But you don't want your collection to look like a bunch of modern kimono, right? Like if someone talked about it, they could see, oh, I can see how you're inspired by kimono, but you don't want them to look just like, oh, it's kind of just some cheap kimono knockoff, right? You don't want it to look costume. You still want it to look fashion. They have a whole tradition of kabuki, geishas, cherry blossoms, kind of nature in general. Okay, we're going to put that together. We have Mount Fuji, other nature scenes, other flowers. We could talk in food. We could talk about sushi. We could talk about food presentation being a huge deal in Japanese culture, which makes me think of flower display and arrangement, which is a big deal in Japan. Pop culture, we can think about the music, urban parks. You could start thinking about their traditional art. You can go all over the place, but just write everything down, because you know what? I don't care if you've led a squeaky clean life and never done a drug in your life. Your memory is not as good as you think it is. So start exploring and start meandering and start making connections, and you will end up kind of in a corner of your mind map that you find the most interesting. And that's when you can start going to the library, doing your research, going to look at, photographs of cherry blossom season just outside of Tokyo, where everything is pink and frothy and beautiful with the spring sunshine and, just completely breathtaking, right? I'm a little bit sad that I can't go to Japan in the spring, but whatever. I'm going to Japan in the summer, and that's really good enough. At this stage, I would start collaging my images, and this is the next step towards doing mood boards. What I would do is I would start putting together things in a sketchbook, and then I would take the best parts of my sketchbook and what I felt were the most important, most inspiring sections, and I would pull those and put them together for a mood board if I needed to do a really nice mood board presentation for my portfolio. On a side note though, I do love looking at process. whether I'm a teacher or whether I'm a designer hiring someone to work with me, I love the process books because I love to see how a designer thinks. So don't throw any of this stuff away. Number one, don't just start collaging after you've collected all your images. If you just spend a whole week or two pulling images, by the time you actually get to collaging, you're probably going to forget some of the reasons why you initially pulled certain images. Like I said, our memories not as good as you think they are. So you can take notes, you can write stickies on them, but really the best thing to do would be to collage, put things together, get inspired by the combinations that you put together, and then let that take you onto a new offshoot of your visual research. This is the book I'm using, and I like a spiral bound because I find it much easier to open than a book that's bound like an actual book. Okay, I'm gonna go read a thesaurus over the weekend. I will be right back. And I like this paper. This is mixed media paper, and so each page is sturdy enough where it can handle a little bit of painting and some glue and a few layers and things like that. Not that I'm going to sit here and do full-on watercolor paintings, but I want paper that can handle at least some of that. Today, I'm just going to use the magazine images that I pulled from As If magazine, that magazine I showed you earlier, but you don't need to. I would encourage you guys to scan in images and reprint them out in a variety of different ways. I would recommend you print them out black and white. You could recolorize them. You can shrink them down and print them up really small and maybe repeat it into a pattern, tile them up in Photoshop, or you could just print them really small or in different sizes and print out multiples and then collage them all repeated. You can take something like this and blow it up. The original image was like this big. And so I scanned it into Photoshop at 600 DPI and I printed this out really big because I wanted to see all the details of the scales. You can take them into Photoshop and deliberately pixelate them if you want to create more of a fuzz, a mood, a vague sort of suggestion of something as opposed to a really crisp description of something. Sometimes I create a window tool. I take a piece of paper and I cut a square out of the middle of it, and this can be as big or as small as you want it. And sometimes when I am confronted with a really busy image like this, I will take my window tool so that I can examine things section by section without being overwhelmed by everything that's going on. And sometimes as I move my window tool around, I will find a particular section, a proportion of color, a small detail that I didn't notice because I was kind of overwhelmed by how much that was going on. When I see something like this, I can use my window tool to recrop images. Like maybe I like how heavy and black this is with only a little bit of the veiny branches. Or maybe that is really what I was going after, the light coming through where the branches are becoming the thinnest. And so I start moving this around and start building compositions. And if I come across something that I like, I will take a pencil and I will mark the corners of my composition and then cut it out. Start cutting your images. And again, just because you printed something out a certain way doesn't mean you have to use that whole image. Like, I love this, but I don't want this. So feel free to edit and cut into shapes that you want, not necessarily using each image exactly the way it is shown on the page. Okay, that's what, if you're afraid of cutting up the original, that's what copy machines and scanners are for. Hey, yo. If you want to cut things out really precisely in perfect right angles and such, you can use an X-Acto blade and a cutting mat. Just a little word of advice. If you are going to use an X-Acto blade, I highly recommend that you use a metal ruler with a rubber or cork back, because these are the kinds of rulers that won't move around when you press a blade to it. You don't even need to use anything. Sometimes I like to rip things out because I love using the ripped edge as part of the aesthetic. Work slowly so that you're not accidentally cutting into your image. You know, you could do all kinds of things. You can use tape in a rough way to add things. It's all about, you know, the presentation, and maybe you want a rougher presentation. Feel free to draw things and paint things right on top of your images, you know, and it is totally okay if the first things that you paint and draw are not awesome. At this stage, the only really bad thing that you could do is to not explore, is to not play around and let your brain just flow and come up with interesting overlaps. And then sometimes I like to take a bit of tracing paper and pull elements that I really want to explore. To be quite honest, I could do this all day and just pull images and layer things and collage things and paint on top, scribble on top, whether I use tracing paper or not. Use gloss varnish to highlight some things. Use the window tool on a multitude of images and scan and blow up sections. Pull textures, write, scribble little notes to self. Feel free to add other things, ticket stubs, little pom-pom balls, actual feathers, bits of fur, smears of lipstick. I would recommend staying away from actual fabric or things that you plan on making these things out of. We're not really there yet, but just exploring, you know, different visual themes. And remind yourself, don't be so literal. Just because I started with chicken feathers doesn't mean that my designs later on the road are going to feature feathers or fur or chickens or any of that. It was a starting point for my brain to get going. And so when you look at the final collection later on, you might not find anything that's reminiscent of anything vaguely chicken-like. And that's okay. Okay, this is not about, hey, find a way to incorporate feathers, you know, unless your creative director says, hey, you got to find a way to incorporate feathers. Unless that's the case, it's really about finding a jumping point for further exploration. And do it again. You know, I can do like a dozen pages of this before I start thinking about which colors I'm going to pull from my color story and which textures that I like enough to translate further into things that I'm actually going to make. Keep working. Pull away from things that are not working. You don't have to scratch things out, and I don't want you to get rid of anything. Just keep everything in your sketchbook, but you are going to gravitate towards certain things, and you're going to find things that didn't really work out for you, and that's fine. And you just keep developing and making these connections and making these cool new combinations, and keep progressing and building better and better visual development pages. Just make sure that you kind of stay in line with your original concept, the feathers as texture, the repetitive elements, the mood of the kind of dirty, greasy, sad mood I have going on. That is turning quite maudlin, to be honest. Whew. Yeah, this is a cheerful project. And then when you are happy with your research and you start putting together your color story, then you can pull the best segments from your sketchbook and you can make it into a clean final presentation mood board. Make sure that you are cataloging where you're getting all your images. You know, write down the info on the book, write down which museums you went to, all that good stuff, so that if you need to go back and get more images, you have that reference. Or you can make color copies of everything before you get started, although that's kind of an expensive habit to get into. Pull these and you later on you decide, I really love this. I'm going to clean this part up and maybe do the painting part better, but I want to incorporate this as part of my final mood board. Then you have an extra image of this clotted fabric for your final mood board. This is the final mood board that I created for the project that I showed you in the last video. And there are a lot of different ways that you can do mood boards, but the things I want to point out are, number one, the cohesiveness. When you look at it, just at first glance, you know that there's a theme. And the theme is furnitures and interiors. Everything is interiors and furniture. And then you see me pulling textures and patterns from everything. And you see my love of metallics by punching out silver and gold and painting over them and pulling out certain chaotic elements and really focusing on the most luxurious of furniture and interiors. Okay? When you look at your mood board, okay, there should be a sense of cohesiveness to it so that when someone just looks at it, they just get a gut feeling of what it's all about. And if you're going in too many directions and it's too chaotic and you're not getting that punch gut feeling of what the project is about, your mood board's wrong. Okay? So what I recommend would be to put your images together, don't glue anything down yet, and have someone take a look. They don't necessarily have to be someone who is super well versed in fashion, but you should pull someone over and be like, what do you think my project is about? And if they're like, I can't tell, maybe you went too many different directions on your mood board. But if they say, it looks like you're inspired by like cool black and white photography, and like rock and roll shit, you know? And even if they're not super eloquent or anything, if they can get a feel for what direction you were taking your project, good job. Good job. So those are all the things that I could think about to cover for your initial concept exploration and mood board development. If you have any specific questions, of course, feel free to drop me a comment below. The next video in this series will cover creating color stories and developing textures as we head towards pulling fabrics. Okay? I will see you next time.
Hey, party people. Today I want to talk about a problem that a lot of designers struggle with, whether you're a beginner or have been working for a while, because sometimes everyone just needs a little kick in the pants. This is all about how to start a fashion design project or how to start a fashion design collection. So let's say your boss gives you the direction for a project and you're not really sure where to take it. Or let's say your teacher gives you an assignment like, go be inspired by your favorite flower and create a spring summer collection. Now go. And you're sitting there like, okay, but go where? What am I supposed to do now? And I have found over the years that starting with a brainstorming mind map is the easiest way to start. What is a mind map? It is a non-linear flowchart. It's a little bit like, okay, so if we have this, which leads to this, which leads to this, it can also lead to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. I'm going to show you mine in a second. Something about brainstorming. Brainstorming is not about thinking and just sitting there and being like, oh, that's a good idea. Okay, no, that's a bad idea. Well, yeah, no, that's a bad. No, you want to write everything down. When you write everything down, you just dump it all from your brain and you just splat it all over your paper. And then as you write your ideas down and as you sift through your thoughts and as you edit, you are going to figure out what your best ideas are, what your worst ideas are, what are some bad ideas but can inspire a better idea. So key number one is write it all down. Me, I write everything down. I sketch everything out. I don't throw anything away. And I'm going to show you my mind map. And I did it on a gigantic piece of paper with markers. That's just for the camera so y'all can see what I'm doing. You do not need to use a massive sheet of paper, although you might start small and you might start expanding a whole bunch. The subject of the design project I'm demoing with today is happy. You know why? Because 2020 sucked for a lot of us, and I want to think about happy things. So if I'm thinking about what I want to design for next year, I want to design a collection that is all about being happy. You can go in a few different directions, and a question I get a lot from students is, Zoe, I'm like working on a project, but I have too many ideas. What do? I'm all over the place. The mind map is great because you can go in different directions, and let's say you pick 2 different sub-themes from one theme. So with the word happy, every designer has a different definition of what happy means for them. Some people can be like, happy to me is like serenity, peace of mind, a feeling of safety and calm. That is, to me, is happy. And some people are like, happy is a more energetic feeling for me. Joyous, energetic, bouncy, cheerful, free, dancing around. That's happy for me. Happy dance, okay? And so those are like 2 really different offshoots of what can be one theme. And so I would say that you can start brainstorming around these 2 themes. You're like, okay, so what's a peaceful, serene, calm collection look like? What are the textures that you're looking at? What textures make you feel peaceful and calm, maybe cozy, maybe warm, like all along those themes? Okay. Something you could think about is, what is a peaceful holiday, a peaceful vacation? Okay, something where you're relaxing. Maybe you're with nature. Maybe you're going on walks or hikes and you're enjoying the fresh air. And so you're building a color palette off of Mother Nature. And maybe you're thinking about an analogous color scheme where things are looking really harmonious. Of course, you're going to have like a variety in your color story with some light colors and some dark colors and maybe a few neutrals mixed with a few colors, things like that. But, work with this theme. Think about shapes. Think about, what fit. You want something that's easy. You want something to lounge around in, but still things you can wear out of the house. You're not designing lounge wear. And I use the different colors to just kind of block out different thoughts. So it's not just like a bunch of black text. And the colors don't mean anything, but personally, I like to do actions with the red. Like the red will remind me, this is what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna shop for these fabrics, swatch them, research them, narrow things down. That's the red. And then the other colors are just kind of notes on the directions I'm thinking about, the themes I'm thinking about. If I'm thinking about nature and if I decide to do a print, maybe I can look at my favorite trees and leaves and things like that as inspiration for prints. And of course, you don't have to get really literal. You can take inspiration from the shapes of leaves and turn it into a more abstract print, but that's like expanding beyond what I have on the paper right now. So this collection, I'm imagining like a comfortable, cozy, soft, wearable color palette. I want cozy, soft, just want to live in it fabrics, but then balance that with some really unconventional shapes. So you're balancing a little bit of the fresh design with something that's really comfortable and warm and familiar. So you get that nice combination going. And to do that, start draping on a dress form, figuring things out. And since I want these soft fabrics, I would actually start draping using a softer material than muslin. Muslin is pretty stiff. It's great, but it is stiff. So maybe you wash the muslin or find something that's cheap and soft that you can just throw on the dress form and mess around with silhouettes. Okay? And then on the other side, And here's the thing, is like, if your brain is firing at all cylinders, you might be just bouncing back and forth on from the different sides of the mind map, and that's fine. That's what writing them down and kind of putting them in these categories are for. So maybe you're on this side and you're like, oh, joyful, free, bouncy. I want to be on a trampoline. I want to be super energized and dancing. And so I want these super bright, fun colors, polka dots and yellow and maybe neons, cobalt blue. But then like have white and black to kind of ground things out when you're merchandising your colors out. Things like that. So you want, what kind of textures is like happy, fun, energetic? Something shiny? Something slick, something slippery, like vinyl. And then I started thinking about toys. I started thinking about kids stuff. I started thinking about fun emblems, children's emblems. And then, there's this thing I love, this I always have ideas of what I would do if I went back to becoming a designer full time. And I would love to do a line of clothes for adults that kind of look like children's wear. Just like fun, easy to wear shapes, easy to pull on, really bright colors, fun embellishments, not too like sexy revealing stuff, things like that. So if you're, if you want to do some weird avant-garde beading with clusters of toys and weird gadgets, things like that. And then for fabrics, you can shop for some fun stuff like vinyls and holographics, but also ground it in some more wearable fabrics like kids wear fabrics, like corduroy is really popular with kids, little corduroy overalls. Denim is kind of like an all ages great fabric. Some fun prints and some t-shirt jerseys. Of course, you can design your own prints. That's part of the fun of it all. But yeah, just go and just keep taking notes and keep going and writing the notes and start adding swatches of colors, start adding swatches of fabrics. And you will find that as you develop and as you keep making notes and you can start adding sketches, like little doodles on Post-its and start adding it, generally you will start gravitating towards one project. You'll be like, no, this is what I want. This is what I really see for the future in fashion. This is what my customer wants. This is what I want to make. This seems great. You will gravitate towards one and you can just start expanding off of that. And, and then you will find as you go, you will discover some ideas don't work. And that's great because that's your brain learning how to edit out bad stuff and keep good stuff. Like as you practice and as you design more collections, your brain is going to get better and better and better at that. So yeah, you can, I don't like crossing stuff out on mind maps because I like keeping everything. What I like to do is take a little piece of paper, cut it out, or take a Post-it and just tape over the idea that I don't like. I might revisit it. You don't know. So I will just cover it up so I'm not looking at it anymore. Like this is something we've discarded for now and just keep building on that. But yeah, this is just the easiest, funnest, just simplest way to get your brain going on a design project. And if you want more detailed design process videos, of course, you can watch my fashion design process series, my Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection series, my playlist called Fashion Design Tutorials. But this is where to start because I always say you start with your inspiration, your colors, and your fabrics first. And so this is an easy and fun way to establish that ground, that base of your design direction before you start designing individual garments. Okay? So that's what I got for you today. Hope this video is helpful. Please do give me a thumbs up on this video if you found it fun or interesting or helpful. It really helps my channel a lot. Don't forget to subscribe, share this, all the ways you show me love. Drop me some questions, video requests, all that good stuff in the comments below. And I'll see you in the next video.
Hey guys, congratulate me. I can breathe through my nose again. Fashion design process video number 3. Today's topic will be color and texture. Okay, we're going to talk about color mostly. We're going to touch on texture development and experimentation. We're not going to talk about fabrics too much in this video because I have a whole video's worth of things to say about fabric. So I've been teaching color theory for a few years now, and I know that students are reluctant to take classes where they don't see a direct fashion connection. Okay. Students who hate sewing, they'll still take sewing classes because they understand its application. And, students who hate sketching, they still take sketching classes because they understand its application. But when you have something that seems more indirect, like color theory, students don't want to take it at all. I don't recommend color theory to students because I teach it. I teach it because I find it an important thing to study for fashion students. And, you see color theory in action all around the world. And if you pay attention, you'll be able to spot how they put those colors together instead of just looking at it and being like, wow, that's nice. I wonder how they put that together. So if you have a color theory class in your school, or if you can take a summer class somewhere else, I highly encourage you do so. So I'm going to give you guys like the tiniest bit of color theory lessons today as it applies to how we're going to put our color story together for our collection. First of all, what is color? Color is comprised of three things: value, saturation, and temperature. Value means the lightness or the darkness of a color. So you can have light reds and you can have dark reds. And if someone says, let's play around with different values of red, that means that in addition to whatever you guys are working on, they want to see it with some light reds and some darker reds. Light values are also called high values, and dark values are also called low values. And then the middle is the middle. Saturation is the brightness or intensity of a color. Now, brightness has nothing to do with lightness. Light colors are what colors with a lot of white in them, banana yellow, baby blue. Brightness is about the saturation of a color. How red is it? Is it the purest possible red, or is there anything in there that is muddying the red at all? Okay. Is it red, or is it a yellow red, a blue red, a shade of a red, kind of dulled down red, or is it just purely intense red? That's saturation. Okay. And all those are different colors. You have fully saturated red, that's just one color. And then you have a little desaturated red, and a little bit more desaturated red. And you keep desaturating until you end up with a neutral, right? Now, there are four main and best ways to desaturate a color. Number one, you can tint a color by adding white. If you add white to red, you'll end up with salmons and corals. Add more white, you'll end up with more like peachy pinks. Number two, you can shade a color by adding black. So adding black to your red, you'll end up with burgundies and blood reds, things like that. Number three, you can tone a color by adding gray. And you can add a light gray for duller, lighter reds, and you can add a dark gray for duller, darker reds. The fourth way is to mute a color by using the opposite in the color wheel. The opposite of red in a color wheel is green. So here I added a little bit of green. So you get a dull brownish red. And then here I added a lot more green. And so you're getting just even duller looking red, right? This color in here is like, that's more of like a brick red maroon color. And in here, it's looking like kind of a dull purpley tone, right? Temperature, that is the warmness or coolness of a color. You have red, orange, and yellow. Those are your basic warm colors. You have green, blue, and purple as your basic cool colors. And, you can take a color like red and you can add a little yellow to it, and you'll end up with a warm tone red. Or you could take the same red and add a little blue to it, and you'll end up with a cool tone red. When you're working on your collection, If you have a collection where you have a lot of black and you have some blues and purples, you have this whole cool color story going on, and you're talking to your team or you're talking to your teacher, your boss, and you're like, let's throw in an accent color, something that really makes things pop. And someone says, hey, what about red? Would you use a warm tone red or a cool tone red? You would use a cool tone red because it shares a blue undertone with the rest of your colors. And so because it's red, it still pops, it still has the same undertone family. Okay. Whereas if you put in a warm tone red in there, it's very jarring, has nothing in common with all the other colors, and it would just stick out. One of the most important takeaways with color and design is all colors look different according to what color is paired next to it. When you look at these two burgundies, which color looks darker? This one or this one? You see how this one looks slightly darker because it's next to this much lighter color? And because this burgundy is paired next to such a darker color, it looks lighter in comparison. Also, do you see how this burgundy looks cooler than this burgundy? Because this burgundy is next to such a warm color. Okay? The contrast between the two makes this burgundy look darker and cooler than this burgundy, even though it's the same freaking burgundy. And that is so important when you're putting your colors together. Let's say you're at the fabric store and you come across this amazing red fabric and you're like, oh, this is the best. I want everything in this color. I want lipstick in this color. And then you bring that fabric home and you have all your fabric boards set up, and then you add this red to it, and all of a sudden everything just looks like crap. You're like, what? What happened? Maybe the red just doesn't go. Okay? There can be a lot of different reasons why that would happen, and it doesn't mean you have to let go of the idea of red completely. Maybe you need a duller red. Maybe you need a warmer red, a cooler red, a brighter red, whatever. But it's not about the individual colors, but how they work together. Okay. I mean, of course it's about the individual color because most people don't buy the whole collection. But if you're looking through the lookbook and the red looks out of place with everything else, it's very jarring. You have to get all these individual awesome colors to also work together harmoniously. You're like, Zoe, easier said than done. I know. What are we made of? Not magic, but practice. We are made of practice, not magic. All this background information to get the ball rolling on putting together a color story for your collection. Number one, do you want color for your collection? Okay, there are exceptions always. There are some designers who don't work with a lot of colors. Designers like Anne de Millimeester and Alexander Wang, they work with a lot of black and white, and that's their prerogative. That's their brand's aesthetic, and that is what we've come to expect from them. Okay, we do not expect, a rainbow color collection from Anne de Millimeester. Like her version of color is like military green. Right? And if you watch a Yohji Yamamoto show and it's not 85% black, I'm assuming he's dead and someone else took over and I missed the news announcement. Okay? Because, he is like all black and moody and drapey and all about cuts and proportions and not about color. Okay? Karl Lagerfeld, he does a lot of work with black and white because that is the Chanel brand legacy from Coco Chanel herself. Okay, so if it's part of the aesthetic, if it's part of the brand that you not work with a lot of color, that is one decision. On the other hand, for the most of us, we are working with creating an interesting and cohesive and intriguing, enticing color story that works with our brand, that works with, our current collection's mood and concepts and inspiration, and colors that work well together so that when all the models come out on the runway at the end of the show, the whole collection looks good together because all the colors look good together. Because that is the first thing you notice about design. And when you walk into a store, before you can even get up close and notice that, oh, those buttons are so cool, or this collar makes my neck look super skinny, or anything, you notice the dots of color, the sea of color. and everyone has favorite colors they like to wear. And so they just gravitate towards that when you're shopping. And so whether your aesthetic is super avant-garde, comme des garçons, or, I like very clean, wearable things and I only shop for basics at Uniqlo, doesn't matter, you're going to gravitate towards the colors that you like. Okay, so you can do a bright red comme des garçons, or you can do a bright red Uniqlo, but if you like red, you're going to gravitate towards red before you start picking apart the design. So color is your first impression, and you know what they say about first impressions. When was the last time you bought a jacket that fit you, that the design was cool, but the color was totally not what you wanted? Give me a break. You don't even know if that jacket fits you right because you didn't try it on because the color was so awful. You're like, I don't want that. I don't wear orange. Do I want to look like a construction code? No, I do not. And so you just walk right by it and you don't even know if it fits you like a dream or not. So number one, make a decision. Am I someone who doesn't play around with color at all? Or am I someone like Rick Owens who does mostly neutrals, but every once in a while throws in a color? Like this season, he did a bunch of mint green and brown, and you're like who expected mint green at Rick Owens? That's Rick Owens' version of like trouncing around in a rainbow skirt. It's like, wow, that's super colorful for Rick Owens. Or you can be someone who's super colorful, is known for their use of color. Like you go to an Oscar de la Renta show and you expect, a parade of really sumptuous, gorgeous colors. So everyone is entitled to their own opinions, of course, on what looks good. But for me, the best color stories have a good balance of neutrals and brighter colors, and a good balance of light colors and dark colors. Good color stories, they feature a bunch of really wearable colors and a few colors that are more on trend and a little harder to wear, but you need to keep things fresh and new. If you have just like all pastels, people's eyes just start kind of glazing over, and you need like a few, breaks of dark and medium colors so that the pastels look fresh and new every time you see a new outfit. And if you have everything being blue on the runway, people will kind of get lost in this blue haze. And if that's the effect you're going for editorially on the runway, that's great. But once you get down to your lookbook and the pieces you're actually going to sell, you're going to have to offer a more varied palette than just a series of blues. When you're selecting your colors, I want you to consider a few things. Number one, what season are you designing for? Brown can work at any season. Okay, the same brown can work in spring or in fall. But how about brown with orange and red and gold and touches of hunter green? What season does that feel like to you? Number two, who is your muse and customer? What colors are they wearing? What colors do they feel good in? Does your muse wear a lot of banana yellow and periwinkle together? I don't know. You tell me. It's your muse. Number three. Coughing is exhausting. Number three. Consider color psychology and the mood you're trying to convey. In my previous video, we talked a lot about death and decay and blood and the ugly side of glamour. And, these were the concepts that I was playing with. And, chicken scales and feathers and stuff. What colors do you associate with these concepts? Do you expect a lot of, bright yellow and fresh grass green and vibrant orange? Or are you expecting more dirty burgundies and grayy yellows and blacks? Right? What kind of mood are you trying to convey? How does color psychology tap into it? Well, people automatically assume black is for death, red, burgundy, they look like blood. And so the passion, the violence, all those things that people associate with those colors come together to really convey that mood. You don't have to be so literal, however. Like maybe your colors are more like dirt brown and like the dirty brownish neutrals of leaves that have fallen on the grass and, like that kind of thing that shows more like fall turning into winter, without the violence of red. So you can interpret these concepts of death and decay in different ways. So because color is such a huge portion of how we view a whole collection, the colors that you pick should represent the collection's mood. I like to lift my color story from images that I collected in my visual research. And these are some of the options that I was playing around with. Now, if I were continuing my sketchbook development, I would trim these images and I would actually put them right in my book. First of all, I love this graffiti page. Like, I had a few pages from that magazine I was looking at, and this one had a beautiful combination of these brownish blacks and then these dried blood browns, and then it had these really sickly yellow greens that worked really well together. They had some neutrals and some colors, and they looked really exciting with the contrast, and they work with my theme. I had mentioned in my previous video how much I like these colors together, where it's beautiful, vibrant colors, but everything is dulled down some. I love this concept of, after a death in your life, everything feels like everything's a little bit duller. I love the colors and textures going on in this picture. These are mining pits. There's no life here. It's just all rocks, but there's so many beautiful colors of rocks. And then you remember my Extraordinary Chickens book and how obsessed I am with that? I put this image from my Extraordinary Chickens book of the eggs. I sort of fell in love with this color palette. I know, I was getting really kind of morbid and everything, and I was just playing around with this whole not quite alive concept of these eggs. Pull your image or images, it can be a combination of two, and start pulling together your colors. And you could do a few different things. You could take out your paints and you can start mixing colors. You can take your markers and start matching up the colors according to what you see in your picture. Like, that's a good match for this background color. Here are some of the darker egg colors, some of the lighter brown egg colors. There's a lot of black in the shadows there. There is that little blue chicken egg. And this one is more pinkish. So make some color chips out of marker, out of paint, out of color pencil. No matter what you do, I highly recommend that you make all your color chips in one medium so that you're not confused with the colors, because some of them are in color pencil and have this texture, and some of them are in marker and have this other texture. It's like they should all have just the flat texture so that you're really just concentrating on the color. Another thing you could do is to pick up paint chips at the hardware store. Now, these are free, but you guys just be respectful and don't go crazy, okay? Because these are for people who are trying to figure out how to paint their house, and they're for customers who are going to buy paint later. Once I've actually really finalized what kind of colors that I want, then I would go and try to get paint chips for the colors to put in my final color story for my sketchbook development. No matter what you're doing, make sure that you're playing with your colors in really bright light, okay? Preferably sunny daylight or, really bright white clean light. Now, once you've figured out your colors, okay, make large color chips, this size or smaller, with your markers, with your paints, whatever, because you're going to cut them up so that you can play with color proportions. Let's say I really love these three colors and I want to play with these. I've cut these up in different sizes so that I can play with color proportions. Just by playing with the different proportions of just three colors, you're going to get really different looks. This one is heavy on the olive drab. This one just uses burgundy as a accent pop. This one is really heavy on the cool tone colors, and the lightest color is just a pop. So this is a really heavy color story. And this one is a really warm color story with its dingy red and dingy yellow green with a pop of this cooler blue green. Okay. So you're creating different colors by using different proportions of color. If you watch the first video, then you will remember how I talked about how color proportions really change the mood of a collection. Think about the usage of black, okay, and in its different proportions. Okay? Okay? Black is a super popular color. Almost every designer uses it in at least some amount. You can go full Yohji Yamamoto on the black and just be like, it's a sea of black, lots of black, funeral dirges, beautiful cuts and drapes. Everything is very moody and dramatic. You can go flirty goth black like Anna Sui. Anna Sui features tons of black. Her cosmetics collection packaging is black, but she has liberal doses of pinks and purples and just fun, flirty, feminine colors that prevents it from getting too heavy, right? It's definitely got that, little gothic Lolita touches to it and everything. Or you could swing the complete opposite end of the spectrum and go like Carolina Carrera. Did I just say Carolina Carrera? I meant Carolina Herrera. Carolina Herrera levels of black, where black is just an accent, okay? And really, colors are like yellow and red and orange, and color is magic and beautiful, and it's amazing as the ability to breathe through your nose. And so black is just a touch, okay? So everyone using black is using it in different proportions. So you need to figure out your color proportions. If I use this color story, but I use it predominantly white and baby blue and baby pink, that's a real springy, light, airy sort of color story. If I use a lot of browns and blacks and this background kind of grayish lavender color, then that feels more fall, that feels more sedate, more subtle, more deep, more grounded, right? And so same color story, different proportions, completely different outcomes. When I am putting my sketchbook together, I like to keep my color story and my color proportions pages separate so that I'm playing with them independent of each other. Okay. You have your color story, maybe you finalized it like 99%. And then in the subsequent pages, you play with the proportions over and over again until you get the effect that you want. Next, let's talk about textures. Shiny purple does not give off the same vibe as fuzzy purple. Okay? We associate different ideas and moods and concepts to shiny things as we do fuzzy things. And so go back to your visual research and explore textures. Don't automatically think like, oh, I'm going to sew rocks on top of fabric when you see an image like this. And don't automatically think, it puts its lotion on its skin or it gets the hose again when you see an image like this. We are not Hannibal Lecter. Just because I'm obsessed with chicken scales doesn't mean I'm literally going to use scaly leather to create this texture. I'm finding these images that I find inspiring, like this rough hair and the pony skin, to get inspired to think about textures and not just lift the images exactly. So pull images from your visual research for images where the textures are really cool. Like look at these chicken scales. I don't literally have to get a scaly leather like alligator to, reference back to this. Maybe I see this and I find a really strange, irregular beading pattern. Maybe I'm looking at this and I'm going to quilt a bunch of stuff in this irregular pattern. And so I'm drawing these patterns and everything is going to be quilted. And so this is all going to be top stitching, and there's my light source. And so it's all going to be shadowed. These are all going to be little 3D pieces of quilting. You can go source really irregular looking beads, like those kinds of pearls that are not round and perfectly symmetrical, okay, and start beading with that instead. I've seen dresses where the whole thing was beaded in small children's toys. What if it was a series of asymmetrical appliques, or maybe I was doing some interesting embroidery, and instead of literally making feathers, okay, maybe I am hand painting, feathery strokes across my fabric to create a visual texture. With something like this, I'm not thinking about it as skin, but how I can create this effect in fabric. So maybe I'm doing lots of rows of tucking, some kind of hidden smocking with stitches running through it like this, Maybe I'm doing a lot of curving pleats. So what I would do is I would take your image, I would trim it, put it in, and then I would leave a blank page on the opposite side so that I can play with different options on how to develop this texture in a not literal way. So, make your notes here, quilting pattern, embroidery, hand painting. And so play with textures. And right now it's not about, I'm going to use this fabric to quilt it and everything is going to be this size or whatever, but just exploring ways that you can turn in these vague concepts into less vague concepts, right? The whole design process is to take these vague mood, inspiration concepts and then make things more and more specific at every step. And then go take a piece of cheap fabric like muslin or organza or whatever and start playing with it. But get messy. Remember, sketchbook development is all about a series of brainstorming sessions. And brainstorming sessions aren't about, let me think in advance whether this idea is good or not. It's about getting it down, playing around with it, and then just getting down all the ideas that you can. And then later on coming in and editing. Okay? So throw all the ideas on and then edit. Throw all the ideas down and then edit some more. Some of the best sketchbooks that I've seen, the first few pages make 0 sense at all. And then as you flip through the pages, you're starting to sense a theme, how they're coming together and they're editing themselves and they're like, oh yeah, this is the direction I'm going in. Same with the colors. You have colors, you have some ideas, and some of the color stories are not working. And then they take out like 2 colors and add another one. And you're like, oh yeah, that's the one. Okay. So put them all down. Okay. Just don't even think about, oh, that's a bad idea. Just throw them all down. And then later on you can edit, look, relook, all that good stuff. That's it for today. I'm sure that that's plenty of food for thought for you guys. I will be back in a few weeks with design process video 4, all about fabrics. In the meanwhile, go practice. I'll have other videos. I just uploaded one on how to render with marker refill ink. So go check that one out. And I will see you next time.
Hey party people! In this video, I'm going to discuss choosing a color story for your fashion collection. Specifically, I'm going to 1, go over several methods to develop your color story, 2, list factors you have to consider when developing your color story, and 3, answer the #1 question people ask me about color stories. First up, methods to develop color stories. In the industry, large to medium-sized companies often use trend forecasting, color forecasting services to help them. Most smaller businesses can't afford or don't want to use these services. Okay? One method is to pull colors from an image or a couple of images. These images can be from your sketchbook development or your mood board. I would only pick like a couple of images at most. Otherwise, you just get too many colors a lot of the time. One method I like is to choose a work of art that your customer would enjoy. Remember, all design decisions go back to your customer, your muse, and your brand. Listen, if Raf Simone can get fired from Calvin Klein for not designing for the customer, so can you. Anyway, this work of art can be a painting, a photograph, a sculpture, or even a building. Pull colors from this painting to create your color story. If you watch the colors and textures video from my fashion design process series, then you know that I was inspired by extraordinary chickens, and that whole thing has become this long-running inside joke between me and long-time viewers of my channel. And there was this amazing photo of different colored chicken eggs in the Extraordinary Chickens book, and that was the inspiration for my color story. And then, sometimes you'll have to take an image and round things out by adding an extra neutral or adding an extra pop color, but you can start from that work of art. The piece of art has to relate to your customer. It should be something that your customer would enjoy looking at, would enjoy having a print of in their home, or maybe even the original, something like that. Okay, it all has to relate. In this example, let's pretend my customer is in her 30s and 40s. She lives in a big city. She wants an urban uniform without relying on too much black. She likes to look polished without thinking too hard about it every morning. Everything should go with everything else. And she travels a lot for work, so she likes the core of her wardrobe to all coordinate with each other for fast and easy packing. I chose the Mona Lisa as my color inspiration. It's dark, it's moody, it's subtle, it's a little mysterious, and it looks like there can be a lot of different but cohesive, harmonious color stories. There's a lot of greens, a lot of browns and oranges, golds, and some lighter blues in the background. Color stories should have a balance of colors and neutrals. Colors should tell the story of the mood of the collection, and then the neutrals sell. Let's be real. The neutrals will most often sell the higher quantities. Okay? Color stories should have a balance of light, medium, and dark colors. I say the word balance because creating a color story is not math. Okay? There's no one formula that suits everyone. You have to think about whether or not your customer wears a lot of color, whether they wear a lot of dark colors, or maybe your customer loves pastel colors. Maybe they love acidic tones. Again, back to what your customer wants. Another method is to visit your fabric sources and look through their prints. And you may come across a print that is perfect for your collection's direction that season. And you can pull colors from the print to create your color story. Design companies do this all the time. Pull colors from a print or recolor a print to match their color story so that everything works together. And honestly, you don't even have to use the print. You can just use it solely as color inspiration because I like the colors of this print, but I don't love the print. Another method is to start with a color that you're really feeling and you think will be hot in the near future, and start playing with color schemes. Okay, I have a whole color lessons playlist where I go over what complementary, split complementary, monochromatic, analogous, and triad color schemes are. And remember, these color schemes are not limited to bright red and bright green as the complement. And, the red and the green complementary color scheme can actually be a rich, deep burgundy and a soft grayish green, rounded out with a winter white and a charcoal gray. Okay? And it's not about the raw color on the color wheel. And some students think that these kind of standard color schemes are too basic to be used in high fashion, but they could not be more wrong. I screen grabbed these from Vogue.com. This is the Spring 2019 Couture collection from Zuhair Murad. Apologies if I pronounced that terribly. And this collection uses a beautiful analogous color scheme, which analogous means neighboring colors on the color wheel. And we have a blue, green, blue, blue, violet, violet, red, violet color scheme. And some of the colors are the pastel version. Some of them are the really bright, saturated versions of the color, but it is an analogous color scheme. Here's Giambattista Valli, and Valli uses another analogous color scheme. A lot of black, a lot of white for sure, but then also a lot of red and a lot of red violet, which translates to these beautiful bright pinks. Here's Zero Plus Maria Corneo, and this collection showcases a complementary color scheme with a soft blue and some bright oranges and some neutral tones like white and camel. This is Marni, and Marni, this collection has a lot of colors, but the main colors are your primary triad, red, yellow, and blue. And there in the prints there are little bits of other colors, but the dominant colors are red, yellow, blue, and tons of white. Here's Dries Van Noten, Spring 2019 ready to wear, and this beautiful analogous color scheme is yellow, green, blue, orange, and then rounded out with a lot of white and a lot of black. And in this case, he's using the really rich, raw, saturated versions of these colors, but also with some bits of navy, okay, an extra neutral, some olive green, okay, but it's a very bright, colorful spring collection. And here's Isabel Marant, who is using a complementary color scheme in a very muted, soft, subtle way. You've got red, orange, and blue, green. And the blue, green has been muted a lot, and it has a lot, it's barely a tinted blue, and then a lot of muted red, orange, melony tones with white and black, and the metallic version of red, orange to round it out. So yeah, a lot of big time designers showing at the main fashion weeks are using these academic color schemes as a jump point for them. And so, hey, if it's good enough for them, it should be good enough for you too. Another method is to check out websites that put together color stories like designseeds.com. And there are actually a lot of websites that do similar things. And these websites, they're not built for one particular industry. You could take these color stories and apply them to home decor, apply them to an illustration, apply them to a fashion collection. And a lot of these also follow many of the kind of standard complementary, analogous, split, comp, triad kind of color stories. Here's an analogous color story with blue, greens, and blues and violets. Here is a complementary color scheme using very muted gold and violet, yellow and purple, but muted. Here's another complementary story, red and green, but now it's pink and like duller sager greens and some neutrals, okay, and so forth and so forth. Now let's talk about some of the factors to consider when putting together your color story. Number one, as always, what your customer wears. This is always the number one factor. What's daring and bold for one kind of customer can be quite boring for another. Uncle Carl would never do a Chanel collection without some black and white, without a little black dress, without some tweed. Valentino has long been known for Valentino red. And so even now, when Valentino is no longer there, it's so part of the heritage that every designer who works at Valentino remembers to include the Valentino red. Even if your company doesn't have a specific signature color, always think about what your customer expects from you, your brand. Number two, what season are you designing for? Okay, you want something fresh for spring, something rich and warm looking for fall, something chic and nautical for a resort, things like that. And yeah, I highly encourage you to look at the collections of designers you admire, designers who kind of have a similar style as you, and see how they approach color stories. 3, another factor you have to consider is what item category you're designing, especially now where a lot of these single item category companies are really flourishing. Okay? And do you wear the same colors lingerie as you do parkas? Okay. Obviously, there's going to be some overlap, but for the most part, they run different color stories. Orange is definitely one of those colors where you have to kind of be careful about the placement. Number 4. Another factor is, in the industry, you must offer every style in multiple colors. It is a complete waste of money spent on developing the sample and perfecting the fit to offer something in one color and lose out on all the potential sales from people who might just not love that specific color that you offer it in. Okay? Even wedding gowns come in different shades of white. Okay? The only exception, I think, is black. Like, black is such a big seller, you can get away with offering just black in a style. And you may think, Zoe, I go to Nordstrom and I see lots of stuff selling in one color. Yeah, just because a designer offers 3 colors doesn't mean that the store is going to order all the colors. Like, Nordstrom may order the pink one that you sell, and then a different boutique might order the blue version of that style. Number 4, use a bit of color psychology to convey your mood and message. You do not need to overthink this. Okay? Bright yellows convey sunshine and happiness, and pale lilac is pretty and light and soft, and using a lot of dull grays and browns can showcase a rather somber mood. So when you're putting your color stories together, think about the mood you're trying to convey and what colors help illustrate that mood. Number 6, and this is going to be the most important one in terms of fashion business, is you will often choose colors and fabrics at the same time simply because of sourcing logistics. You will sometimes be limited by what's available at your price point and whether or not you can hit the minimums of the fabric wholesaler. If you can meet the minimums and you have the time to do it, you can get a fabric custom dyed. Okay? Anyways, always keep in mind that colors will look a little bit different depending on the texture as well. Okay? So merging all these factors together, using the Mona Lisa sample from earlier, we've got our customer, we've got our season, which is fall. We're doing blouses and pants and coats. Okay. I want to pick a couple of blouse fabrics, a couple of pant fabrics, and maybe 1 coating, or maybe 2. I have my approximate color story that I want here. And you can, tape these chips onto a piece of paper and take them to your fabric person. And you start looking for your fabrics and you see what's available, because I don't know about you, but it's so much easier and cheaper to go with what's available in stock before you start asking for dye to match things. So you start looking at what's available, what's cool, what basically follows the color story you have laid out, and you just start building your fabric stories with your color story. And some of the colors might change a little bit, and you might find out that you like the new color story better. Now let's answer the most frequently asked question about color. How many colors should be in one collection? In the industry, in business, and this is important because fashion is the intersection of creativity and commerce, the number of colors you have in a collection is all about the fabrics you have in a collection, which is dictated by the size of your company, the size of your collection, and what order minimums you can fulfill. You can learn more about fabrics in the fabrics playlist, which I'll link in the description box. And I already know that there's so many of you watching right now who hate this answer. You want me to tell you a number. Only have 6 colors for every collection, everybody. Yeah, that's not how things work. Okay? There's so many different kinds of fashion companies out there. And even for let's pretend 100% of you watching this video are doing startups. There's so many different kinds of startups. Okay? So you do have to consider, what are the minimums of the places that I'm sourcing? How many items, categories? Like, am I doing just bras? Or am I doing hoodies and jackets and parkas? Or am I you have to think about all these factors that I just listed. Sourcing is a headache. It's a big deal. And minimums, especially for startups, is a huge deal. Why do you think I was so excited to introduce y'all to Swatch On? And I kept talking up really excitedly about how Swatch-On has no minimums, and it's rare. There are a ton of companies out there that will do 100-yard minimum, 1,000-yard minimum. Some people, they'll say your minimum is one piece. And by one piece, they don't mean 1 yard. They mean one roll. And it can be anywhere from 50 to 100 yards in that roll. So you have to ask them how many yards are in a piece. And you might think, Zoe, am I going to look amateur and small if I have a narrow color story? No. Okay. Even well-known big labels will showcase a narrow color story because it looks good, it looks cohesive, and it really communicates their aesthetic message that season. This Hermes collection has a great complementary color scheme using orange and blue, but not raw orange and blue, but definitely more subtle and sophisticated versions of those colors, which is very much their brand. Okay, and they've got this little hits of red and green, which is another complementary pair. And this McQueen collection using a primary triad with red, yellow, and blue. And you see some bits of other collections in the prints and embroideries, but red, yellow, blue with black, white, and gray, that's their color story. And let's be real, McQueen and Hermes are huge brands. But they chose these focused color stories, so if they can make it look good, so can you. And that's it for today on color stories and how to put them together. Please give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today. Share, subscribe, drop your questions in the comments section. Check the description box to links to all my shenanigans, links to videos related to this one. And you may think that putting together color stories is difficult with all the factors involved, but unless you're new to my channel, you know what I'm going to say. Hashtag always be practicing. Hashtag practice, not magic, because we are made of practice, not magic. And hashtag if your first one sucks, you're right on track. What does that hashtag mean? It means a lot of people are so afraid to do something that they never get around to doing even the first one. So if you try it, if you do the first one, you're on track. You've gotten started. Have fun practicing putting together color stories. Go look up some runway shows and lookbooks of your favorite designers and analyze their color stories. And I'll see you in the next video.
Hey, party people. Welcome back to the design process series. Today, we're going to go over fabric. I'm going to give you guys some background on fabrics to get you started in understanding just the crazy wide world of 1 million billion fabric options. And then I'm going to talk about how to approach your project, your design project, in terms of selecting fabrics. First of all, why am I making the fabric video now? Don't you have to design some stuff so that you can figure out what fabric to use? No. When you're a designer, fabric is your medium. It really is, because that is the stuff you make clothes out of. And it's really, really important that any artist and designer really understand their medium before they can effectively use it in their work. And number two, it really helps to build a cohesive collection when you have one set of fabrics to work with throughout the collection. You'll see shows where they use the fabric over and over and over again, but in new ways with each garment, right? Okay, like that. Number three, it is ass backwards and all kinds of stupid expensive to draw out a bunch of sketches and later be like, I'm gonna need a crisp cotton shirting for this one, and I'm gonna need light silky sheer shirting for this one, and I'm gonna need you to stop doing that, because that's really not how the industry works. Most of the time, 99.99% of the time, you develop your concept, you think about the direction you're going in, or your boss tells you what direction the team is going for the season, and you simultaneously put color, texture, and fabrics in one go. You meet with fabric guys, you pull headers. You pull swatches, you put things together, you put together a fabric story, you order your sample yardage, and then you start designing. Okay? There will be times where, a fabric doesn't work out and you have to go replace it later. But for the most part, you start with your fabric story. Don't forget that fashion is a business and you need to have some sort of organization to make your business profitable. You need the money to keep going season after season so you can keep making cool things. There's this stereotype of the over dramatic, chaotic creative, just doing whatever willy-nilly. And you know what? I'm so over it. We need to just get rid of that stereotype because those are really not the ones that get shit done. Okay? You don't build multi-million empires by not knowing how to get organized and get shit done. There was this interview that I read years ago when John Galliano was in the middle of his tenure at Dior. And whatever you may think about him now, this interview really spoke volumes for the kind of designer he was. And I know that a lot of other designers can relate to this. And I don't know if you know or can remember. I know some of you are very young. I just learned the other day that I have subscribers who are 13 years old. And I'm like, but John Galliano, when he was at Dior, he was known for his completely extravagant productions on the runway. Fantastical costumes, the things that he was showing on the runway were really editorial, nothing in the realm of wearable, commercial, or whatever. And sure, yeah, he created the wearable stuff in the background. He put it in the stores, and he put the accessories in the stores, the stuff that would sell. But on the runways, they were just complete, fantastical, insane, wonderful things. And then he would come out in some crazy costume. Remember that one runway show where he was in head-to-toe astronaut suit, the helmet? Okay. But in this interview, he was talking about how he understands and thinks about all the time how he is responsible for 5,000 jobs. He said, you have to design with that in mind, always, that all these jobs are depending on how well you do your job. And I'm not trying to put this crazy amount of pressure on you, okay? But it exists, and you do have to think about, you need to not just be thinking about your own creative sensibilities, okay? But marrying your creative sensibilities with a sense of order, with putting together good product that sells, product that appeals to people other than just you. So back to the process, okay? You meet with fabric guys and you get headers. What is a header? A header is a card like this. They come in different formats, of course, but they come in formats like this where you have large swatches, large enough so that you're getting a feel for the fabric and you can kind of see the basic repeat of the pattern. The information for the fabric is found along the top, fiber content, article number, price. So you get these headers. Sometimes you can get some bigger, half-yard swatches to play with. And then you order your sample yardage. You hold on to these headers as you're designing. You'll pin them up and always be looking at your fabrics as you're designing. On the topic of vocabulary, we have self fabric, S-E-L-F. Self fabric is the main fabric on the outside of the garment. This is also called your shell or shell fabric. Linings are, of course, the stuff that's lines your garment on the inside. Contrast is a fabric that is also used on the outside of your garment, but is used in less quantities than your self fabric. And you have only one self, your main outside fabric, but you can have, 4, 5, 7 contrasts if you feel like it. Now, there's a big difference in selecting fabrics for a design project for school, for your portfolio, versus putting together a fabric story in the real world. Since most of you are students or want to be students or are putting books together, or even just illustrators who just want to know more about fabrics and things like that, I'm going to focus on kind of that kind of fabric story building as opposed to, real life concerns. Okay? Real life concerns in the industry involve picking fabrics that fit within your price point, figuring out order minimums, figuring out turnaround time, figuring out widths of fabrics and making markers. This is the thing I hate the most about being a working designer, is figuring out care labels, doing wash tests on different fabrics to figure out what you put on your label. Tumble dry low and cold wash inside out, dry clean only. Wow, that's the worst. Oh my God, I hate it so hard. Blah. In the real world, you have to think about those things. And if you guys are interested in more of the technical aspects of, tech packs and fabrics and, all those production concerns, drop me a comment and I'll start planning a video like that. But right now, let's just talk about, understanding different fabrics, fabric categories, the construction of fabrics, and how to put some things together. Number one, I always start with the season. Okay, it does not matter what kind of amazing, beautiful fabric story you put together if it is completely inadequate for the season you're designing. I mean, I would hold on to all the swatches, take photographs of them put together so I have set aside, a beautiful fabric story for a rainy day, but you can't use it. Okay. I know sometimes design teachers in school will be like, oh, you're supposed to design for spring, but you put together this amazing, beautiful fall winter story, so let's just switch seasons. And, I know you guys think I'm a nice person on these videos, but I'm not. You guys leave me these comments like, oh, Zoe, I want to take your class. You don't, because I'm really strict. And if you're supposed to be designing for spring and you put together a beautiful fall fabric story, I will tell you that you can't use it, okay? Because people don't wear thick-ass cow nubuck and a fluffy chinchilla in the middle of May, unless you're on the other side of the equator. No, I will tell you, okay, you can put those away and use them for another project, but right now, let's get back to spring. Teaching in California is kind of funny because I come across a lot of students who are either from California, grew up in California, or they've lived in California long enough that they forgot what winters are like. They put together these fall winter fabric stories that are all like unlined wool gabardine and 4-ply crepe. I'm like, are you kidding? All kinds of beautiful, fashionable people live in cold weather climates like Sweden, New York, Moscow, Toronto, and they need more than your unlined Duchess satin opera coat. This is what happens when your teacher is from Alaska, okay? You live in California where you think 50 degrees, it is so freezing cold. I come from a place where it's 50 degrees and everyone gets super excited because summer is here and we're all gonna put our shorts on and go swimming in the lake. When you're putting your seasons together, think of more than just your local climate, because my guess is you want to design clothes for more than just your little circle of friends, but the world over. Okay? And the world over needs thick camel hair coats, needs leather gloves lined in fur, needs shearling collars, okay? Let's talk about weights of fabrics. Okay? You're gonna hear terms like bottom weight, top weight, shirt weight, dress weight, and that just means the category of heaviness in fabrics. Bottom weights are heavier fabrics that you use for coats, jackets, and pants, and sometimes skirts, depending on the styling of skirt. You can have bottom weights like this brushed twill, these fat, fluffy tweeds, all these beautiful coat fabrics. And this term bottom weight, it doesn't have a mathematical number. Is there a non-mathematical number? Oh my God. Moving along. It's really about the season, okay? Because a fabric thick enough to make jackets out of for spring is definitely not going to be the same as for fall or for winter or for resort, okay? So bottom weights. Top weights are, of course, lighter materials used for blouses. And this can include wovens for blouses and shirts. This can include t-shirt knits for tees. You know, these vocabulary words, they're not that hard. It's like t-shirt knits for t-shirts. What do you use t-shirt knits for? You know, shirt weights, dress weights, you know, those are kind of self-explanatory, right? And so when you're putting your fabrics together, you have to keep in mind that you're going to need some bottom weights and you're going to need some top weights. You can't have a whole collection where everything is cotton voile and silk georgette. So what is a fabric? Fabric is a combination of fiber content and construction. Cotton is not a fabric. Silk is not a fabric. Just in the way that flour is not a food. Okay, someone says, what's your favorite food? You don't say flour. You talk about cake and bread and all the amazing carbs that you can make with flour. And now I need cake. Damn it. And in that same way, you can take silk and make all kinds of amazing fabrics. Here's a fabric card from a silk person, and it has all these swatches of different things you can make out of silk. You can make silk doesn't become a fabric until you apply a certain kind of construction to it. You take the raw material and you actually do something with it. If I ask you in class, hey, what fabric is this? Don't say silk. So fibers, okay, and they come all different kinds. You have short, tiny little fluffy fibers in cotton and other cellulosic fibers. You have long filament fibers from silks and polyesters. And you take the fibers and you twist multiple fibers together to create yarns. Lay people use the term yarns to mean those fat, hot pink things that your grandmas use to knit you obnoxious sweaters that you wear at Christmas time. But yarns is also the word for the individual strands of your fabric. This is a yarn. This is very loosely woven, and so it frays like a mofo. And then yarns are woven, knit, tangled, twisted, braided, blah, 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 to create fabrics. There are four main categories for fabric construction. You have wovens. This one is a great example to look at because you can see literally how the different yarns go up and down and across. Okay, so you have all the yarns, they go along the length of your fabric, and then you have other threads that go in the cross grain, across the fabric, and they're woven up, down, up, down, up, down, until they create a fabric. And you can have really loosely woven fabrics like this. You can have beautifully tightly woven wools like this, where it's really hard to fray because everything is really jam-packed in there. You can create different surface textures in your fabric using different weaves. A common example of a beautiful twill is denim. Denim is a mostly cotton fabric that has dyed yarns going in one direction. And then you have undyed yarns going in the other direction. And that's how denim is typically lighter colored on the inside, because you're seeing more of those undyed yarns. When you look at the surface of denim, you can see the diagonals of the twill. Jacquards are another style, another category of woven fabrics where the way it's woven creates different textured patterns across the surface of the fabric. And you can have, one color textures like this, or you can have multiple colors creating, colored patterns along with the textures. There's a lot of things you could do out there with jacquards. And then we have knits. Knits are where you take all those yarns from twisted fibers and then you loop them onto each other to create fabrics. And the vast majority of knits are quite stretchy. Some are not as stretchy, like double knits, interlocks. Those are not as stretchy as ribs or jerseys. And the amount of stretch is affected by the kind of yarns that you use and how tightly your yarns are looped together. Here is just kind of a standard sweater knit. You can see, because the yarns are so fat, the stitches, these little like upside down V's they look like. And then here's a rib knit. Rib knits are recognizable because you can see the texture stripes. And these stitches come in all kinds of sizes depending on the gauge of your needle. You can also have jacquard knits. Look at this. I love this. It has this just like this awesome like chevron bias structure. And here is a knitted jacquard using multiple colors. There's two basic categories of knit garments. You have cut and sew knits and you have fully fashioned knits. Cut and sew knits are cut and sewn. Okay, they are made like woven garments where you have, yardage of the fabric. You have your pattern pieces created to fit the body the way you want. You lay out your pattern and you cut them out and you sew them together. Fully fashioned knits are when you knit specific shapes instead. You don't cut out the shapes out of fabric, but you make a plan. You plot it out. You say, okay, I'm going to do 10 rows of 20 stitches wide. And then after that, I'm going to do another 10 rows of 25 stitches wide. And so with the rows and the stitches and your needle gauge, you're plotting out the shapes of your garments instead. And those are fully fashioned knits. The third category is hides, and that encompasses real leathers and furs. You have a lot of fake leathers and stuff, but it's different because there are things that you have to consider when designing with real leather and real fur that you don't have to think about when you deal with fakes. The number one thing about designing with leather and fur is you have to consider your source animal. And if you have a weak stomach and you're a vegan, you're pro-PETA, you don't want to deal with dead animals, you should probably skip this part of the lecture. Okay, I'll see you in a few minutes. Things like the hand, the texture, the stiffness, the weight, and how big your skins are all dependent on the animal that you use. So you can use a cow skin. Okay, this is a cow nubuck. This is a cow leather. Okay, these are from the sides. This is from the back. And these skins are big because cows are big. And the back skin is tougher than the skin from your sides and stomach. Lamb skins are soft, they're supple, you can get them paper thin if you need to. Like I once made an evening gown out of lambskin that was so light that my model stepped on it with her heel and ripped a hole in it just without even stepping very hard. She was mortified. I had a brief moment of, but it was fine. We fixed it. It's fine. It's totally fine. Okay. But on the other hand, lambskins are really small, okay? Here's a complete lambskin. It's pretty small. You have to think about adding cut lines to your designs if you design with a skin from an animal this small, like goats and lambs. What are cut lines? Cut lines are style lines added to make sure that each pattern piece is small enough to fit inside a skin. You'll find a lot of the time leather pants have a cut line across the knee because pant leg patterns are so long, and you'll find that even if you could fit them on a cow skin, you don't want to because bigger pattern pieces create a lot of waste. But I mean, lambskins, they're so supple and soft and wonderful. And look at this goat suede. It's so thin and beautiful. Look at this compared to the cow nubuck and how thin it is. Pig suede, pig split is kind of in between. It's bigger than goats and lambs, smaller than cows. And the thickness and the suppleness of pig suedes are also in between that of cow and lamb. These are shearlings, and shearlings are sheepskins where it is a finished leather or suede on one side and with the hairs still attached on the other side. But yeah, hides are a whole category of like thin and thick and soft and stiff. It's like a whole category of materials all on its own with like a million different options. I've been working with leather for a while now and I love it. There's just too much stuff. So look, if you guys are interested in learning more about fabrics, I can do a series of fabric videos when I'm done with doing these design process videos. The design process videos will probably finish up by the end of summer or the top of fall. And if I get enough interest, I will start putting some fabric videos together. The fourth category is non-wovens, and they're kind of a catch-all of things that are not woven, knit, or hides from animals. Okay, one example of a non-woven is felt. Felt is literally a bunch of fibers that have been tangled. You just like lay them out and you just tangle them until they're all stuck up on themselves and they won't release. I know that made it sound really sexy, right? How many of you are so eager to design with felt right now? Sorry. Another non-woven is clear vinyl. Clear vinyl is a huge trend right now. It's just basically sheets of plastic. And then non-wovens also include polyfill for quilting your fabrics and all kinds of interfacings. Designers, I cannot stress to you enough the importance of studying fabrics because they are our medium, and that is, studying fabrics can only help you become better designers. There is no great oil painter out there in the world who doesn't really understand his paints and how they work and how they mix together and how long it takes them to dry and the kinds of textures they can create. Okay? You have to understand your medium. And so I recommend that you take all the textile science courses that you can at your school, go out and educate yourself as much as you can. I'm going to introduce to you guys just a couple of books that I have found really helpful over the years. Okay, this one is my favorite, and it is called Fabric for Fashion, the Swatch Book. There's a textbook, but this one is the Swatch Book, and it's divided into categories by type of fiber. So your wools and your silks, your animal fibers, cellulose fibers like linen and cotton. And in each section, they talk about fabric construction, and then they have swatches, y'all. And I love it because there's nothing like just seeing all these beautiful diagrams and actually being able to feel what is an interlock and why doesn't it stretch? Oh, it's not very stretchy at all. And jerseys and ribs and feeling and seeing, pictures worth 1,000 words, just like that. Okay. Actual examples are worth 1,000 pictures. So this is a fantastic book. This one I've had for a few years, and I think that the current edition has a pink cover. I could be wrong. And I got this on fashiondex.com, and I'll drop a link in the info box. Fashiondex.com is, again, they don't pay me for shit, okay? I just tell you guys things I like because I actually like them. And fashiondex.com is a terrific resource for all kinds of fashion reference books, all the way from like sewing manuals to how to grade a pattern to fabric swatch books like this. This is another book that I really like. I think I got this one on Amazon. This one is organized differently, has no swatches, but it's still really, really helpful. They're categorized by this color-coded system: structure, fluidity, ornamentation, expansion, compression. They're organized by how you use the fabric. Each fabric has a double truck of information. It has pictures of swatches, different examples. Okay, in this one on velvet, you have 2-color velvet, crushed velvet, velvet burnout. You have photos of garments on the runway made out of velvet. It has descriptions on what makes velvet velvet and pros and cons of working with velvet, their strengths and weaknesses. Really just chock full of information. So let's get back to our design project now that we have some background information on fabrics. What is the first thing we do whenever we get stuck on a step of the design project? We go back to our visual research. I just love this image. I don't actually know what it is. I don't need to know. It doesn't really help me. It's really about getting inspired by the image. And I'm thinking about glossy shears when I see this. Something that looks like honey. Maybe I'll do like a shiny, like silk gazar. Maybe I'll embroider it. Okay. Maybe I want a printed silk gazar. If you remember, I was also looking at a lot of graffitied walls, and I love this kind because it's not like a graffitied mural where the images are clean and beautiful and smooth and you can see the texture of the wall underneath, but these are just like haphazard sprays. And so maybe I want something that is really loosely woven and it has a messy pattern, and maybe this is the color story I'm going with, and I'm going to seek out fuzzy materials that has this kind of misted over quality. Or maybe I'm going to take a fabric and hand paint something on it on my own. Okay. So one approach is that you can take your visual research and be inspired, one for one, visual to visual. Some designers are more inspired by mood. Okay, they create a mood board that is literally about the mood they want to create with their collection. Whether it's a light, airy, sunny day mood where everyone's going on picnics and life is grand, or really like serious, sad, somber mood, funeral march, that kind of thing. Okay, whatever mood you want to create. And that is a perfectly valid way of designing. Some people will look at images like this and just really be inspired by the feelings that it stirs, okay? Like I look at this and I just feel like just sadness and pity, just loneliness. There's a tiny bit of jealousy about how beautiful she is, which is squelched by the pity I feel because she's so sad. And it's not even necessary for you to be able to put into words that the mood you're creating, because like I said, a picture's worth 1,000 words. And you're putting these images together to create a mood that is hard for you to say in words, because we're designers and not writers. And so you can pull fabrics that help convey this mood as well. Zoe, how do you do that? Do fabrics have a mood? Well, you tell me. If you're putting together a fabric story for this mood, okay, look at these pictures, okay, and you tell me, am I going on a picnic? Okay. Am I building a snowman with Anna and Elsa? Am I wearing light blue gingham and pink tulle, okay, and rolling around in a park? Or am I wearing purple and green flannel and bleached and shredded denim and shouting expletives at a sporting event? No? None of those things? Okay, those are two completely separate moods. Those are two completely different fabric stories based on different moods and circumstances and muses and customers. Okay? And so when you see this, who is your muse? Okay, I look at this and maybe I'm thinking of distressing a bunch of chambrays and, khakis, safari jacket materials, and I beat it up so that everything looks really worn. Nothing looks really polished and fancy and clean. I want everything to look well worn. Pieces in a closet that travel with a man who doesn't want to be in one place for a long time. Spin stories. Fashion is about stories, and you can get weird, you can get fantastical, you can just let things flow. This is where your creative genius should really thrive, okay? Not making chaotic messes in the swatch room, but creating amazing, beautiful, insane stories in your mind and then translating them into tangible objects like fabrics and fabric manipulation and textures and all those beautiful things. Some designers start their fabric story by selecting a print. There are a lot of companies out there that are heavily print driven. You have companies like Dries Van Noten and Marnie. Okay, Marnie's more of like a color driven. They do a lot of prints. Well, Dries Van Noten is one of my favorite print-driven companies. Watch any of Dries Van Noten shows and you will always pick up amazing textiles. Diane von Furstenberg is also a great print-driven company, kind of on the opposite end of the creative spectrum, where Dries Van Noten is a little bit darker, European, more avant-garde, and Diane von Furstenberg is very pretty, very feminine, gorgeous woman wearing awesome dresses sort of thing. Some designers, they start with prints. They pull prints, and there's a lot of different ways you can work with prints in the industry. You can go get a print from your fabric guy and buy X amount of yardage. You can get it in a different fabric. You can recolor the print, or you can develop your own. Designers, the more skills that you can bring to the table that are related to designing garments, the more hireable you are. And the ability to design your own prints is pretty special and coveted. So explore developing your own prints. This is a print that I actually developed with my boss's direction. It was the first project I did at my first design job after college. Yeah, there's some rookie mistakes involved, like it's a 19 color print. It is a complete disaster in terms of how expensive it was to produce, but it was a very successful print for us, and we printed it in silk charmeuse, in stretch georgette, and chiffon. We did it in a lot of different bodies, and then because that company really was a print-driven company, we took that print and we created spin-off designs, and we pulled elements from the print and we created graphics for screen prints, for t-shirts and tanks. We pulled images and created appliques and embroideries for the backs of jackets, patches on the hips of pants, things like that. We used the heck out of that print. Okay? And I encourage you to do the same. I encourage you to develop your own prints and then take elements of the print and apply them in different ways across your collection as well. I encourage you guys to take fabrics as you see them at the fabric store and do something extra to it, to elevate it, to make it more of your own. You can bead it, add sequins, pearls, what have you. You can dye parts of it. You can hand paint it. You can bleach it. You can shred it, and you can take it apart and put it back together again. You can laser cut patterns into it, although you probably don't have any lasers sitting around. So you're probably just going to have to cut them out very carefully with scissors, with the notion of laser cutting in the future. I truly believe, and have believed for a while, that fiber technology and fabrics are the future of fashion. If you look at the things that have developed within the fashion industry, the things that are truly innovative, truly new, that are not a rehashing of old things, is fiber technology. Everything from when tricot was used as underwear and then it became acceptable to wear as outerwear. With the invention of spandex and this whole world of stretch fabrics opened up for us, okay? Performance fabrics, all those things where, things are wicking sweat away from your bodies and keeping your crotches cool. Do you guys remember hypercolor t-shirts in the 90s? Some of you were not born in the 90s. I'm old. You know that, right? Okay. Asian don't raisin, but I'm totally old. Right now, you have all kinds of cool things like 3D printing. Like I think Adidas, one of my students told me that Adidas is scooping up plastic from the oceans and recycling them to 3D print sneakers. Like how cool is that? In the rest of the fashion world, we're rehashing silhouettes. We're doing a 70s revival. We're doing a 90s revival, blah, blah, blah. And, embroideries, we come up with new designs and new ways and faster ways to create embroideries. But embroidery's been around for like hundreds and hundreds of years. But really, fabrics, development of new fabrics and fiber technology, that's the new stuff. That's the really innovative stuff that just excites me all the time. So yeah, I encourage you guys to study as much up on fabric and fiber technology as possible. Even if you're not like a futuristic, activewear, performance fiber oriented company, it can only help you to learn more about fabrics. It can only help any artist or designer to learn more about the medium that they're going to be working with all the time. Right? So go study, Go look things up. Go to the library. Remember libraries? They're that place who likes you more than they like your wallet. And go look at books and read them and feel swatches. Go visit fabric stores. Pay attention to the fiber content. They have the signs up everywhere and feel them, see them hang, see how heavy they are, okay? And understanding fabrics will help you illustrate them better and will help you design with them better, all right? And that's it for today. I'm sure that was plenty of information for you to digest for 1 week. And the next design process video will be all about shapes and silhouettes and getting started designing actual garments, all right? So until then, be good, go study. I will see you next time.
Hey, party people. I've said this before, and I will say it again for the cheap seats in the back. Fashion is the intersection of art and commerce. Okay? We must make room for both. It's not really fashion design if you don't have both. And when we pick fabrics for our fashion collections, we must take into consideration both our creative visions and the financial logistics that will help our businesses thrive. This video is all about how to pick fabrics for your fashion collections. I'm going to be going back and forth, creative questions, business questions that you need to be asking yourselves during this process. And I'm going to break this video up into 3 sections. Things to think about before you start shopping, things to think about while you're shopping, and things to think about after you've picked your fabrics. Whether you're doing all the sourcing by yourself or you're working with the team or you are, you have a sourcing manager that you're dumping all this information on, look, shopping for fabrics without a game plan is like going to the grocery store hungry. Everything looks good and you're going to buy all of it and then you're going to take it all home and chances are you've bought entirely too much and won't finish it and you will toss away a bunch of rotten stuff in the trash can. Okay? So you need a game plan. First, you need to think about your design project. Okay? You start the design process with a design direction and a color story. Okay? When you're in school, this is generally when you do sketchbook development and you put together a mood board off your inspiration. In the industry, this is when the design director tells the team what kind of collection everyone will be working on. Okay? And colors are a direct reflection of the inspiration. Okay? Fabrics are chosen after that. Designs of individual garments are worked on after fabric sample orders have been placed. When you're talking to a fabric sales rep or sourcing agent, don't bog them down with long stories about your inspiration. Okay? Keep it short and focused on the fabric needs. For example, okay, let's say we're doing a spring-summer 2020. Okay, inspired by the beach and the boardwalk, fun, lighthearted, vintage vibes, nostalgia vibes. So our color story is primary colors, but softened down like a vintage sun-bleached sundress. And we're looking to make casual pants and jackets and dresses, nothing structured or overly tailored, like beat-up denims, washed linens, stuff like that. We're also looking for soft summer shirtings in solids, in polka dots, and probably some ginghams or stripes. Okay, simple patterns like that. And then this information really gives you the focus in picking your fabrics. So keep reminding yourself later as you're shopping, does this suit my overall theme? 2, where do your customers live? If the answer is everywhere, you need to offer the lightest and heaviest options for the season. Teaching university in California meant so many of my students would forget people who had proper winters, with snow. So they would design these fall winter collections with all these light jackets. I'm like, I'm sure people in Sweden and New York really appreciate this. Even if you design a narrow category like lingerie, there are definitely like light, beautiful cottons and chantilly laces and specific colors that really work well for spring, summer. And then there are like heavier guipure laces, often lined with heavier fabrics, satins and things with heavier fall, winter colors for the colder seasons. Number 3, what categories do you design? If you're designing a specific category, like your company only does t-shirts, that really narrows things down. But for the sake of this demo, let's pretend we're doing a complete wardrobe collection, coats and pants and tops and everything, okay? We're gonna build a shopping list, a shopping tree of sorts, okay? And I recommend you also write one out for yourself and take it with you when you are going to your meetings, when you are going shopping. Let's start by discussing different weights of fabrics because you're going to need to buy something for each category. I cannot tell you the number of times people come in and they want to do a full wardrobe collection on like really flimsy chiffons. It's like, what are you going to make your pants out of? Okay. So number one, bottom weights is the industry term for heavier materials for bottoms, pants, and skirts, and also, jackets and coats. It's just the term, okay? And how heavy the bottom weight is for a collection depends on the season, okay? So lightweight bottom weights can be denim, other cotton twills, worsted wool suitings, and heavy bottom weights can be like the heaviest sweater knits and quilted fabrics, heavy woolens. For a fall winter collection, you will probably need both lighter bottom weights and heavier bottom weights. Many companies will showcase everything at once, whether on a runway or in a trade show, in a lookbook, and then have different delivery dates. Okay, lighter fall stuff will ship to stores in late summer, and heavier winter stuff will ship later when the stores want to display the big coats and holiday dresses. If you have a direct-to-consumer website, you may want to post just a few styles at a time, so it just looks like you have a steady stream of new looks to keep shoppers visiting your website. I'm not going to go over the details of each fabric because I already have an ongoing series on fabrics in which I show swatches close up and deep dive on fibers. That's my fabrics playlist, and I'll drop a link to that in the playlist below. Right now, in my shopping list tree, I am just listing a bunch of options for you to consider within these categories. I am not going to buy all these things for this collection I'm working on. You should be making a list that's specific to your collection. What are some good possibilities for you? If you don't know the names of stuff, the best way to get started is to go visit a fabric store, go feel fabrics, go feel for things that you think would work, and then see what it's called. Or just ask the person, like, what do you call this fabric? But usually there's signs everywhere. Top weights are lighter materials for tops and blouses, t-shirts, sweaters, sweatshirts all fit in this category. And they tend to be softer materials because tops are generally not tailored or need to be protective. Even the crispest shirtings will be drapier than most bottom weights. Now, dress weight is a term that is used sometimes, but I don't love this term because it's vague. Dresses can be made out of a lot of weights. You can have like tailored shift dresses made out of denim or a pinstripe wool, and then you can have t-shirt dresses. Similarly, you can make certain skirts out of top weights, like those more loose-fitting skirts that are gathered or have lots of layers. You can't really make a pencil skirt out of a top weight like batiste or chiffon unless you have a really substantial lining, okay? Because one wrong sit and it's like rip. Similarly, you can make certain pant styles out of top weights like, palazzo pants, but these are the exceptions and not the rule. The last category is your novelty fabrics, and you don't always need this, but this category is for special fabrics. They might not be used very much, but really add a special creative punch to the collection. Maybe it's super expensive and you're going to only offer a couple of things. Maybe you're going to only use it as a trim, something like that. And this can be something like a fur, a beaded fabric, a sequin fabric, a specialty lace. Okay, so now that you know what categories to shop for, another question you need to ask yourself is your price range. You need to shop for fabrics within your price range so you can stay within the price range of your final product. I have a video on how to cost sheet backwards so you can get an estimate on how much you can spend per yard, and I'll link that below. Of course, these prices can be in a range within your price point. A coat is often more expensive than a spring jacket within the same label because coat fabrics often require more tailoring, more expensive fabrics, linings, etc. So you can spend a little more on coat fabrics, special fabrics, and beaded fabrics, but you need to balance that out with like less expensive top weights, t-shirt materials, sweatshirt materials, etc. Next, let's talk about some things to consider while you're shopping. Okay. 1, all your fabrics should go together. That's why you go shopping with your color chips taped to a sheet of paper. I wouldn't go in with exact Pantone numbers yet, unless you plan on ordering custom dyed fabrics. Okay. I have a video on how to put together a color story, which I'll link below. Every fabric should be purchased in different colors in your color story, except maybe your novelty fabrics. Okay. If you do a linen shirt, you need to offer it in multiple colorways. Generally speaking, especially if you're working with, you need to work with smaller minimums, if they don't offer your fabric that you like in the colors that you need, you should just skip it. On screen, there was a polka dot I really liked, but it was all very like blue and pink and super bright, and that was not my color story at all, so I had to let it go. Second, ask about ordering minimums for individual items, okay? MOQ means minimum order quantity. Some companies, they do this thing where they have some fabrics they keep in stock and some fabrics they make to order within the same company. Okay? And usually their stock items have way lower minimums and it takes way faster to get them because they're already in stock, right? And so even if it's the same company, they might have different minimums per item. So ask about that. Ask about lead times. Lead times are how long it takes to produce and ship to you, okay? And when you're shopping for sustainable, eco-friendly materials, ask for certifications. I'll drop a link to ecolabelindex.com below so you can read up on some of the various certifications. Some certifications focus on specific countries of production. Some focus on specific fibers. Some focus on fair labor more than eco-friendly materials, okay? But there's a lot of different certifications, a lot. So you should skim through the descriptions in the website. Beyond your color story, look for various textures. It is very boring to have a collection of all smooth, flat fabrics, even if the color story is great. Mix in some textured sweater knits with interesting stitch patterns, with purposely wrinkled linen textures, some eyelet lace with some smooth, flat basics like t-shirt, jerseys, and denim. Okay. If you are working on a fall winter collection, throw in some of those chunky sweater knits and add some velvet or add some slinky silk jersey, mix matte and shiny, textured and smooth. And one more thing, I could do one more thing for like an hour. You know that, right? One more thing, do not forget to pick your linings, especially for your fall winter collections. Lining colors should match or coordinate with the outside fabric. I love a fun lining. A few years ago, I had a black cashmere overcoat, custom tailored for my husband, and I picked out a sassy little satin polka dot lining. It was so cute. I love it. Your lining should also coordinate with the quality of your outer fabrics, okay? If you have 100% silk, heavy charmeuse that you plan on using for evening jackets, do not line it with some crap polyester, okay? You can use a cheaper silk like Habitai. It's still silk, so it holds like the silk properties and performs like silk. It feels like silk, all that good stuff, but it's far more cheaper than the charmeuse on the outside. Typically, okay, rayons go under wools and leathers, cottons go under other cottons, silks go under other silks. And if you want more information on linings, go shopping, okay? Fiber content is in all those labels. Sometimes it's the label at the back of the neck. Sometimes it's the label, in the side seam with all the information. But yeah, go study up on your favorite designers and what they are using for their linings. After you've chosen your fabrics and ordered your sample yardage, it's the time to design the individual garments. And yes, to repeat, This is the order of operations in most fashion companies. So this is the design process that I teach. It is also the most efficient order and helps designers create cohesive collections. Once you've chosen your fabrics, remember, you do not have to use them as is. There are a lot of things you can do with the yardage, okay? In a mass production scale, everyone thinks like fabric manipulation is for like everything, doing things by hand for like 20 pieces. No, okay? You probably already know you can distress and wash denims in all kinds of patterns, and you can take your fabrics and you can go get it pleated, professionally pleated, and there are so many different pleats you can play with. Go watch my pleats video, which I'll link below, and you can play with the size of pleats and the kind of fold and the direction and what sections of the garment is pleat, like all kinds of stuff, right? And you can get your fabric quilted. You can choose a lot of different stitch patterns for your quilting. You can get patterns of holes laser cut out of it. In the design project I'm working on screen, I got inspired by the eyelet and the cool herringbone knit. So I was thinking maybe I laser cut holes in a specific pattern out of the knit and then stitch around the edges and make it look like a mock knit eyelet lace sort of hybrid. You can add rows of decorative stitching to the yardage, which is different from having like individual embroidery designs, like one flower on a shoulder or something. You can just get rows and rows and rows of decorative stitching done to fabric. You can order PFD fabrics prepared for dyeing. Okay, and those are like the raw fabrics, and you can custom dye your fabrics. You can custom print your fabrics, all that good stuff. Okay. And yeah, if you are somebody who's doing, small quantities and handwork is part of your signature, then yes, sky's the limit. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about, mass production industrial processes. Okay. One last note, as you're designing your bodies, remember, you must offer every style in multiple colors. You must use each of your fabrics in multiple designs. 1, it helps make your collection look cohesive. And 2, it helps you meet your fabric order minimums. Okay? It makes for more efficient cutting markers. It increases your chances of sales. You've ordered your sample yardage. You've taken headers and swatches home. Chances are, though, you won't use every fabric you sample. You'll start designing and playing, and you'll start slowly gravitating towards certain materials more than others. And it's fine. You'll play with those, and then you'll order a much narrower fabric story come production time. Okay, I think I threw enough into your face for one video. Please give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Remember, learning is not just pure consumption of new information. Learning requires you to take knowledge and apply it and practice it repeatedly to really absorb it. That's the learning process. Okay, so go practice and do some design projects. Practice shopping for fabrics and putting beautiful fabric stories together. Hashtag practice not magic, y'all. Am I right? Okay, and I will see you in the next video.
Hi guys. I think that students don't understand that when it's final season for them, that is also final season for teachers. Yeah, I too am looking forward to the end of the semester. I'm gonna take some naps. I can't wait. Get it together, Hong. You can do this. Ugh. All right, guys, welcome to design process video number 5. Today, we're working on shapes and proportions. The last couple of videos, I was throwing a lot of color theory at you. I was throwing a lot of fabric knowledge at you. This video is not going to be so much as throwing information at you as it is kind of just showing you a few techniques that I show students and I use myself when I start designing. Because yes, we are going to start designing stuff now. Okay? We figured out our mood board and figured out our concepts and, did our visual research, and we pulled our color story and figured out our proportions and our season. And then we pulled fabrics and created this sort of mood with our fabrics and our colors and our visuals. And now we're going to actually think about clothes. So we're not focusing so much on design details and construction and little tiny rows of top stitching, but more about shapes and proportions. You can go look up vocabulary words for silhouettes and explore like classic silhouettes of coats, classic silhouettes of dresses. I do have a few videos in my Fashfovidic Fashion Vocabulary Video Dictionary playlist. And I know there are a couple of requests for more. I have a request for a bridal vocabulary and how to, and one on shoes that are in the queue, and they will come when they come. I don't know. There's a calendar. Let me know if you want more vocabulary dictionary videos, and if there are particular subjects that you want me to focus on. And so you can go and look up things like classic coat silhouettes and classic dress silhouettes, but you don't need to. If you can just play without having a concrete understanding of the vocabulary. Like, I make the vocabulary videos because it's important for you guys to understand the vocabulary that your future bosses and employees and your coworkers will be using to communicate with you, but you don't need to know them to design things. Some people design off of the mood of their concept boards. Okay, they're very mood driven. Some people are really inspired by music, a specific song or a few different songs. And so you can take that and run with it and be like, okay, so I'm inspired by this movie. It's got this really sad, somber, moody tone to it. And so what kinds of shapes reflect that mood? Are they perky little ruffles made out of eyelet? Okay. Are they long, sweeping drapes? Okay. Are they sexy geometric cutouts at the waist? Okay. There are different moods associated with different shapes. Okay. And so if you think about it, it's like, yeah, there are certain things that look more sad, somber, serious. And so you would pursue those shapes. Think about, if you're inspired by a song, think about, hey, what if I were doing the music video for this? How would I style it? Not necessarily like design each and every costume, but what kinds of clothes would you start thinking about pulling for like a general wardrobe feel for the music video? Reflect back on, your original concept, your original customer. Like, my customer is super sexy and sassy and young. I'm like, okay, what are these shapes? And, my customer is really androgynous. And so what are those kinds of shapes? Probably not a lot of like fit and flare, waist emphasis, cleavage emphasis, right? More androgynous. So think about your customer, think about the mood of your concept board, and think about, how those things play together. Some people like to take their shapes directly from visual research. So I have with me today my sketchbook. Remember, I created these pages during the concept board video. I have some other extra images that, I didn't get around to doing in the video or in subsequent videos, but if I were working on this project on my own, I would have used, cut out, and collaged in subsequent pages in my sketchbook. But I retained these images for today's demo. I have my window tool. Okay, remember, I love using my window tool to pull shapes. Okay, so that you're not just looking at the overwhelming entire picture, but looking at them in terms of shapes, so that I'm thinking about this not as an arm, but as a shape. And then I have croquis, and I have croquis that I have printed in different sizes and in different views, front, back, side, front, side, okay, really big, pretty dang small. I have some tracing paper, and I have scissors, glue, pencil, and the marker colors that correspond to my color story that I did in the color video. For me, this is the fun stage. This is where you just play around, okay? This is not about finding perfect armholes, okay? We're just playing around. We're doing like a big brain dump. One method I like to use is to just trace shapes that are happening in my visuals. And then I like to take my croquis and I like to lay it on there and play with the shape, play with how this shape looks on a larger figure, play with how this shape looks on a smaller figure. I don't have to just keep this shape. Maybe I want to want to play with that. Maybe that's a proportion I prefer. You can go back to your original collage work and then play with them as style lines. Another approach is to color in blocks using your color story. And play with that. And then take another sheet of tracing paper and develop this coming around. And maybe this is wrapping, this is coming around, connecting like this. And that's coming around the back. And that's the rest of your gown. The rest of her gown sitting in there like that. So you've gone from piecing random hair shapes out of marker to developing potential shapes for a dress, a cape, style lines, wrapping around. You can also cut out your shapes. I mean, something like this, you could cut out pretty much any sort of configuration of emeralds. You can cut out a very strange shape. Lay them on a small croquis like this. Lay them on a large croquis like this. And the effect will be different because you're playing with the scale. It will also be different if you lay it down on a side figure. That creates one kind of shape. And then laying it on a side or back figure creates a different kind of shape. Maybe you're more interested in something like that. You can twist things around. Maybe you have falling giant coat, long in the back, giant sleeve thing happening. Instead of side seams, you have strange, interesting wrapping seams coming around. So it's not a matter of following this shape exactly. I mean, that's a rather bizarre garment if you're going to follow that shape exactly. But to take the inspiration from that and transfer that and work with it and, let the mood kind of follow with the shapes, with your customer and the feel for everything, and kind of let that merge together as you build a design off of your shapes. You could cut out all of these shapes, like little clusters of these emeralds, and then start collaging them onto your figures. You can take your images and cut them out in different ways. Remember, your visual research images are inspiration. They're not to dictate how you're going to use them. Just because something is a shape, it doesn't mean, oh, I must follow this shape precisely. I'm kind of using the main veins of these leaves as a guide, but I'm gonna use them however I want because I'm the boss. I'm the designer, yo. Or see, now I'm doing this and I'm reminded of that creepy photo of the moth that I had in the second video where we're talking about the mood board and there was that crazy moth and I was like, ugh. This where I could create a cape that's really inspired by, shifting platelets. Right? So I could start thinking about collaging these together and pulling on the insect imagery, creating platelets, collaging these things together, creating a coat like this. Okay? There are lots of things that you can do. You don't always have to just work in the 2D. Some of you are more 3D minded. And for those of you who are not so 3D minded, maybe you are more 2D minded and you're working here, but then you get stuck and you get pissed. And so maybe you need to break out of your rut and go play on a different medium. And so go get some yardage of muslin. Muslin is cheap, or you can get some yardage of some other cheap material and start pinning things on the mannequin. Pin things that reflect your mood, that reflect some of these shapes that are going on. You could ball up paper into these giant spheres and start sticking them to your mannequin and collaging them in different ways. And then take pictures of everything and print them out and put them in your book. And again, if you drape something that looks awesome in the front, take a picture of it, catalog it. That doesn't mean you have to use it as a front. Again, you could use it like your visual research where you cut that drape out and then, use it upside down, use it sideways, what have you. You can also hit a thrift store and buy some ready-made garments and take them apart and put them back together again. This is a little exercise that I encourage my beginner students to explore, especially. Not that one is ever too advanced to not study garment construction, but especially for the beginners who don't understand garment construction, to go look at more clothes. Go find some dollar shirts, button downs at a thrift shop, take it apart, figure out how it was constructed, put them back together again in weird ways. That doesn't mean that your collection has to look like deconstructed garments, but again, use that as an inspiration, as a springboard to create different garments. This is another old school technique, but sometimes, people really want to visualize their fabric on the body, and that really helps them design. And so some people like to take scraps of their actual final fabric and lay it down on the figure and play with it in this way. Maybe I want to create this with this really cool textured thin knit and create something that's long and sleeveless and drapey. Anytime you come up with anything cool, just snap it with your camera phone, document it for later. Maybe I want to play with, maybe this is how you visualize things. Okay. Most people in fashion, we are visual learners. We're visually, set in our ways. We are the most sensitive visually. But even within those parameters, we all think a little bit differently. Maybe something like that. So yeah, play around with little bits of fabric on your croquis. And it might be a little bit easier if your croquis was a little bit bigger than this, because some of these fabrics can get a little bit bulky, especially if you're designing for fall winter. But that is also a fun and tried and true method designers have used over the years. And keep in mind, not every shape that you develop has to be the overall silhouette of the garment. It can be a cool shape for a pocket. It can be a cool shape just for the sleeve or the collar or just one section of your garment. So play with that as well. The shapes that you create, it can be a pattern for color blocking. It can be a direction of different seam lines. Not everything has to have a side seam. It can also inspire you to develop a print off of this. Like maybe you didn't think that this was an interesting print, but maybe when you're looking at it to scale, like now this is so much bigger in proportion to the body that it looks much more interesting as a print to you now. So be open to all of these concepts. I encourage you guys to document your mistakes. Mistakes in quotes. I actually really dislike people who do finger quotes. And sometimes I catch myself doing it in class. I'm like, ooh, don't do that. Stop doing that. I encourage you to document mistakes because you know what? Our opinions on what's cool changes all the time. That infamous Oscar Wilde quote about fashion being so ugly that we have to change it every 6 months. And then there's that whole industry adage, everything cycles back once every 20 years. The 70s are back in style. Stuff we thought was ugly before is really hot now, and vice versa. And even on a smaller scale, maybe you were doing something and playing around and you didn't like it, and maybe you'll like it later. Maybe you don't like it as is, but later on it inspires you to do something else with it. Maybe it is seriously the worst thing that has ever happened to fashion, and you just need to remind yourself to never do that again. Whatever it is, I encourage you guys to document things that are not working, as well as the things that are working. Also, I'll talk to students and, they'll tell me stories like, oh yeah, Zoe, I scribbled that. And, I was talking to my teacher and I hated it, but she was like, oh my God, that's amazing. And I was kind of like, okay. Because sometimes that happens. Proportions. So proportions are basically how big something is compared to something else. And you need to learn how to play with proportions to get the effect that you want. Some of the proportions that you play with will reflect the attitude of the garment. For example, you can have a slim fitting dress, okay, and maybe you have this waist. How does that look compared to, again, same dress, but I'm going to give her a really short skirt. And so by changing the proportion of the skirt, how does that affect the overall look? A lot of proportions involves where you put the waistline of things. And so if you have something strapless and then you have an empire, what is that mood and how does it change from that to something that is hip slung? It's the same dress, simple on the top with a couple of little bust darts, and then your skirt is lots of gathers. But what is the age and vibe and attitude of something with a very high waist versus something with a really low waist? And so you're going to play with the proportions, how long the hems are, where the waist sits, things like that, to create the attitude that you want for your clothes. You can play with proportions in the length of things. I was having a conversation with a student this past week about Celine and how much of that brand, a lot of their shapes are very long. They don't have little short skirts. They have long maxi coats, long midi maxi skirts, long pants, and they're not very tightly fitted to the body. Okay, much more relaxed. And we had this really great conversation about how these long, relaxed looks, how they reflect the designs, the attitude of the brand, and the kind of customer that is attracted to Celine. Okay, so think about who you want to dress, think about your visual research and the mood that you're trying to convey, and think about what kind of proportions on the body and to each other will help you convey your message. So think about wide and long versus short and skinny. Think about long and skinny versus wide and long. You also want to think about proportions with features. Now, again, we're not going to go into nitty-gritty details about all the little construction things, but if you're designing, like, say, a safari jacket with big prominent pockets, you have to think about how the proportions of those pockets are going to affect the overall design. One of my number one things, pet peeves, whatever you want to call it, in my illustration class is whenever people draw back view pants. I have students who come in and they draw these jeans. They draw these little pockets. Oh my God, no. Okay? Teeny tiny little pockets like that make the entire garment look cheap. They look totally like straight up Santee Alley, got them for $12 and I picked all the rhinestones off. Oh my God, no. Traditional jeans have a yoke in the back for fit, and that's how you fit over the curves of your butt without darts. Jeans with darts looks kind of not jeansy. And then your pockets are large enough to fit your whole hand, or your boyfriend's hand, or your girlfriend's hand. And the top of your pocket will be parallel to that center back yoke. This is a more high-waisted look. But look at how the proportions of the pocket on the butt of this, I used the same figure to draw both these pants, so you know that her butt is the same size. But look at how the proportions of the pockets really changes the look of the whole garment. Let's be real. When was the last time you went shopping for pants and didn't check out your own ass? Nobody buys pants that doesn't make their butt look good. So think about the effect of a tiny collar on your garment versus a much bigger collar. Think about proportions and color blocking. Okay? Do I want big giant shapes, and what does that look like versus, much smaller checks? Or maybe thinking in terms of your future print, like, oh, maybe I want a rose print. Okay, I'm really feeling like I want a watercolor print with beautiful roses. It's like, what's it going to look like if I have a print with lots of teeny tiny roses all over versus what's it going to look like if I have a print with really big roses all over or in between, or maybe I'll have both. Okay, play with that. A lot of designers design with the body and figure flattering clothes in mind. Okay. And so you might want to think, okay, how do I create style lines and styles that flatter the figure? Turn of the century designs where, not this past century, the century before that. Turn of the 20th, 19th to 20th century, A lot of the styles were about this incredibly tiny waist emphasis. And to make waist look even smaller, the fashion of the day was to make the sleeves even bigger, so that the big sleeves and the big bust would make the waist look even smaller than those corseted waists actually were. Okay? So think about how you can make certain things bigger to make other things look smaller and vice versa. All right, now that I've shown you some techniques to get you started, go out and explore and play. Don't take things too literally, but let your visual research be a source of inspiration and not something that you copy directly onto your garment. Okay? Let your mind wander and kind of let all your different visual research images come together and coalesce. I remember in a previous video I said that I could all give you guys the same direction, the same visual research images, and you guys would all come up with something different because your brains translate the same information in different ways and you would combine them in different ways. So go and have fun and let your brain translate them in its own unique way. Try putting things on mannequins, try collaging things on top of each other. Okay, play with your window tool. And yeah, if you tend to default to certain methods, okay, maybe you need to try some of the other methods that I mentioned. Shake your brain up a little bit so you're not stuck in a rut. Again, all this process, this development, it's really all about making sure you're not just churning out the same crap season after season. There's a big difference between making sure that your brand is cohesive and everything looks like it's still true to you versus just turning out the same crap over and over and over again. Have fun. Remember, this is the fun, the good stuff, right? For designers, this is where the juicy part starts a little bit. Like, I like the other stuff too, don't get me wrong. Like, I am not complaining about that, but this is kind of where the real fun starts, right? Okay. So go have fun. As usual, if you have a question, check the info box. If it's not there, leave me a comment below. Design process video 6 is coming, and hit the subscribe button if you want an alert for that. Go have fun, explore, and I will see you next time.
Hey, party people. Today I want to talk about designing at different price points. Of course, everyone would love to design clothes with a limitless budget, but that's not reality for anybody. So let's talk about the real world, where we have to think about making things within a specific price point. It's an essential part of business and part of your brand story. Also, fashion empires are built by selling at every income level and price point. Look at Ralph Lauren. He's got Ralph Lauren Collection, Ralph Lauren Purple Label, Polo Ralph Lauren, Ralph by Ralph Lauren, Lauren Ralph Lauren, Double R Ralph Lauren, and I'm pretty sure I didn't make any of those up. I would like to state at this point that getting the lowest costing product should not always be the goal. You should always consider fair labor laws, sustainable materials and processes, quality of materials and production, streamlined, efficient production. These all need to be taken into consideration, but we are going to focus on price in this video. Let's quickly go over the industry price categories first. Well, let's go lowest to highest. First up, discount/off price. These are samples, closeouts, discontinued items, past season items, and damaged goods. And these retailers are TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Burlington Coat Factory, Ross, and Sample Sales. And no one designs for these companies, they just sell things, but it is worth mentioning in the video context of where these retailers, where they sit in the whole industry. Next up is budget or mass market. These are knockoffs of designer pieces, designer-driven trends done cheap. Used to be called juniors. A lot of people still call them juniors. These are trendy and disposable things. Brands like H&M, Target, Old Navy, Forever 21, JCPenney, Kohl's. And then next up is moderate. And in moderate, most expensive pieces will be like $300 to $500 for like a winter coat, okay, or an embellished dress. And moderate is a combination of more quality basics and a few trendier things. Think of Reformation, Levi's, ASOS, Macy's, Zara, The Gap. Next up is contemporary and better. Now, contemporary and better are at about the same price bracket. Contemporary is seen as more of a trend-driven, youthful look, and better is more for the more mature customer, more classics-driven, often for a more mature body type. And in these two categories, the most expensive pieces will be $800 to $1,000. And in the contemporary bracket, we're talking about All Saints, BCBG, Ganni, Carvin. Side note, J. Crew was having problems with this, where they were in the moderate bracket, and then people like Michelle Obama, more celebrities were wearing J. Crew, so they were trying to cash in on that, and they started making really expensive stuff, and a lot of people were not having it. And, you know, their bridal line is okay being at a more contemporary price bracket, but it's bridal. People will spend a little bit more, but people don't go to J. Crew for $500, $600 cardigans, and so they lost out for a while. In the better category, we have designers like Anne Klein. Classics, higher quality, that kind of thing. Next up is bridge. And bridge is literally the quote-unquote bridge between better and designer. And these are often called diffusion lines. These are DKNY by Donna Karan, Emporio Armani, Marc by Marc Jacobs, those lines. A lot of people don't know about bridge anymore because bridge is not as popular as it used to be. Back in the 90s, every designer had a bridge line. But, you know, fashion has always mirrored the economy at large. With the shrinking middle class, contemporary, better, and bridge categories have gotten smaller and smaller. Recently, there is some talk of contemporary making a comeback, which is good news. Now, designer price point, you know, ready to wear, pret-a-porter, it's about, you know, $1,000, $1,000 per item and up in general, other than small items like tank tops, you know, Calvin Klein, Vera Wang, Marc Jacobs. And luxury, people always want to know what a luxury brand is, and this is a more recent term. And this is a word typically used for really big global brands that many people have heard of, like household names. And, you know, like Gucci is a designer price point, but they call themselves luxury. They're really big. Who hasn't heard of Gucci, right? Like, you know, my grandma's heard of Gucci. Generally speaking, luxury brands are commonly known as giant brands who have branched out into every accessories category, or they're the ones that are so expensive that they're practically a step below haute couture. Now, haute couture, excuse my terrible French, okay, but couture is constructed by hand. It's the highest quality everything. It has extreme attention to detail, made to measure for a specific client's fit, made one at a time. The Chambre Syndicale de la Haute Couture determines which fashion houses are eligible to be true couture houses. And you know those houses, Dior, Chanel, Valentino. And in your brand name, if you use the word couture without actually being registered by the Chambre Syndicale, you will look amateur. Juicy Couture got away with it because they were so clearly being jokey and cheeky with it. So what affects price? I do encourage you to watch my video, Why Are Clothes So Expensive?, which I'll link in the description box. But when it comes to actual design and construction of a garment, price is affected by, one, quality of materials. You know, silk is more expensive than polyester, linen is pricier than a cotton poly blend, etc. And I encourage you to shop for fabric in person or online so you can learn about fabric prices. And even if you're shopping on a retail level, you can get a good idea as to what's on the expensive end of things, what they look like and feel like, and what's on the cheaper end. Don't forget linings, closures, other trim, horn buttons versus plastic buttons, quality metal zippers, metal O-rings versus plastic ones. Think about interlining, both the material and the labor to add it, since most of it is the kind you place specifically and press on before sewing. Quantity of materials, of course. The more you use, the more expensive something is. Have you ever looked at a ruffle blouse and thought it looked a little wimpy, a little anemic because the ruffles looked a little flat? You got to think about embellishments, embroideries, beading, appliques, extra labor steps, especially that requires a lot of actual people doing things as opposed to machines, like distressing denim. And where you manufacture will also be a factor in terms of labor costs, tariffs, and shipping. Let's explore designing similar items for various price points. And let's start with this lace blouse I drew in the beginning of this video. This style that I drew is a style you can make moderate or bridge depending on the quality of materials and construction. And you can make this blouse cheaper by using cheaper laces, using rayon, polyester, or nylon instead of silk. You can change some pieces using chiffon instead of lace, like if you were to make the back solid, or if you made the collar solid, or things like that. And you can simplify some of the details, like removing the bows on the cuffs, or you can simplify the sleeve, make it less full using less fabric, or you can make it shorter, which can be a cute look for a junior customer actually. And you can do an underlining construction instead of a loose lining, so you could save a lot of labor on special seamings for sheer fabrics. And underlining is when you take the lace and the lining fabric and you sew them together like it's one layer. So instead of going in there and doing a lot of French seaming, you can underline construction the whole thing. If you want to go trendier for a contemporary market, you could add some shoulder cutouts. The cold shoulder look was really popular for a while there. Or you can make it a crop top, which is really on trend now, and both those things will save fabric. For the more classics-based better market, you can opt for a more classic silhouette with a simple shirt sleeve with the double tuck in front of the house placket and a hip length straight hem as opposed to a slight shirt tail hem that I did for the original blouse design. And, older customers, they tend to prefer a little longer hem. They don't want their bellies showing even if they raise their arms. And they like a little more room around the hips because that's typically where a lot of women tend to gain weight. Not everyone, but it is fairly common. You can make this blouse more expensive by using the highest quality silk lace, silk lining, silk ribbons, cut a wide swath of silk ribboning for the bow instead of a more narrow, cheaper grosgrain. Lining hanging loose, delicate French seams, rolled hems, or you can add a beautiful trim edging. There's so many to choose from. And at the couture level, you can give it a more avant-garde shape. You could add some embellishment on top of the lace, like hand sewing little tiny pearls perhaps. You can add a layer of organza inside the collar to give it a delicate but strong structure. You can create a color gradient with multiple layers of silk chiffon under the lace. When you show the lining, you do need to pick a better fabric, which is usually more expensive. Let's now design some trench coats. Trench coats are a classic style that are sold in every price category. With the lace blouses, I tried to make them look pretty similar to each other. With the trench coats, I'm going to focus more on the typical traits of each price category to explore how much variety we can create within the trench coat category. With mass market and moderate, the aim is to capture the trench and lose as many expensive details without losing the look. So what are the essentials of a trench? It's a plain gabardine fabric, can be wool, poly, a blend, double-breasted, buttoned, large collar, epaulets, which are those little tabs on the shoulder. Trenches were originally raincoats, so they have wrist straps and buckles to keep the water out when you raise your arm. Coat pockets have flaps, often with buttons. The storm flap on the back essentially to have the rain fall down the coat and away from the body. Again, you can swap out all the materials for more or less expensive options depending on your price category. To make garments cheaper, a lot of companies start by stripping or minimizing hidden details and back details. Maybe remove inside pockets. Do you have a special lining? Maybe you only use the special lining in the body and use a cheaper lining for the sleeves. Do we need a buckle on the belt if most people tie it like a sash anyway? Do we need the buttons for the pocket flaps? Can we make the storm flap a little bit smaller and maybe not use any tabs or buttons? Maybe we make the whole thing a little bit shorter, a little bit narrower, and save fabric. And let's switch to a set-in sleeve, which takes less fabric too. Another way to manage fabric use is to create more seams. You can make a tighter marker and waste less fabric by having more pieces and smaller pieces. So split up the back, cut princess seams, cut a shoulder seam down the arm on your raglan if you don't switch to a set-in sleeve. Another design option is you can make these in different colors. Trench coats are considered investment pieces, as in people will spend a little out of their budget on a really nice trench coat that is a classic that will last and last. So most trenches are in the classic beige tone, but something cheap like budget, mass market, price point, people will pick a trendy color sometimes, like pink. Contemporary market likes things trendy, not always ahead of the trend like at designer level, but just before stuff gets too popular. Trendy twists to the trench coat can include making a sleeveless one. You know, those long vests and sleeveless coats were really popular for a long while. And capes were a big trend for a while too. You could do a trench cape, double-breasted, big collar, big lapel, epaulettes, that whole thing. And you can opt for a different fabric. You could do a classic trench coat shape, but choose a different fabric than your standard gabardine. I've seen some cool denim ones. Some people love the look of a satin trench for a more evening look, you know, that sort of thing. Better market deals in classics for a more mature customer, so we can see a more straightforward classic here. Better level pricing is an investment level for a lot of folks. So I wouldn't give it a special lining or contrast panels or piping like I did on the bridge version, but keep it simple, make it really beautiful with quality materials and construction. At designer and luxury price points, which traditionally have been known to be the trendsetters, the brands that showcase new ideas, you can do all sorts of stuff. And you could do the whole thing in leather. You can make a killer, massive double drape lapel. Product development of more difficult shapes adds to the price of the garment. And you can experiment with silhouette at this price level. Here I'm doing a very slouchy, hip-slung trench with wide sleeves, a narrow skirt, and a little flare to the pocket flaps. At couture levels, why not just go full blast on a trench coat gone maxi corseted parade float in a 1990s Jean-Paul Gaultier meets an alternate ending to Casablanca? Why not? And that's it, folks. I hope this video helped you understand fashion industry price brackets and different markets, and I hope you learned a lot of different ways to work out designs to each price point's fullest potential. As homework, you should go to stores of different price points and get your face in those garments and really examine the construction, the quality, and the fiber content of those fabrics. I find the best way is to pick a garment and compare different versions. So examine a button-up collared shirt at Old Navy, and one at Theory, and one at different brands at Nordstrom, at Tory Burch, at Chanel, and really examine the quality differences within one category. Please do give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today and want to learn more about designing in the industry. Share, subscribe, go visit zoehong.com so you can see what I'm up to. And if you're looking for my product recommendations, check the description box below for a link to my Amazon shop. I do make a little money, but the prices are the same for you. Go window shop, learn how different fabrics and garments look, feel, fit at different price points, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey, party people. Let's discuss avant-garde fashion today while I work on one of my favorite pet projects. This is my Badass Asian Grandmas project, Badass Asian Grandmas and Grandpas project, which I introduced to y'all in my how to develop and merchandise a fashion collection video, which I'll link below. I'm going to expand on that collection here. The term avant-garde, I think it's French, it means advanced guard, meaning the forefront. Okay, it's a military term, but we have used it in fashion for so long. And it means the forefront of fashion, the trendsetters, not the trend followers. And the priority of avant-garde is expression of concept in something that looks cool and interesting, as opposed to straightforward mass appeal beautiful. And often in avant-garde fashion, that translates to taking a concept and exaggerating the concept to make your point. Of course, there are tons of ways to explore avant-garde fashion, but I'm going to introduce 3 ways to help you get started. FYI, I am drawing on some Blick brand tracing paper so that you can see how the body works with the proportions that I am drawing today. And yes, you can buy my flats templates at my Etsy store. That's also linked below. The first way that you can approach exploring avant-garde fashion is to exaggerate shape. We can exaggerate the whole shape, make it huge, make it super shrunken, make it super long. And you can exaggerate one part, like take a drape, make it extra long. Take a drape, make it extra huge and flowing over the shoulder asymmetrically, okay? And the exaggeration should reflect the mood and theme of the collection. If you think a strong shoulder is part of the new look you're introducing, you can make it a really big shoulder. Or you can make it a special shape, like high and round, like you saw at the last Givenchy collection, or sharp and wide, a special shape. This is something you can explore also draping on a dress form and, taking the idea of drape and draping it huge, draping it unconventionally, draping it in an unconventional placement, all these things. What I'm doing is taking those parkas that I designed in the previous project and just exaggerating the proportions, making them into super long coats that have that big shoulder, tapered at the knee sort of shape, and really emphasizing that far more than what would be a conventional wearable proportion, but really pushing that. With this design, I am taking the big funnel collar and expanding that proportion into creating a complete torso and making a skirt, creating a very big parka dress. Similarly here, I am taking this parka vest and expanding the proportions, basically stretching the whole thing out, and again, creating a crazy parka gown. And in this design, I am exaggerating the collar a ton, incorporating that super wide shoulder with the taper to the knee shape that I want, and then applying the ruching that I had before in the previous parka. And you know me, I will design a crazy ball gown whenever I think it's vaguely appropriate to do so. Oh man, I love a good ball gown. So I am taking that super ruche tiered quilted parka, and I am making each tier of the quilting really huge and turning it into a massive ball gown, and also again exaggerating that funnel neck collar and just giving the whole thing just entirely too much drama. And then adding those rib knit waist and wrist cuff details and making that into a corset waist, because why not? The second way to approach avant-garde fashion is to exaggerate the decoration. There has to be a conceptual point of view to the decoration, and it can't be your standard bugle beads or Swarovski crystals. Okay? I'm working with my cues from my grandmas and grandpas, and I was doing all these snow parkas, and so I wanted to do really big snowball pom-poms and just embellish the crap out of a standard day dress with them. And these grandmas and grandpas, they're all wearing these chains and medallions and keys around the neck. So I wanted to create like just dangling tons of medallions, but in a way that doesn't quite look like Mr. T, Again, the embellishment, the decorations, beading, embroidery, appliques, different patching, just whatever you decide to do, it just cannot be conventional. Sometimes what you need are unconventional materials. For example, one time, who did that dress where it had house keys all over it? In this one, I wanted some sort of, that grandpa was wearing tons of those flat metal pins. And so I had this idea of taking it up a notch by making these clusters of beads, medallions, pom-poms, little baby toys, keys, and all the things, all the, layers of stuff on these grandmas and grandpas, and cluster them onto these pins. And then to make like 20, 30 of these pins and then affix them to a garment in an artful arrangement. And that whole, just a little bit nuts. It's a little bit, it's embellishment, over the top, a little crazy, good stuff. And that one grandpa was wearing bows, and you don't often expect grandpas to be wearing bows, like not cute little orange ones. And so I had fun with it. And sometimes the decoration is about how it's placed, not in a conventional way, or, the amount that is placed, and also how it's combined with whatever garment is underneath. Think about what really isn't out there in the world and play with that. Pretty much every old Asian person, including my own Korean grandma, have these beaded bracelets. And so I wanted to do this thing where it's just like clusters and clusters and strands of like 7,000 of these beads, creating this really dramatic neck piece, perhaps, with like just random loose strands falling all over the place, because why not? I mean, there's like an artful randomness to the way these grandmas and grandpas dress, and I wanted to kind of play with that. The third way is to explore unconventional, vaguely unwearable, challenging color combinations. Today, I'm testing out this new to me marker paper from Hanenmühle. Let's pretend I pronounced that perfectly. Okay. Anyway, something I like to do when I'm testing out colors is to lay the flat under marker paper. And again, I love working with marker paper because you can see through it. And so I can color right on top of my flat and just test out different color combinations without having to redraw, without having to make color copies, all of that labor. There's so many good things about marker paper, like it's so thin, it doesn't suck up so much of your marker ink like Bristol or heavier papers. So anyway, I like marker paper in general. This is a new to me brand, and now I'm having fun playing with color combinations. Again, the priority of avant-garde is expression of concept in something that looks cool and interesting over straightforward, mass appeal, beautiful. I pulled these colors from the grandma pants that I'm obsessed with, and these colors aren't weird or anything, but most people would pair one or two of these colors with neutrals, but I am going for loud and I don't give a beep attitude and not technically nice, conventionally beautiful color coordinating looks. So I am throwing all the colors in there. And there's like a childish joy to dressing like I don't give a beep. So I kind of want to play with that attitude as well. So yeah, I am throwing in all the colors. But yeah, this is kind of what I came up with. I really love it for a first pass design and colorway. I'm having super fun with it. I would wear that parka any day of the week. And I know I did all 3 methods on these outfits I'm working on screen, but you can pick and choose. Okay? Designers like Yohji Yamamoto, they don't play with color or decoration. He takes shapes and drapes and plays and manipulates and exaggerates. Jeremy Scott, he takes direct images from pop culture and makes it massive. Okay? So you can take these 3 introductory methods: exaggerating scale, playing with decoration, exploring color combinations, and explore them in your own unique ways with your own concepts and aesthetics. Please give this video a thumbs up if you had fun exploring fun avant-garde fashion with me. Subscribe and hit that notification bell and share with your friends. Take some conventional classics like a jean, a shift dress, a raincoat, and go have fun pushing the boundaries of these classics using the 3 methods I went over in this video. Hit the description box below for links to related content, links to my Etsy store so you can buy my flats templates and figure templates, and links to all of my online shenanigans. The beauty of fast fashion sketches using templates is you can play and play and play and make as many mistakes as you want and turn mistakes into inspiration for treasures and just go, play, just go for it. Have fun, practice tons, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey, party people. Have you ever taken a look at your collection and thought, oh, dang, I just designed a bunch of party dresses and I need some, tops and pants and stuff? Or have you ever had a critique from a teacher or a boss or even a colleague and they're like, well, this looks super runway, but I think you need some more like real life day wear, everyday clothes to round out your collection? I think we've all had a critique like that or something like that at one point or another, and thus this video. This is 11 tips on how to take your designs from the runway to real life. For the purposes of today's demo, I'm going to use this evening wear collection I designed back in 2017, so pardon me if it looks a little bit dated. We are definitely ditching the cold shoulder look right now. But anyway, so I did a whole video series on how to illustrate a multi-figure fashion illustration composition, and I will link that playlist in my description box below. So I'm not going to get into that project too much, but because those designs are very runway, and that was deliberate, I'm going to use that as a springboard for this demo. So here we go. In no particular order, and I'm offering these tips, but they're not going to apply to every design, and that's why I offer so many options, okay? So in no particular order. Number 1, shorten the dress. Okay, longer shapes tend to look more formal. Even if you have a long duster maxi coat, they tend to look more formal than something that's more casual around the knee length. And with skirts, a maxi skirt tends to look a little dressier than like a denim knee skirt, things like that. Number 2, remove the embellishments. Sparkly, shiny things scream evening wear typically. Kind of depends on how much and what kind, but in general, it will look more wearable and more day wear once you remove the embellishments. Number 3, make the gown into separates. On screen, I am turning the top of the gown into a blouse and adding full-length sleeves and a bit of a peplum and whatnot to make it kind of like a dressy, also could wear it to work sort of blouse. But you could also take the skirt, make maybe make it shorter like we talked about in tip number 1 and turn that into a skirt that you can wear with other tops. Number 4, refabricate using more typical day fabrics. So typical day fabrics usually are more matte, like linen, cotton shirtings, denim, those kinds of things. Even silks, more matte silks tend to look more day wear-ish, like georgette, crepes, those kinds of things look more appropriate to make day blouses out of, as opposed to shiny silk satins and charmeuses and things like that. Number 5, relax the exaggerated shapes. So with this one, I've removed the embellishment, and the corselet under bust is a very exaggerated, hip exaggerated shape with a V hem. And so I made it into a much more simple, close to the body under bust corselet. And I'm kind of like, when I was working on this and doing rough drafts of the designs, I kind of really got into the gym socks, and I was kind of inspired by gym socks for some of these dresses. Don't ask. I don't know. Inspiration strikes randomly. So anyway, I got into this idea of doing these kind of sweatshirt style dresses, kind of slightly deconstructed, but still very wearable sweatshirt dresses. So yeah, this outfit, it looks like a less wearable outfit with the corselet, but essentially it is a big old sweatshirt dress inspired by gym socks. The typical gym socks like from the 70s with the double blue stripe right under the knee. Yeah, so it's a sweatshirt dress inspired by gym socks, styled with a corselet, but separately those pieces are much more wearable than what I had originally designed. Number 6, turn unconventional pieces into style lines. So in this blue to pink to burgundy gradient gown, I have like this 2-piece, very weird, unconventional corset laced, dripping with beads and fringe and whatnot. And instead of having these unconventional pieces, to use those shapes and styles into style lines. So again, I'm designing another sweatshirt dress, but keeping those football padding inspired style lines, and I'm going to emphasize them with some piping. Number 7, show less skin. Skin, it tends to look more evening. It tends to look like you're dressing up to go out. And so if you show less skin, it looks a little bit more casual, a little bit more wearable. So I'm going to essentially take the same dress and just, close up the V a little, put in a little cami underneath, and then make the hemline of the skirt a little bit longer. Number 8, minimize or remove contrasts. So this one, the pink with the green panels with the burgundy piping and the sequins and the lacing, that's a lot of colors. And it's super fun for runway, but I like this dress. And if I made it all pink and remove the fringe, it would be a dress you could wear more than just a red carpet occasion. I'm changing the fringe into like flat crystal pleated panels. So you do see the texture, but it's not, fringe can be harder to wear. It's very dangly, it's very showy, whereas flat panels of texture look less showy, but still show visual interest. Number 9, turn design elements into graphics, prints, digital prints, into trompe-l'oeil effects. Trompe-l'oeil is when there's something printed on a dress that mimics 3D. It's a visual illusion in art and fashion, and it tricks the eye into perceiving a painted detail as a 3-dimensional object. And so
you can go full trompe l'oeil or just turn certain elements into a cool graphic print. I've done that a lot over the years. And yeah, you can kind of create a more whimsical, tongue-in-cheek effect this way. Number 10, play in other clothing categories like swimwear, activewear, lingerie, sportswear. Sportswear people confuse with activewear all the time because the word sport is in there. But actually, sportswear means separates. So tops, pants, skirts, and yoga pants and leggings, those belong in activewear, or athleisure is kind of the more modern term, but it's firmly in the activewear camp. And so even if you're not designing in these categories, if you're trying to break out of a rut, it can be fun and shake your brain up a little bit to move designs into these categories, because a lot of the time, lingerie and activewear and swimwear, they tend to force the designer to simplify because the areas they're designing in are so small. And so if you need an exercise in simplification, trying to design bathing suits can be a good exercise. Last but not least, number 11, pull one element and explore it. So the garment is all about one element instead of many. And in this example, I am taking the chain fringe with the interspersed beading and just making the entire dress about strands and strands and strands of chains and beads. And so it really focuses on that detail. It still makes it playful and fun. Yes, it is still evening wear, but it is definitely a much more wearable evening wear piece than what I had originally designed. I know these new pieces that I just designed don't work together to create a cohesive collection. That was really not my goal. My goal was rather to show you as many options as possible, to show you as many directions as you can possibly go using one source collection. So yeah, if right now it looks all over the place, that's kind of where it ended up, right? So I hope that these 11 tips will help you the next time you feel like you really need to simplify. Because I know we get into these moments where we just feel inspired and start designing some crazy wackadoo stuff. That's what happened to me on the plane when I originally designed that football padding inspired collection. I just went nuts. And that was just like a fun fantasy project that I did for my YouTube channel, and that worked out pretty fun. But in real life, working for a boss, working for myself, whatever, trying to make sales, I know that is not something where I could do just that. I know I would need to also provide some more wearable options to flesh out the collection. And this is how I would do it. These are the tips that I would tell myself to follow to round out the collection and offer wearable pieces in my lookbook, and then just have a few editorial things to lend out to, photo shoots and whatnot. We've been having some conversations, in the comments section of my runway review video, in my how to design avant-garde video, all these things in my haute couture video. It's like, why do all these runway things not look like stuff people wear in real life? And it's like, yeah, those are the attention-getting pieces. Those are the things that we remember. We remember loud, splashy, editorial, avant-garde things. And then that's how fashion labels stay in your mind. So when you're shopping, you remember these names, right? So it's all about being memorable, being current in your brain. And so, yeah, designers love to throw those things out there on the runway. But yeah, we all have to. I mean, have you seen a pair of Balenciaga pants? Those are not the ones that are on the runway. Balenciaga pants are, beautiful, black, tailored, they're very simple. Every house needs nice trousers. Okay? So think about that. And think about how you can bring a little bit of your own flavor to wearable pieces, and, consider these methods in your process.
All right. I hope this video is helpful. Please do give this video a thumbs up. If you learned something new today, please do share, subscribe, hit the notification bell. And yeah, you know what I'm always going to say. Hashtag always be practicing. Hashtag practice not magic. And my favorite, it's hard because it's hard, not because there's anything wrong with you. Design is a process. And if you go to design school, you will know that your average student has to take like anywhere from 4 to 7 design classes before they can graduate with a BFA. And that's because design is difficult. You know, in each of these classes, you have to do 2 to 3 design projects. You keep doing these design projects so you can learn your own process and how existing processes mesh with your own process. And so just know, you don't nail it in the first couple of projects you do on your own, you are just like everyone else, okay? That doesn't mean you suck, that you can't do this. It really requires you to try and try again. Do you have any idea how many design projects I've done in my life? I have no idea because I have done so many. And you guys know I'm 367 years old, okay? So it's hard because it's hard, not because there's anything wrong with you. So keep going, keep trying. I'm still making stuff that I occasionally do not like, you know? That's just how it goes. So don't give up, keep practicing, keep putting in the work, and I will see you in the next video.
Hey guys, today's video is all about design considerations for the plus size market. Several subscribers have asked me to do this video. Several subscribers have also asked me to do a video on how to draw larger croquis. So that video will come out later this summer. Before I get started, one word of warning. Any sort of fat shaming, body shaming, anti-body positivity, misogynistic commentary will be deleted immediately. And those kinds of attitudes and comments have no place on my channel. This is a space for learning about design. And what I want to talk about today is how to design for a specific market. And if you don't want to learn about this or you don't like this particular market, you can just not watch this video and move along. Okay? Someone does not have to have universal appeal for them to deserve cute things to wear. There are bodies and aesthetics and genders and, you know, that we all prefer over others, and they all deserve cute things to wear. Okay? So we're going to be talking about the plus size market in this video. For the record, I've never designed for the plus size market, but I've been bigger than I am now and I've been smaller than I am now, thanks to students who keep bringing me delicious snacks. Thanks a lot, you guys. And so I've shopped plus size market before. I've shopped not plus size market before. So I speak from a designer's point of view and also from a consumer's point of view. Seriously, guys, if you're going to bring me snacks, can you bring like carrot sticks or something? Also, you don't need to bring me snacks. Like, you're adorable, but I actually don't need you to bribe me. I will still help you. I want to start by clarifying some of the terminology that I use. Number one, I like the term fat, round, tall, big. I like large. I like these terms much more than the term overweight. I don't like these sort of comparison terms like overweight because it insinuates that there's a weight you should be at, and if you are more than that, you are overweight. I also don't care for the term plus size. I use it because it's the understood term. I would much prefer if there were a better term or a different way of looking at larger size women's garments, but this is the way that people understand what I'm talking about. So currently I use the term plus size, but I don't like the term plus size, especially because it is innately misogynistic. You don't see men's plus size. Okay? Men's sizing is done by actual measurements. Men buy shirts by their neck and sleeve length, and they buy pants by their waist and inseam. Whereas for the most part, women have to buy clothes based on what a size 2 is, or what they think a size 8 is, or what they think a size 18 is. And there is no governing body that says, hey, everybody, every design house in the world, you need to make sure that your size 16s mean this measurement chest, this measurement waist. There's nothing like that. There's no regulation. I am almost positive that every woman, at least in the US, has at least 3 different number size clothing in their closet that they actually wear on the regular, because brands just decide willy-nilly what the sizing is. And that's why every time you shop online, you have to go look up their size chart to make sure that their size 6 is a 6 that they knew from before. Sure, in a weird backwards way, it inspires some kind of brand loyalty, because you're like, I'm just going to go ahead and shop at J. Crew because I know what their size 8 is. And I don't want to shop over there because I don't know their fit. Okay? But a lot of that has to do with the fact that there are these arbitrary size number assignations. And so you have this sort of arbitrary set of sizes where people have decided these are normal sizes and these are plus sizes. Whereas with men, they're not normal and plus. They're just their waist measurement, their inseam, and their actual bodies. And sure, men have big and tall stores, but again, that kind of labeling is not a comparison labeling. It's just descriptors. I also hate the phrase, real women have curves. Long story short, women come in all shapes and sizes. Accept it, get over it, move on. You don't need to be exclusionary to feel better about yourself. Next. So I began preparing for this video by thinking, what are the biggest concerns around plus size design? And I came up with a few of the most major questions that you need to address as a designer when you are designing for this market. Number 1, plus size stuff is really frumpy right now because society thinks that larger women cannot be as sexy as smaller women. The media portrays 2 kinds of fat women. You have the fat women who sit on the couch eating potato chips all day long, wearing some sort of leisure suit or leggings or giant caftan. Or on the opposite extreme, you have the luscious, bombshell, hourglass pinup girls who are large and round but show no fat in the face. And they're these perfect little pinup girls who are supposed to represent all fat women. What about all the people in the middle? Number 2, plus size stuff doesn't fit right because people automatically assume that you just need to grade up in a general fashion and then that'll fit. But that is really not the case. Number 3, stuff is poorly made because there's no competition out there to encourage people to make better things. Competition is necessary. There are a lot of plus size women out there, and there are very few manufacturers who are catering to that market. And because plus size women are so limited in their choices, they'll just buy whatever they can get. That is the sad truth. At this point, honestly, I do believe that if you come up with a plus size line that is reasonably cute, reasonably priced, with reasonable quality, you'll still be, head and shoulders above the rest. You'll make a killing. Number 4, and this ties in with media representation, but plus size models in the media are typically a size 8 or 10, which is not anywhere near plus size, especially in the US where the national average is a size 12. Most people, including designers, have no idea what a size 18 actually looks like. And number 5, by the way, what the hell does a size 18 look like? Who decides what a size 18 is? So these are some of the main problems that I kind of wrote down to think about. And if you're interested in designing for this market, I encourage you to think about these issues yourself. So let's tackle a few of these. Number 1, stuff is frumpy because society doesn't think that fat women can be as sexy as not fat women. Which leads to the question, what do plus size women want? which is stupid because plus size women want exactly the same things that not plus size women want. They want clothes that look cute. They want clothes that look cute on them. They want clothes that are cute and fit their bodies, and they want these clothes to make them feel good, and they want these clothes to not cost a car payment. Okay, those are the basic wants pretty much every woman has in their clothing. Now, everyone's definition of what is cute is different, and that's why we have so many different brands out there. Some people are very androgynous and tomboyish, and some people are super girly, and some people are, more niche, like, gothic Lolita looks, or just straight up goth looks, whatever, right? Your definition of cute is different depending on your aesthetic, but that's basically what it boils down to. You want stuff that's cute, looks cute on you, it fits you okay, it does not cost you an arm and a leg. That's everyone, regardless of size. So for the purposes of brevity, you can approach plus size design in one of two categories. You can think about your clothing in terms of what is figure flattering. There are a lot of brands out there that are more concerned with sort of more classic looks, where the fit is really the key and people are more invested in what makes their bodies look good, more classic looks, nothing too avant-garde, nothing too strange in the silhouette, nothing too, very trendy, but classic, figure flattering, pretty things they can wear season after season. I always want to encourage women to feel comfortable in their bodies and to feel beautiful in their bodies. But the reality is that we all have flaws or most of us have flaws that we want to kind of minimize, and things that we like that we want to highlight. And so your design approach can be about that, where maybe you want to address making hips look smaller, making breasts look larger, making waist look smaller, whatever your niche is, working with that to create more figure flattering looks. Or you can go down the path where it's really strictly about the design aesthetic. Okay? Like right now, the 70s are in style. The 70s influence is a big thing. And that kind of look, those silhouettes, those colors, they're not great for every figure and every skin tone. But if you're the kind of designer where you are catering to a market that is more trend driven and not really figure flattering driven, that's awesome. So go make those bell bottoms, go make those giant collars, because you are catering to those women who just want to be as hip and trendy as the rest of their smaller girlfriends. So you have those two approaches, more figure flattering or more trend or aesthetic driven. There's a group of people who think that all fat women either only seek out figure flattering clothes or should only seek out figure flattering clothes. Just stop it right now. Number two, stuff doesn't fit right. Okay. This is a big issue, and this is a big issue involving, much more than just the plus size market. My focus is plus size women, but this is a bigger problem than that. Pattern making has almost gotten to a point where it's a lost skill. More and more people are resorting to stretch, to knits, to leggings, to cover up a multitude of sins that they can address with good pattern making. People gain weight in different ways. The larger a person gets, the more significant the body shape differences become. And you see this all the time. You will see two people who are the exact same weight who have completely different bodies in terms of muscle mass and fat distribution. Some women gain all their weight in their hips and thighs. Okay? Some women gain more of their weight in their upper bodies. So you can take two women who both gain weight in their hips and thighs, and if a woman gains 5 pounds in their hips and thighs, then maybe the difference isn't that noticeable. But if a woman gains 20 pounds and it's mostly in her hips and thighs, then that difference is something that you need to address in the pattern making. So women getting bigger, gain weight in different areas, altering the overall shape of their bodies and not just a general getting largerness. What do you do about that? Don't look at me. No, you as a designer, what do you want to do about that? Because it is impossible for you to just make clothes that are just a blanket size to fit all these people that aren't all super stretchy. Like, yeah, ones, you can make leggings that'll fit, this size bracket and it's fine. But not all clothes can be leggings. My recommendation to you is to kind of set up categories of fit. You can decide on your customer. Say, my customer is women who gain weight in their upper bodies. Okay. They gain weight in their upper arms and in their breasts and in their upper stomachs. And so I'm going to cut my patterns to address this fit issue. I'm going to create styles that flatter this kind of body. And that's going to be part of the pitch. That's going to be what I address to people. It's like, look, my stuff is super stylish, but secondly, I also focus on cutting my patterns and my fit to this kind of body. Because when you design for the plus size market, I don't think that you can remove your understanding of bodies from the design. As your company gets bigger, maybe you can add different categories. Like now we're going to do a branch where it's all about women who have larger hips. I'm going to cut my patterns for this. And I'm going to create styles that cater to this kind of customer. There are big brands like The Gap who are doing a little bit of this with their pants. Like if you go to Old Navy and you'll see in their jeans section, they have different fits where they say, well, this fit is slimmer through the thigh and about, medium rise. And this kind of jean is looser around the butt and thighs and is a low rise or, what have you. Okay. And they describe the different fits. You go to Banana, they have the same thing with their trousers. And so bigger brands, they're starting to do that. But I think that you can do more with that than what is currently on offer. Because I don't believe the future of fashion is fashion, but clothing. People want clothes that really get as close to their personalized needs without paying for made to order. There are increasingly more niche markets out there. Like first it was, I'm going to create clothing for this age bracket of guys, youngish guys, 20s and 30s. Okay. And then it became, I'm going to create this line for guys who are in their 20s and 30s. They're work clothes, they're casual, but not business casual, and they're not like showing up in jeans and t-shirts. So something that looks a little bit nice, but they can wear it to the office, but it's not as dressy as business casual. And then you have this other niche within that group. I'm going to create work clothes for computer geeks. And then you've got another niche within that niche saying this group of clothing is for gay guys who work in software. So they're geeky, but they're a little bit stylish and then, like a little bit more color than your average software geek. Like niche. And the future of fashion is addressing all these niche markets with clothing that really works for each niche market. Seriously, you guys, the future of fashion is not skin suits. Regardless of what a million costume designers in a million futuristic films will have you believe, we're not going to all dress like Lilu. We are not going to dress like Star Trek. We're probably all still going to wear normal clothes that do not follow every hair follicle on our bodies. So you're going to design for your plus size customer the same way you would design for a not plus size customer. You will get to know your customer and what they want and get to know their bodies and what fits them the best. And you're going to cater to that customer. But you really need to understand your customer and your bodies more than your average designer. Okay. That requires you to get probably several different fit models and a really good pattern maker. A lot of people make this mistake where they just get one fit model and they have like a size medium and they fit everything on this person, and then they do a grade rule. A grade rule is when there's a set of measurements that say our chest is for the medium is a 36, and so a large is +2 and an extra large is +4, and that's a grade rule, okay, where it shows how much bigger each measurement gets as you grade the sizes up and down. But I am someone who thinks that you should get several fit models, maybe not for every single fitting, but especially when you're establishing your grade rule, and somewhere along the way you should be fitting like maybe a small, medium, or large. Or if you're doing number sizes, maybe a 14, an 18, and a 22. So you get more of a range of how these patterns are fitting different bodies. So yeah, the number one need to address is how bodies change and how you need to work with fit models and pattern makers so that your stuff fits better. And then to communicate why your fit is different to women so that they can find you. Stretch fibers and knits are magical, beautiful inventions, and I applaud the wonderful men and women who have devoted their careers to the development of these technologies. But they cannot do everything. They cannot design everything. You cannot wear leggings to everything, okay? And so those things will only take you so far. It's probably why leggings got so popular to begin with, because everything was super low rise, poorly fitting jeans. And that the lower rises ended up giving even really thin girls muffin top and then whale tail and coin slots. And we don't need to see that. Okay, it's called underwear for a reason. Okay? And so people were like, well, I don't want muffin top. Okay. And so people started resorting to more and more stretch, and that's why leggings happen. That's why jeggings happen. And this is where we are. So yeah, stretch, knits, all that good stuff. I love it. You can't use it for every single day. Selfishly, when I teach design, the things that I do impart on my students that come from me personally are things that are changes I would like to see in the fashion industry. For example, I would love to see more women's wear designers put more pockets in all their clothes. And so I encourage that as much as possible. It's like, hey, where are the pockets in these pants? Where are these pockets in these jackets? Is that pocket big enough where she could stick her whole hand in that? I don't grade anyone down for having smaller pockets, but pockets are awesome. Give me some real pockets. I love a big, extravagant haute couture masterpiece evening gown as much as the next girl. But in my everyday life, I like pockets that can fit my cell phone and my wallet. Another thing that, if you let me, that I will rant about for a long time is vanity sizing and sizing differences between men and women's clothes. I would love to see women's wear designers actually put measurements of clothes on the size labels as opposed to these random numbers that don't make sense to me. I would like to see vanity sizing go away. What is vanity sizing? Vanity sizing is when you make a size 6, whatever the hell that is. You make a size 6 and you label it a size 4. So someone who comes along, tries on a 6, realizes it's too big, and they wear a size in a smaller number, and they're like, oh, that's awesome. I could fit in a smaller size in this brand. And people get into that, and they decide to visit that brand again because they want to feel thinner. They want to see that smaller number on their size tab. And yeah, it's an ego bump. I acknowledge that. But it doesn't really help you figure out your clothes. I am aware that there is vanity sizing in menswear. I shop enough for my husband to know that. And, I would like to just, it's a weird thing. It's like, I know that for marketing purposes, that vanity sizing is one of those things that's probably never going to go away. But I think that right now, that has kind of stretched to a certain amount of ridiculousness, and we need to get back to labels that give more factual information. There is a big hole in the market right now, in the plus size market. There are not a lot of people addressing fat women. And so it's this vicious circle of the media portraying fat women as frumpy, fat women not having clothing options to look less frumpy, and therefore the media portrays a certain level of reality because of limited clothing options for fat women. Okay. It's kind of like this vicious circle. Okay. So it's not that fat women have less style, it's that fat women have fewer options. To recap, if you want to design for the plus size market, here's what you need to do. You need to figure out your customer. You need to figure out what they want, what they look like, what their bodies look like, and address those needs. You need to get 2-3 fit models that really cater to your customer. Okay? Don't think about the runway. Don't think about editorials. Okay? Think about real clothing for your customer. Find fit models that are your customer, that look like your customer. Go find pattern makers that really know what they're doing with things that are not stretchy, that know how to fit, that know how to shape an armhole around women who gain weight in their upper bodies, or know how to pattern draft for larger butts and larger thighs for women who gain more weight down there. You need to figure out your labeling and your sizing and how to market who you're catering to. You need to move away from the mindset where you only design for figure flattery in mind, okay? But create a lot of silhouettes and let your customers decide what they want to wear. So yeah, you want to design plus size? Go talk to women. Go understand their bodies. Go talk to them about what they're looking for in their clothes, what fits good, what feels good, and what doesn't. Go find pattern makers that know what they're doing and make beautiful things. All right. Good luck. Have fun. Fashion's supposed to be fun, remember? And I will see you next time.
Hey, party people. This video is going to go over how to make your designs more figure flattering for different shapes and sizes, especially plus size. But here's the thing. When I give tips on how to create figure flattering styles, I'm not suggesting that everyone has to dress this way or that I'm body shaming. I am saying there is definitely a significant demographic of women who want to buy figure flattering looks, and this applies to women of any size. Here's the deal. I have a ton of design tutorials that apply to all bodies. All of my design videos apply to all bodies. Just this video is specifically about figure flattering design techniques, right? Now, I hate the term plus size because it's a term that compares instead of describing, but we're going to use the term because, simple communication, blah, blah, blah. Design and product development are two different things. People think you can take a design and grade it up and up and up and you can dress plus size women, but that's not true at all. You cannot grade it infinity times. There are specific construction concerns specific to plus, so drop me a comment if you want a video on that. Give this video a thumbs up if you want more design videos, and let's get going. One last note, if you want this croquis template that I'm sketching on right now, you can get your own at shop.zoehong.com. I'll drop a link somewhere. Okay, on to the tips, in no particular order. Tip number 1, use a 40-60 proportion. The basic premise is that rectangles are slimmer than squares, and 40-60 is closer to the golden ratio. So things that are just split right in the middle, especially if you have like a significant contrast that makes the split, the 50-50 split, more obvious, tends to make the figure look squatter, like little squares, whereas a 40-60 will elongate. And on that same principle, number 2, when you're dividing across your garment, use a 50-50 proportion. That is more flattering because you're getting longer, slimmer rectangles. And often double-breasted jackets and coats widen a figure. You remember all those European runways that had all those super skinny European boys wearing tons of double-breasted suits and they looked amazing? Yeah, because they're so skinny. Okay? Princess seams are great on skirts and dresses, and shoulder princesses elongate more than armhole princess seams. Armhole princess seams are great if you want to widen the shoulder a little bit because of that line directional. Okay. Tip number 3, choose vertical and diagonal lines for style lines, for shapes, and for contrast panels. You want to choose horizontal lines and shapes strategically where you want to look wider to create the look that you're going for. Maybe you want to balance a pear-shaped figure by strengthening the shoulders. Okay. For verticals, you can use pleats, gathers, gores, stripes, plackets emphasized by extra top stitching and contrast. And for diagonals, you can use wraps, crisscrossing around the waist, lots of different V-neck styles, deep V's, short V's, shawl collars, that sort of thing. Bias style lines, ruffles that run on the diagonal, all these sort of diagonal shaping, V's and X's wrapping around the body are very flattering. Number 4, darker and cool colors recede, make things look smaller. And lighter and warm colors come forward. Okay, so when you're choosing your colors and you want to work with color blocking on a dress or putting colors together in an outfit, okay, choose your color placements carefully for the effect that you want. Okay. In this demo, I'm placing the black where I want things to be smaller. I'm placing things in a blue to make things less prominent. The red are areas I want to highlight. The white, definitely, those are the spots that are going to look the largest. Related to that, shiny textures look bigger and matte textures, they don't look smaller. They don't just make you look bigger though by themselves. Okay, so use your fabric choices strategically. Like, where do you want the shiny satin? Where do you want the all over sequins? Where do you want that focus where you don't mind or you want it to look bigger than the rest? And where do you want the chiffon, the matte jersey, the denim, all those matte fabrics? Number 5, use contrast in color or texture to guide your eye. You can use contrast bands, bias binding, or piping to emphasize style lines so that, again, you're creating the shapes for the eye to follow. Number 6, Create focal points with special design details or embellishments to direct your eye. So if you like a certain part of your body, or if you want to emphasize the bust or emphasize the shoulders, sprinkle that area with some beads, some sequins, so that area gets the highlight. Okay. In this dress, I'm creating kind of an X look with the beading and with the twist to create more of an hourglass figure. And number 7, scale up your design details. Okay. This is especially one of those things where grading doesn't really get the job done. Okay. You're scaling up your design details. That has nothing to do with the size. Okay. And I have these plus size women's flats templates at my shop too, shop.zoehong.com. Anyway, the embellishments and design details, when they look proportionately too small with the rest of the garment, it just looks cheap, okay? It doesn't flatter the figure, but really it makes the garment look cheap. So you want to be careful of that. And my biggest design pet peeve is when people don't grade the pockets up to make the butt look good. Okay? Skinny waistbands for plus size are a big no in terms of both design and construction. Okay? Scaling up top stitching also looks great for more casual styles. Use a thicker top stitching thread and maybe fewer stitches per inch so that each stitch is a little bit longer and fatter. And so another scaled up design detail. And those are my design tips for today. Please give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today. Share, subscribe, and leave me a comment if you want a video on construction considerations on plus size clothes. And I'll see you in the next video.
Hey, party people. I want to talk about a type of designing many of us love, using a period of fashion history as inspiration. For costume designers, the goal is usually to make period clothes as accurate as possible. For fashion designers, the goal is to use the historical references to make a modern-looking collection. Otherwise, people will say your clothes look dated. And trust me, dated is never a compliment in an industry all about the new and the fresh. Okay. And I know there are businesses out there that focus on making vintage reproductions, but they fit more in that keeping things close to accurate category. The key for fashion designers to keep their vintage inspired designs modern is to infuse modern and new and different elements at every stage of the design process. And so this video will go over how to infuse work with vintage inspiration to create a modern collection within each step of the design process. So what's the first step? Inspiration, mood board images, all that good stuff. Okay. So let's say you come across an old photo and you feel inspired by it. This is the main inspo image I'll be using today. These people are Bill Gates and Microsoft's first employees, taken in 1978. This photo is actually the inspiration for this video. My husband posted this photo on Twitter and I was immediately enamored. I posted on Twitter how much I wanted to design a collection based on this image and people were like, do it. So I did it. Look at this image and think about what specific elements you love about it. I love the extreme geek vibes, the awkward company group photo vibes, and that kind of dowdy chic feel. And I wanted to translate that to some kind of awkward proportions and offbeat colors. I wanted to think about clothes that got shrunk in the laundry and also things that were oversized. And, all the different styles of facial hair are seriously giving me life. And I want to do something with it. I don't know what yet. I think it depends on how avant-garde my brand is. Okay. You definitely need to merge the concepts in this photo with other concepts to create something fresh. And one approach to make it not look straight up 70s is to merge it with another period of fashion history. Now, there are decades that already look similar to each other, so avoid that. Like, if you look at the 80s, you can see how there are a lot of silhouette and shape references from the 40s, the
big shoulders and kind of like that tapered, the big shoulder to the tapered waist look. And so I wouldn't pair those two together. Okay. You can take a lot of the frilly, lacy, over the top embellishments from the Bella Polk era and put them on some sleek, slim, modern 70s silhouettes. That's one approach. Or you could go the other way and take like all the brown corduroy and the shearling and the burnt orange and put them on some more hourglass silhouettes from the Bella Polk. You can merge this photo inspiration with the theme that someone wouldn't associate with the 70s Americana vibe. You can go nuts. Pick embroideries done in Art Deco patterns and do them in neon colors. And maybe those neon colors are really fat yarns, not the shiny, skinny silk threads. You know. And I'm a broken record about this, but those of you who are new to me and my channel, listen. Your design decisions should center around the needs and desires of your specific customer. What works for Juicy Couture probably does not work for Givenchy. They each have their own specific customer, what they like, how they live, what kind of clothes they wear, and every decision you make in the design and development process should link back to what your brand is and who your customer is. Next step is picking your color story off your inspiration. I want to keep the general sepia tones color story of this photo. The orange, burnt orange, persimmon, brown, reddish brown, camel, tobacco. And then, like some sort of color magic, we have these blues, which is the complement of orange. And this might sound mean, but I really doubt that they planned it that way. So it's kind of amazing to me that you have like a perfect complementary color story going on in this photo. A color palette that is heavy on oranges and browns screams 70s fall winter. Okay. The browns, oranges, and camels are very 70s. And on top of that, we associate those like brown tinted sepia old photographs with the 70s and 80s as well. And, one direction to keep this more modern is to lean more into the blues, the camels, and the dark browns, and keeping the oranges more as accent colors, small bits in prints and embellishments. Or, I could start thinking about adding other colors to really lift it, add some freshness. For example, a soft, creamy white would work here, but it would also keep it looking vintage and dated. So, what other direction could we go into? So, here's an option. We could use a split complementary color scheme instead. Keep my oranges and browns. Browns, of course, are basically dark oranges. And then use blue greens and blue violets. Maybe I want a midnight teal and black plaid with a lime green stripe. Or I could do the split complement of blue and also use yellow orange and red orange. It's kind of like a muted primary color story. That could work. Okay. You could look for some other modern inspo. We could go a little Wes Anderson funky. No other film director does color stories like Wes Anderson. Or we could go back to my super random Art Deco embroideries and neon colors idea and add some neons. Next step is picking your fabrics. Just a quick disclaimer, these swatches are all really old, so if you see any pricing, it's all old pricing, so don't rely on that. Okay. So fabric choice number one should reflect the season that you're designing. So let's go with fall. And when I talk to people about starting their own companies, I tell them all start small, start with one category of clothing, like start with pants or start with sweaters or whatever. But for the sake of giving you the most information in this video, let's pretend we're designing a full collection, which means we'll need different fabrics for jackets and coats. Some of those lighter jacket fabrics can and should be also used for pants and some styles of skirts and dresses and vests. These are your bottom weight fabrics. Denim is a great example of a lighter bottom weight, jackets, pants, skirts, vests. It's heavy enough, but it's on the lighter side of bottom weights. Like heavy coat fabrics, like a thick Melton, wool cashmere blend, they're thick, they're wonderful, they make great coats. They are also a bottom weight, but they would be really uncomfortable made into pants. And I know you Brits out there call underwear pants, so now I'm picturing wool Melton underpants and can't stop laughing. So itchy. Okay. And when I said some skirts and some dresses can be done in bottom weights, I mean, you can make skirts out of floaty chiffons, but you can also make skirts out of denim. So it really depends on the style. And then you'll need some top weights, things you can make blouses out of, things you can make t-shirts out of, and since it's fall, I'd throw in 1 or 2 sweater knits. And remember, you must choose fabrics that suit your brand's price point. Okay. I sell cost sheet templates at zoehong.etsy.com. Use them to calculate backwards what prices, fabrics you can afford for your brand. Every single fabric, and thus every single garment, should be offered in multiple colors. If you design a great blouse, you should offer it in blue, in persimmon, and in navy. Okay? And the only exception is if the fabric is really special, that piece is a novelty item, like something completely covered in crystals and beads or something like that. This crazy pony skin, python, embossed pony skin suede thing that I have going on, that would be a good example of a novelty that you might not find in a lot of colors and just offer this one dark teal. For prints, I definitely want a plaid. That's not even vintage. Plaid is classic, The old Scottish family tartans have been around forever and are still fashionable. Modern colorizations crop up all the time, and plaid will always be in fashion. It's just a matter of how it's used. Okay, so we could have a few plaids in different scales. One very large scale plaid and one teeny tiny check. I also have this idea of creating a placed print. Okay? A placed print is when the garment is cut strategically on the print fabric, so the design is centered on where the print is. And, there are a couple of flower prints here. I want a shirt where the flowers grow up from the waist, like lavender or heather growing up from a pale teal cotton shirt. The print is designed like this. It's printed on the fabric this way. Here's your selvage. Here's the grain line for the shirt, and that's where you place your pattern pieces. And then in the unprinted areas, you can cut yokes and collar pieces, etc. And then I want those neon embroideries. I also want to think about textures, maybe something that looks like shag carpeting. I can't stop staring at those beards. And I absolutely need a brooch that looks like the tops of these pens sticking out of the pocket protector. Okay. And I want some big oversized sweaters, cardigans. So I'm going to go hunt down some yarns. All right. Now, armed with these tools, inspiration, colors, prints, textures, proportions, and my customer in mind, let's start sketching. I know this video started with images of me sketching, but I didn't start sketching until I had mapped out the images, the inspiration I was going to use, the colors, and the fabrics. In my last video, I talked about the difference between quick design sketches and the fastest way to do them versus fashion illustration. And we're doing super fast design sketches here. The goal is not to display these sketches. The goal is to get ideas down on paper as fast as possible before I forget what I was thinking. Literally, just can't forget, jot it down. If I was working on this project in the industry, I would then pick the best designs and start doing flats in Adobe Illustrator. For school projects, obviously you have to follow your class instructions, but for portfolios, you'll want a mood board, boards with your customer info, your color story, your fabrics, full illustrations of your outfits, front and back flats in Illustrator, and possibly a tech pack for one of your more difficult garments. And I have a lot of videos on design process and portfolio, so go check out my playlists.
And this is a little trick that I use all the time when I'm sketching. If I have an embroidery or some kind of decoration, I will quickly sketch it out on tracing paper and just move it around my design so that I can kind of figure out where I want it. Do I want it on the sleeve? Do I want it on the hip? Do I want it across their chest? Things like that, instead of sketching and erasing over and over again. And then once I figure out where I want it, I can draw it on my sketch. If you want to learn more about the differences in the design process you learn in school and the design process in the industry, you can check out my Patreon podcast. I'll post a link to my Patreon in the description box below. The first episode is dropping January 14th, and that episode will focus on the design process, school versus the industry. Podcasts are published in the captive audience tier. Okay, so go check out that link. So while we're here, I just want to give you a quick little bit on Art Deco. So Art Deco is a style of visual arts that influenced the design of fashion, jewelry, cars, trains, architecture, furniture, ordinary objects like radios and vacuum cleaners, just everything. It originated in the early 1900s, and it takes its name, Art Deco, from the Exposition Internationale d'Art Décoratif et Industriel Moderne, held in Paris in 1925. I'm sure that pronunciation was terrible, but anyway, that's where Art Deco gets its name. And I did discuss the expo in the second of my fashion history series, the one where I go over the 20s, which I will link below. Art Deco, during its heyday, the 20s and 30s, Art Deco represented luxury, glamour, and technological process in its heavy use of metallics, its organic merging of modern geometric shapes and simplified versions of fluid botanicals. And Art Deco is all about modern lines, craftsmanship, and luxurious materials. So, traditional Art Deco would never incorporate embroideries and decorative stitching with fat neon yarns, but we're having some fun mixing it up today. The using fat yarns to do decorative stitching is definitely more of a folksy 70s vibe. The neon is much more futuristic, and then the Art Deco is just like a different element. So again, it's like that mixing of different references that prevents it from looking straight up 70s. So now that I've been sketching a bit, what do you think? Do you think my designs look modern while referencing my original inspiration? And some of you may be thinking, Zoe, your designs don't look anything like what the Microsoft people are wearing. Yes, that's the point. Okay, that Microsoft photo, it's strictly inspiration. I'm not doing that V-neck sweater again in a modern cashmere. I'm not doing, the shirts, they're pretty similar, although I'm not doing those big giant 70s collars. The point is not to reproduce slightly differently. It's to use the 70s as a springboard, as inspiration to move beyond and design something new. Okay? Please give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today. Drop me your questions in the comment section below and check the description box for links to my social media, links to related videos, link to my Patreon. Share, subscribe, and remember, my current schedule is new video every first Tuesday, new Patreon podcast every second Tuesday, and live stream every third Tuesday. Remember, we repeat the design process with multiple projects over and over and over again because we're not made of magic, we're made of practice. So hashtag practice not magic, hashtag always be practicing, and I'll see you in the next video.
A viewer asked me to do a design process video on how to develop a print, a textile design. And at first I was like, well, it's the same thing, isn't it? Concept, mood board, color, fabric. And then I started thinking about repeats and pulling colors for solids and merchandising back to the collection. And I was like, it's a whole nother video. Hi, darlings, and welcome to Textile Design Process and Logistics. And in this video, I'm going to talk to you guys about developing print designs within the context of designing a clothing collection. I'm sure that textile designers who just do straight up textiles, do not do clothing, have their own methods for what works best for their industry, which, of course, is related to just general clothing design, but I'm sure they have things that are unique to them. And I have a lot of experience developing prints, but it has always been, as a rule, as a clothing designer, that was part of my job. I was never just hired as a textile designer where I just designed prints and sold them to someone else. Okay? So that's my experience, always within the general fashion collection I was building for the brand that I was working for. Little disclaimer, I call any fabric with a pattern on it a print, generally speaking. It's technically not 100% accurate because not all pattern fabrics are prints. Prints is a specific method, but I use the term prints. A lot of people use the term prints. I think it's because when we hear the word pattern, we think of, the oak tag paper patterns that you cut and sew and things, right? So just a little note on that. All right. So how to acquire prints for your collection? When you are a student, you have a few options. One, you can go to the store and go get some. I've never purchased fabric online, but I know that a lot of my students have purchased from like BeBlackandSons.com and moodfabrics.com. Your mileage may vary, of course. And that's fine because people in the industry, they go to a wholesale fabric person and just buy prints from what they have all the time. Okay. You can design your own textile pattern and illustrate it on paper and then put it next to a swatch of the fabric that you would ideally print it on if you were working in the industry. If you have a textile design program at your school, you can either, maybe go to the lab and see if someone can help you do a mock-up. If it's a more elaborate ongoing project, maybe you can pair up with a textile design student and work on that together. I have never done this myself, but you could also buy fabric paints and paint something on fabric. So those are some options in school, working on your portfolio. When you're a student or a new grad, people who are looking at your portfolio, they understand that you have limited resources. Like, you can't go to a printer and be like, well, I need to work on my school portfolio and I designed this print for my collection for it. Can you print me a strike off? Like, people are aware that you can't really do that. So if you don't have that printed fabric in your portfolio, it's okay as long as you have created some kind of facsimile that will help the interviewer kind of understand what they're looking at. In the industry, you can go to your fabric sales rep, your distributor, your mill, whoever you're talking to, right? And ask to see their printed fabrics. Now, under pain of death, seriously, guys, do not go to your fabric sales rep and say, I want to see all your prints. You could probably only get away with saying that if your fabric sales rep only repped one line. And even then, that's kind of really amateur sounding. You sound like you don't know what you're doing with your collection, and you sound like you're going to waste a lot of people's time. Okay? You want to have some focus before you meet with other people. Be like, okay, introduce yourself and be like, hey, so I design for the preteen girls market and I want to look at some dainty floral patterns that would look great on some lightweight cottons for my upcoming spring collection. Okay, so that's appropriately vague, dainty florals. That could mean a lot of things, but it's focused, right? You have a customer a general customer, you have a season, and those things can really help other people help you look for what you need. Okay? So you can go to your fabric sales rep and ask to see what they have. And you might be thinking, well, Zoe, then everyone is going to have the same fabric as me. And I don't like other people having the same stuff as me. And I totally understand that. So here are a few things you can do. Number one, you can buy exclusivity from some companies. Some companies just won't do it. Some companies will. And by buying exclusivity, you would have to buy tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of yards. And you're like, yeah, no thanks. Yeah, it's not really the best option because you can't exclude all the people who have already bought the print before you came along. The company is not going to chase down whoever bought it before you and say, we gotta take that back. Okay, no one's gonna do that. Also, you have to consider the 10% rule. Okay, in textile design, all you have to do is change something 10% for it to be considered new and not infringing on any intellectual property law. Okay, so there's that. And somebody coming along and changing something 10% might not be enough for you. Your other option is to take the print, the design that your fabric sales rep has, and ask to recolor it. You can switch up the color to fit the color story that you had been working on with, all your other things back at your office. And it will merchandise back to your collection. Everything will work well together because they're all in the same color story. And your print will look really different once it's recolored. Color plays such a big part of how we view things. It's one of the first things that we pick up on, definitely before small design details, and sometimes even before the overall texture of something. So changing the whole colorway, especially if you change it drastically, will make it really look special to you. Another option is you can design your own. Now, before you get started on designing your own and spending a lot of time on that, number one, you need to determine whether you have time to develop your own print design. So you're working towards a season, right? You have a goal. You need to know how you're going to sell your line. Okay? Whether you're taking it to a trade show like Magic, or you're handing them off to a sales rep who will in turn, do their own thing, or you're going to have a runway show. Whatever it is that you're going to do with your final samples, you need that date. You need that date of when you're going to be shipping your stuff off to Vegas, when you're going to be handing your final samples off to your sales rep. You've got that date, then you need to work backwards. You talk to your sample makers and your pattern cutters, and you get a time frame for how much time they need to cut and sew your final samples after they've received all the raw materials. Okay? 99.9% of the sample makers out there won't start making your stuff until they have all of your raw materials for those samples in hand. Okay? So you cannot be waiting for a zipper shipment while they're sewing. Okay? You might get someone to do that if they're sewing for you in-house. They're your employee, and so they'll do whatever you ask them to do. But if you are hiring someone out, they're not going to do it until they have everything. Okay? So how much time they need from when they receive all the raw materials to when they can give you the final samples. So you have that time frame. And so then you get your time frame from your fabric people. We need this much time to get your design so that we can do the sample, the strike off. Okay, and then you're going to need time to approve it, and then how much production time they need after you've approved the sample that it takes for them to do all the sample yardage and ship it to you. Okay, make sure you include shipping lead times on every single timeline you ever make, and then cushion everything. You got to pad everything, always think, okay, people like best case scenario when they're pitching sales to you. So make sure you pad here and there. And then whatever time you have left over, that's how much time you have to finish designing your collection and design your print, right? If you don't have enough time, don't do it. Obviously, right? You'll figure it out, okay? You know how fast you work on these things. You'll know, okay? I cannot dictate that for you. But yeah, if you have only 2 days to develop a print, I would advise against it. Okay? And go with, maybe recoloring an existing print. So when do you design your prints? You design them while you're designing the rest of the collection, because it is part of the rest of the collection. Decisions regarding your print should be involved with decisions regarding the rest of your collection. When you are pulling images for your concept, you should be thinking, not, constantly like, is this a good print? Is this a good print? But always know, okay, I'm going to develop a print. What could be good inspiration for a print? Always have that little nugget of info in your mind. If you watch my interview with Dahe, you know that concept development can be a very different thing in the working industry than it is in school. And we don't always have to or have time for a perfectly finished, beautiful mood board. However, you should be still collecting some images to share with your team so that you guys are all on the same page in terms of the visual outcome of your collection. So as you're collecting these images, think to yourself, what could be a cool basis or inspiration for a print? If you watched the rest of the design process series, okay, and I'll link the playlist somewhere, then you might remember some of these images that I had pulled a long time ago when I first got started with this example project. And yeah, look at this kind of stuff and be like, oh, that could be a cool print. Don't lift the whole thing, okay? But, think of interesting elements that you might like here. Or maybe you don't like this particular graffiti, but you like the idea of something that looks vaguely like graffiti. Something like these two, where it's more focused on a single item, you might think, do I want a bunch of people? No? I don't know. I thought that looked kind of cool. Maybe take this, and then I put it on a repeat because I was trying to think of what it would look like, and kind of squint your eye and look at it more abstractly. Okay, so I was thinking about that too. Remember, I was looking at these old textiles, and I was looking at the color story, but also these really cool patterns where maybe these patterns done more subtly could be a background for other images layered on top. Do you remember our old window tool? Okay, where you can take something like this, because this image, I really love it because it has all these crazy light shadow things happening. And instead of taking it for the visual it is, which is a woman in a dress standing in the middle of the street, you can take your window tool and separate out cool images. Like maybe I want a print that looks like these crazy light streaks all over the place. Do you remember this original collage that we did in video number 2, where we went over mood boards and sketchbook development? Remember, I had drawn this out because I really liked the idea of all these wrinkles and a maze of squished fabric and stuff. Maybe this becomes your print or a basis for a print. You know how I had started working on tree bark texture meeting chicken feet scale texture and this sort of thing, playing with your images and, continuing to develop until you start getting some designs that you think would be a cool print that has the thematic elements and then has the color story kind of all woven with the rest of your collection. Next is colors. So when you're putting your color story together for your whole collection, remember how I said that all your colors have to look good together, even if a person is only going to buy one item from you per season. Okay, remember that, because you're presenting the whole collection, whether it's at a trade show or on the runway or in a lookbook, and so they all have to look good together. And then you're going to pull whatever colors you want from that to create your print. Or if you're not going to use the exact colors from the rest of your collection in your print, they have to complement. Okay? You can't have the blues that are the solid colors in your collection fight with whatever blues that you might have in your print, because they will hang together. You need to merchandise them together. And so if those colors fight each other, it won't look good together. Okay, so you have to compromise, work back and forth with the colors in your print and the colors in your solids, and make sure that everything is harmonious. Once you have your color story for your prints and for your solids selected, you need to figure out your Pantone colors, get your color codes, so that you have that list of numbers and you can dye your solids to match. You can get your printer to match those colors. And so everything comes out looking the right color. If some of that was confusing to you, go watch my design process video on color and texture. I'm someone who finds inspiration while they're painting illustration. You know, sometimes when I'm doing these quick sketch croquis as I'm designing, I will paint one like as final and as beautiful as possible. Okay, not thinking that that's going to be what the final thing looks like, but because I kind of love painting. And it is a step in the process that I enjoy. I didn't mention it in the design process because it's something that's unique to me and it's not something that I recommend for everyone. But yeah, I'll pause and I'll paint a few out. And in the painting, I start making new decisions, because now that I'm seeing a more final product, I'm like, oh, I didn't think about this. I didn't think about that. Or, oh, I don't like that at all. Okay? And so I find that doing final illustrations within my design process helps me. So when I was working on this particular project, I took my gouaches out and I started painting a couple of final illustrations. I had been developing a rose print, and I knew that I wanted the rose print to have the colors that I had my solids in, you know, playing it back. So I made these color chips for future reference. Okay, as I was painting the final, I made these big gouache chips. And yet another reason why I love gouache is you can really get that beautiful, intense, pure color. I mean, I've had these color chips for years. This project is, I don't know, like 7 years old, and the color chips still look amazing. I painted these chips for future reference. And so later on, when I was pulling final colors for the rose print and matching things up to my Pantone colors, I had these. And so I just had to figure out which ones I wanted to use and which ones were closest to the Pantone colors. Obviously, I wasn't going to use every single one of these colors. Like, these two are too close together. You know, I could have just done one of these, right? So I played around. Like, I had these all lined up, and I'm like, okay, I want a red, black. I like this dark red, you know, and I want a dark cream and this green as my backdrop. Okay, do I like that? Do I want an orange? Oh no, that looks crazy. How about this one? No, you know what? Never mind. I don't want orange. You know, so I have these color chips to play with, you know, with the illustrations, with my color chips. Like, I have all these tools to play with to develop my work. You can also make similar ones in marker where You know, maybe you have a loose idea of a color story. You haven't tightened it up yet. And so you have markers for each of those, and you make marker chips, and then you start playing around and deciding, oh, what I like. And then you keep those marker chips so that you can, when you're pulling out your pen, oh, I wish I had one for you guys. I don't have one anymore, but when you are looking through the Pantone book and trying to match up your colors, you have these chips that are easy to use. And then next, you're picking fabrics. When you are at the fabric sales rep office and you see a print hanging there, you don't have to get that print printed on the same fabric. You can ask for a different fabric. You know, you can pick something a little bit more pebbly like a crepe or a cotton piqué, or you can pick something really smooth like a Duchess satin. I wouldn't recommend you get too textured because the printing process may turn out, you know, uneven. You know, make sure that you ask that it's going to be okay, because they'll know better than you or me how the printing is going to go. You can also print the fabric on multiple fabrications for the same collection. Maybe you want to do the same design on a silk chiffon and also on a Duchess satin. And then after that, you can think about your bodies, your proportions, your shapes, your details, and all those things. Another thing that you can do is to take your print design and use the images to create other embellishments and designs for the rest of your collection. Okay? You can pull elements and create graphics to screen print on tees. You can create appliques. You can create different kinds of patches. You can design graphics that can be turned into debosses or embosses for leathers. You can create beading patterns, embroideries, other decorative stitching like smocking or sachiko stitching. You can pull elements from the print, create different embellishments to go on top of your solids to kind of bring all those thematic elements in your collection together. You can also do a secondary print, one that is related to your first print, but something simpler. And they don't have to look matchy-matchy, but something that's complementary. I've seen some cute things where people did a polka dot with a particular color story, and then they did a stripe, like a kind of a subtle stripe in the same color story, so that they merchandise back to the same collection. They were both geometric prints in the same color story, and they played well together. Here's a print I developed 100 years ago. You guys know how old I am, right? Because Asian don't raisin. This was the very first project I worked on at my very first real design job after college. On the first day of work, I went in. I spent 2 hours filling out HR paperwork, getting a tour of the office, and kind of getting to know everybody. And then she sat me down in the kitchen because my desk wasn't even ready yet. And she gave me a stack of books, a couple of vintage kimono, and she's like, okay, I need a colorful feminine print. I'm thinking kimono. I'm thinking Art Nouveau elements. I want fairies. I want also like vibes of psychedelic rock poster art from the 60s and 70s. And of course, I'm like this fresh face, newbie punk, nervous first day. I'm like, writing notes as fast as I can. In the office kitchen. And then at some point, she asked me to include drawings of her dog and her sister's dog with fairy wings. Because you can't illustrate a drug-fueled explosion of design viewpoints without including a couple of flying dogs. Apparently. This was hand-drawn. The final is marker and fine liner on Mylar. I don't actually know what I was thinking when I chose Mylar. I really don't remember, but I really haven't worked with Mylar since, and it might be because of that. Okay. The print has 19 colors, which is insane, and at the time made the print quite expensive. We printed it on silk chiffon, 2 different weights of charmeuse, and a stretched georgette. We pulled Pantone chips and made our solids the same colors. The company who printed the fabric also dyed our silk solids, so we just gave them all the 19 Pantone color codes, and we ordered yardage of the solids. Not every single of those 19 colors, like just the 2 pinks that we thought were the best for solid fabrics, the 2 blues that we thought were the best, et cetera, et cetera. We used a different dyer for cottons. This was a domestic dyer who specialized in cotton and modal dyeing. And so they used the same Pantone color codes so that our t-shirt fabrics and our silks would match up. We pulled elements from the design of the fairy print, and we created embroideries and appliques and silk screens for t-shirts, and everything went back to the same 19 Pantone colors. Okay, everything, so that everything harmonized color-wise. At some point, I had all 19 6-digit Pantone color codes memorized, and I could rattle them off like that. I'd write all these emails like, hi, how long would it take to order 100 more yards of item 4001 in Pantone 16-0105? Do you guys remember when you didn't have cell phones and you didn't want to carry your phone book around and you actually had to remember your friends' phone numbers so that you could call them? No? I know I have viewers who are older than me. I know a bunch of you guys are like 16 years old, but I know I have viewers older than me, and y'all remember, okay? I'm old enough to have had a rotary phone in my home. And you know what? If you had a bunch of zeros in your phone number, I automatically hated you because it would take too long to call you. And then we included the secondary print that related back to the original themes. Okay, if you look at the fairy print, you notice that there are a lot of sort of bubble scapes. And when we were visiting one of our fabric sales reps to think of a much more simpler secondary print, we saw these bubbles and we thought it worked back really well. And what we ended up doing was we used the bubble print, we recolored it using some of our original Pantone colors so that it would work back color-wise and thematically. I also took that bubble print and I turned it into an abstract butterfly graphic to be silkscreen on other t-shirts. And then we packaged everything into 2 delivery dates, the fairy print and the accompanying styles of embroideries and whatnot. That was spring 1. And then the bubble print and the abstract butterfly, that was packaged into spring 2, which was delivered a month later. Some things to consider when designing. Number 1, play with the scale. Big flowers or little flowers. Okay, you can play with the same flower. Maybe you're really into pansies this season. You think they're the prettiest thing and they work well with whatever theme you had been going on. Okay, so how is a print with little pansies close together gonna look different from large pansies? Okay, the scale of things really changes up your perception. Larger scale things tend to look bolder, especially if you pair that with stronger colors. Small scale, like little ditzy prints, Liberty prints, things like that, they have a softer, daintier, lighter look to things. So think about the overall image that you're going for and play with the scale. You can also have both. You can have a ditzy pansy print and you can have a larger, more bold pansy print and play with blocking those out in your designs. Number 2, play with different repeats. Okay, just for simplicity's sake, let's say that my design element is a half circle. Okay, so here's my half circle. And you could do a basic block repeat where it's just, they're all next to each other and neatly underneath each other. And you could do a repeat like that. You could do a brick repeat. You know how you look at a brick wall and you have a bunch of bricks and then they're staggered like this for strength. You can do a repeat that is a brick repeat where you have these set up like this, and then you stagger them underneath. You can do a half drop repeat, which is like the brick repeat, but vertically. So you have your half circles in a column, and then you do a half drop and put down your column. Or you could do something where the design is so big that you're not really going to see a repeat. Okay, like let's say you have an A-line skirt and your flowers are so big that you don't really see a repeating pattern. I mean, you do, but that's not really the evident thing. But it's still a print, a repeating print across the fabric. You can also do placed prints where you have a design and the placement of the design is integral to the design of the garment. You can have things like that too, so play around with those options. You can also play with color placement. If you look back at our bubble print, okay, we're playing with the same sort of family of colors, pinks, cream, and green, and black. And the placement of the colors and which color is used really changes the look of the entire print. Okay, look at the cream backdrop and look at the black backdrop and see how different those two fabrics look. Okay, so even within your color story, you can keep moving the colors around until you get the effect that you're looking for. Remember in my colors video, I talked a lot about color proportion and how important they are to how effective your color story is in delivering your mood or concept. Just like this, I mean, if you want a heavy, somber palette, you're not going to make your print predominantly baby blue, baby pink with touches of brown. No, you're probably going to make the background brown and with lots of heavy dark blue and light blue elements, right? So again, think about your color proportions and how you're going to place them in your print. So again, you're thinking, I want a heavy color story. I want things to look somber. And then when you're picking your fabrics for the color placement, how is that all going to work together to, again, create the mood that you want for your overall collection? Whew. Okay, I hope that was enough information for you guys to get started on developing your prints for your collection. As usual, if you have any questions, check the info box, check the comments to see if I've already answered your question. I know the comment section of a lot of YouTube channels can be a fraught, kind of dramatic place, but knock on wood, I've been fairly lucky that I have a mostly respectful, awesome, kind, helpful audience. And so, yeah, do a casual scroll through the comments, see if I already answered your question, because, I only answer comments like, once a day or so, so you might get your answer faster that way. Subscriber requests are always welcome. Just keep in mind that the current queue is 14 months long, and I always go in the order of the queue. By popular request, I will be rolling out the fabric series in a few weeks, where in each video, I'm going to go over a category of different fabrics more in depth. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, share, subscribe, like, thumbs up, and all those wonderful ways you guys show me love that I always appreciate. Thank you very much. And I will see you next time.
Hey party people. This video is all about how I design a flower print. And hopefully you can watch this video and pick up some tips and tricks to apply to designing all kinds of prints, because the process will be fairly similar. And I am going to be demonstrating on a fairly simple-ish print. And then, of course, you can get simpler and more complex as your needs may be. But, you yada, 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 right? If you are looking for more information on the product development process of print design, working with a mill, working with a printer, that kind of thing, then I already have that video and I will link it in the description box below. So on to the flower print. What am I doing on the screen now? I am looking through my favorite flower book, and I flashed the ISBN on camera earlier. I'll have that in the description box below. But I like looking through books, like focus books, subject focus books like this, more than Google search, because I don't know the names of a lot of flowers. And so I don't have to know that information. I can look through a flower book and I can just gravitate towards the ones that look pretty to me, look like the mood I'm going for in that collection. Number 2, I can scan in as high res as I want. You know how sometimes you're going through Google and you see these images and it's really cool, but it's like 100 pixels by 100 pixels and you're like, what am I supposed to do with this stamp, this tiny, right? And so, in order to play with the image, you can have like a high res. A thing I like about this book in particular is it shows the flowers close up and it shows the flowers kind of from far away so that you can see how the flower grows on the bush or on the tree or from the ground, however the plant grows. And so you can think about scale and composition, whether or not you want to show leaves, whether or not you want to show a lot of background, or you want the whole thing just tiled with flowers, and start thinking about that as you're thinking about flowers. Like, look at these petunias. They're like no background at all, right? So you could do something like that. You could do something where there's a lot of green. So get your, creative juices flowing by being inspired by actual nature, okay? And so I will go through a book like this, and then I will pick a flower that I think really meshes well with my collection theme and my colors and all that sort of thing, and then scan it into the computer and start playing around with it in Photoshop. I picked this rose and I scanned it at 300 DPI, and I am going to erase the background. It's I know Robin taught y'all how to mask things and stuff, but that's really not what we're doing today. I just want the rose itself so I can start messing with it. So I'm just going to erase the background pretty sloppily. I don't care. It's just whatever. And now I'm going to make multiple copies of this rose. And I'm going to make multiple copies in different sizes. And I'm going to play around with the colors. I forget what the tool is called. It's like hue saturation. It's Command U on a Mac. And you can play around with the colors and the saturation a little bit. This is not really a Photoshop tutorial, so I'm not going to get into it too much, but you can play around with that. It doesn't really matter because this is not your final image. This is just a step in the process, a tool that you're creating. But if you wanted blue roses and it helps you to visualize it by making the roses blue, you can do that here. Once you have a million roses tiled on an 8.5 by 11 or A4 paper, I go ahead and print it out. So now I'm going to cut out all my flowers, and I'm going to pull some figure templates, croquis, and then tape some tracing paper onto them so I can kind of create some mock-ups of clothes. And if you are good at Photoshop and Illustrator and want to do that on the computer, be my guest. But I'm going to show it this way so that it doesn't become a Photoshop or Illustrator tutorial, but just about the method. What I like to do is, this is not about sketching out the designs, but just kind of drawing out some rough ideas on silhouettes. Like if you're going to do a bunch of men's shirts, or if you're doing, if you're thinking, oh, maybe I'll do some boxy dresses. This is not about design details, but just kind of a loose
idea of the silhouettes based on your mood and color so far. And then start putting out the flowers on top of your figures. Of course, you can do a million of these. I do sell my fashion figure templates on my Etsy store, zoehong.etsy.com. And all you have to do is print them up really big so you have some room to play with. And yeah, just start messing around and lay out some flowers. And maybe at this point you decide, oh, you know what? I want some leaves. And so you can either just draw a bunch of leaves or, scan and print out a bunch of leaves. Or maybe you're like, oh, I want roses and daisies. And so you can go get yourself some daisies and start playing around with them. And then, you can do something like, oh, you know what? I love the roses, but I also want something in the background, maybe like a subtle stripe or a polka dot or, something in the background that's a little bit more, tone on tone, textural maybe, so that the flowers are still the focal point, but I want a little bit something in the background, whatever, and just play. Lay out more tracing paper, play some more. Draw another one, draw 30 of them. Have fun. Just so that you can kind of get an idea for how you're going to use the print. Because, it costs a lot of money to develop and print out a custom print, and you might as well just kind of play around with how you're going to use them before you make those decisions. Once you're happy with the design and the scale of your flowers on your garment, you need to figure out how that's going to scale out in real life. And I like to use a palm to palm ratio. So I figure out the size of the palm of my model's hand on the croquis and how big one of the roses is in relation to her palm in the design. And then I draw my own palm onto the paper and then draw a loose rose on top of that to scale, measure that, and then I'll know the actual size I need to make each rose. Once you have an idea for how you're going to compose your print, think about what style your final artwork is going to be. And a tip for trying to figure out the style is to play around with your Photoshop filters purely for inspiration. You're not going to actually take, the pixelated rose image and just copy and paste that onto fabric. You want to make something original and create something for yourself, but you can take the ideas, kind of just jog your brain about and see what interesting options there are. You can do like a cool, something that looks like a hand watercolor, or you can hand watercolor it and scan it in and manipulate it that way. There are a lot of things you can do. This is just one tip. Now is the time to draw your print in vector art on your computer. And printers prefer vector art. They request EPS files because with vector art, you can blow up and play with the scale of your print as much as you want without losing quality. And it's much easier to play with drawings like this in vector art. So I use Illustrator, I drew out a rose, and then you can start manipulating the drawing here too by playing with the thickness of the outline, the color of the outline, the color of the individual petals, and so forth. Just, play around. You can put gradients on petals, anything you want. Next, you're going to have to think about what repeat you want to use, like in which format you want your repeat. I'm going to go over a lot of the more common ones, but not every single one. That would be a very long video. Okay. First up is the block repeat, where you just take the design and literally just repeat it, same direction, same distance, horizontally and vertically. Next is your brick repeat. And so with that, you have a row of elements.
And just like a brick wall, the row beneath it will be offset. And then the row beneath that will be offset and often in line with the first row. A half drop repeat is kind of like if you took the brick wall and put it on its side. So you have a column of elements, and then in the next row over, it's offset. And then again, the next row over that is offset again. A diamond layout is when you take your elements and you put them in a diamond pattern. And when I talk about elements, obviously I'm demonstrating with simple things like hearts and my flowers, but it doesn't have to be the case. You can have a very complicated element with tons of things. Like let's say you wanted to do like an art supplies print, and each element could be a cluster of scissors and pencils and markers and erasers and wadded up pieces of paper. And then you repeat that cluster of things. And like that one cluster would be one element. Next is the border layout. This is a little bit different, but let's say if this is a roll of fabric you would have a border along one or both selvages where the main fabric is one print or a solid, and the border trim is another pattern or a solid. Next, I want to talk about all over prints. And I put them in quotes because this is actually difficult to get done because printers they'll want to work with a repeating element instead of unless you're working with very small pieces of fabric. But you can create an all over effect where it doesn't look like the element is repeating by creating an element that is very big. So whether that is a giant rose or that cluster, like let's say the art supplies cluster, you drew a cluster of art supplies so big that you could only fit like 3/4 of a cluster on a shirt. And so you don't see the repeat, you just see the cluster, right? And so you can create that all over effect. Like this one I'm demoing on screen where one repeat is so massive that unless you are creating like a giant massive hoop skirt, you're really not gonna see the repeat in one garment. Turnover layouts are when you take your element and you can have a block repeat, but you turn the element over with every repeat. So like you see I'm doing with the roses, 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees. A tessellation or an interlocking print is when you have pieces that are interlocked together like a jigsaw puzzle, so you see no background. And this is not like having this is kind of different from having like a bunch of flowers overlapping each other and showing no background like the petunias, but like literally over interlocking shapes. Like a honeycomb is kind of a classic interlocking shape. And yeah, like the previous jigsaw puzzles, like let's pretend you did a jigsaw puzzle and every single shape was exactly the same. Okay, that's a tessellation. You can have tessellations where you have two pieces, right? If I had like a little circle in between all the honeycomb corners, something like that. Fall-on effect is most commonly seen on plaids, but I do see them elsewhere too. This is when you look at a plaid and you have stripes going in one direction and then you have stripes going in the other direction, and where they intersect, the color is different. So when you have blues intersecting each other, you get this little square where the blue is the most intense. Of course, if you have, blue intersecting green, you get a blue-green, and if you have a blue intersecting a purple, you get a purpley blue, and so forth and so forth. But you have that weave effect And you can mimic that in a print as well, where that intersecting section is a different color. When you are designing your prints, you have to think about the direction of the print because it is very important in the product development process and how you lay out your pattern pieces in a marker. Okay. Do you remember any of my lectures where I talked about napped fabrics and how if you have something like faux fur, you have to make sure that all of your all your patterns are going in one direction so that on your jacket, all the fur hairs are going in the same direction? It's the same with prints. Okay. If you have a non-directional print like I'm just demoing right now, you can cut it in any direction. Let's pretend all these flowers are identical. And so you can cut it in any direction and it doesn't matter. You don't need to have a special mark on your pattern saying it needs to be cut a particular way because of the fabric. When you have a one-way print where it looks distinct in only one direction, it looks very different when you start turning them in different directions, then you need to mark on your marker, all patterns must go this way because I want the flowers to be on top and the leaves to be on the bottom. Okay. If you want this like little flower with the stem and the leaves, but you don't want to deal with the one direction, then you have to redesign your print. So maybe you have a row going this way and a row going that way. So you can cut your marker and the pattern pieces can go either direction and it's fine. I mean, it won't look the same like that. So if you have any bias pieces that you're thinking of, things that are cut in different directions like yokes on shirts, cuffs on shirts, those are things to think about when you're designing the whole garment with the print in mind. With four-way prints, it's a little bit different from non-directional. Non-directional, everything is identical and it's, geometrically placed, so you can just spin it and it always looks the same. But four ways, you've developed the print so that you can cut it any which way. It has a distinct kind of four-way look. A lot of people confuse non-directional and four-way. It's fine. And so, yeah, I have the flowers with the leaves and I have some going in every single direction. So no matter which direction you cut it, there's always going to be some flowers looking quote unquote right side up. And then there is a stripe repeat where you can take an element, let's take our heart today, and create a stripe of hearts and then have a big empty space and then create another identical stripe of hearts. And then your dot repeat is, it can be a block, a half drop, a brick, what have you, but the dot repeats are ones where each element is very small and spaced far apart. So it from far away just looks like dots. So back to my Illustrator file, that green square is 4 inches by 4 inches, which is the approximate real size that I had drawn out before. And I've played around with the colors in my row so that it's more intense colors in the middle that resembles a little bit more like a real rose. And then I wanted the freshness of the green backdrop without having actual leaves. So I made that green. And I wanted the outlines to not really stand out so much. So I made them the same green. And then I didn't want it to look like a geometric repeat. So I've decided to make one repeat a big cluster of roses. And it looks like I drew a ton, but I didn't. If you look carefully, I've only drawn 2 roses, the 3/4 angle and the head-on angle. And I changed the colors and the sizes and just like manipulated them a little bit, kind of tweaked them a little bit, turned them around in different directions. So just at an off glance, it looks like a bunch of different roses, but it's just 2. So this is one repeat. And I do prefer the green backdrop, so I'm going to make sure I extend that across. And then when I was doing the repeat, I made sure that it's like an approximate rectangle, but I made certain flowers like stick out off to the sides so that it doesn't look so like orderly when I start laying out my repeat. And now I'm going to play around with layering repeats. So maybe I want a stripe in here. So all I would have to do is draw some rectangles, add another color. And if I want something subtle, I'll just do another green. If I want something bold, maybe I'll do a white stripe, that sort of thing. And just play around, horizontal, vertical, bias, and just mess around with another element in the background. If you want, you can do it and then decide the whole thing is super ugly. But here's the thing. I save everything. And that's why I have a bunch of hard drives, because I save everything. But yeah, like maybe you're undecided. Go ahead and save a separate file where you have a stripe in the background, where you have a polka dot in the background. It like takes nothing to save it and then maybe use the same concept at another point in time. And then once I have the final thing, you can play with repeats, you can play with colorways. Anytime you take the time to develop a print, I urge you to offer different colorways of the same print. And in this example, the different kinds of prints I have, the colorways, they're too close together for it to be viable. Like these are just 6 options for the same print. But once you have it all figured out, I urge you to have different colorways, like maybe do something that is more like white and pink roses, that a more cool color story, it depends on the rest of the color story of your collection, but offer your print in at least 2 colorways. And that's it. That's what I got for prints today. I hope you learned a lot. Please give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today. Share, subscribe, hit the notification bell, all the ways you show me love. I have 163,000 subscribers right now. And when I think about it, I'm like, wow, that's just crazy. I appreciate everyone's support so much. I can't even tell you. Anyway, so yeah, this is my process. Of course, lots of different designers have lots of different ways they like to do things, but I try to like pare down and kind of streamline and make things, as manageable step by step as possible so that y'all can practice. There's that P word again. Hashtag always be practicing. Hashtag practice not magic. And have fun. I really enjoy print design. I hope you will too. And I will see you in the next video.
Hey guys, welcome to design process video number 6. This is all about design development. So we went over concept, mood boards, color, texture, fabric, shape, proportion. And now that we have all these elements, remember from the very beginning, it's all about vague concepts and ideas and making things more and more concrete and specific as we go. So we have all these elements going on right now, and now we're going to be putting them together into specific designs. And I'm going to show you guys a few ways to develop your ideas further off of your main concept. So to recap the example project that I created for you guys, this was the Lux Utility project. And it was all about luxurious interiors and furnishings, and the concept of furnishings and interiors being unisex, and to translate that into a functional yet luxurious unisex clothing collection. And then I had, collected all of these fabrics. I did some knit samples, played with 2 different color stories, a cool one and a warm one. We played with shapes and proportions, and I went over how you can develop those things last time around. So I'm going to show you just a few of the sketches that I just slammed out for this project. So playing with the fabrics that I had, the furs, the knits, the mesh, the wool for the tailoring. I'm not going to sit here and explain every single one because I feel that I've explained how I've been approaching designing. At this stage, I'm not super concerned with making all the sketches look like a cohesive collection. Okay? Of course, I'm following the same concept, fabrics, color, everything. But even within that scope, there are so many things that you can do. There are still several directions you can take. And at this stage, I'm exploring all those avenues. Like I'm here, I have something that's really sporty. It's actually veering a little bit to spring, summer, and not so much fall, winter. And then here, it's getting a little less unisex and a little bit more sexy. This is getting a little bit too sexy. And then so I started pulling back to more of that unisex concept with the vests and the mesh paneling. Here with the giant overcoats with the huge pockets and the complicated knit sweaters and the trousers. And I really got into quilting. I was putting styles on children's croquis, male croquis, female croquis, like all over the place, and playing with different twists with the knit and the fur together, and creating basic shapes and silhouettes based off of my fabric board, etc., etc. If you visit my mood board again, which you should do at this stage in your design project, remember the things that appeal to you. Remember the things that you wanted to keep in mind for later. For example, I was really into the quilting. I wanted to definitely play with the quilting. I wanted to play with metallics. I wanted to play with this sort of stained glass idea of fitting geometric shapes together. I wanted to play with this sort of like a lot of these verticals, whether they're going this way or they're intersecting at angles, this idea of geometric shapes repeating, and then geometric shapes repeating and being kind of cut out as opposed to just keeping the squares intact. So I wanted to play with these ideas, and that's why I have the tracing paper to accentuate those particular ideas as notes to self. At this stage, I would go research ways that I can take these loose concepts and bring them to real life with fabrics. I have here a stack of 1 billion books. I have kind of an insane library. Don't tell my husband that I admitted that my library is insane. If he asks, my library is entirely too small and it needs way more things. So I'm going to drop the title and the author's name in the info box for the books that I go over today. And feel free to check them out at your nearest neighborhood bookstore. This one is super fantastic. It is called The Art of Manipulating Fabric by Colette Wolfe. And this is insane. She did all these crazy samples in muslin and took pictures and showed the process of how to do them. And she goes over all these crazy stuffed appliques and quilting methods, stuffing. Here's machine quilting. This is corded quilting, where you take the cords and then you sew around them to create these textures and designs. All these are tucks in patterns. Look at that. Seamless tucks, reverse tucks, partially seamed tucks, or called release tucks, 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 cross stitch tucks. Those are so cool. Shell tucks, tucks in a circle, tucks going both directions so that you are creating a three-dimensional plaid, or you can make it zigzaggy. This book is just amazing because not only are there a million ideas, but it really shows you the technical of how to do these things. English smocking, how cool is that? Shh. And the cool thing is there are so many really clear pictures that if you incorporate any of these ideas into your designs, you have an excellent example of how to draw them. Flounces, ruffles, pleats, all that good stuff. Woo! What is that? A sawtooth pattern in pattern shearing. What? That's cool. This book is called Fashioning Fabrics, Contemporary Textiles and Fashion, edited by Sandy Black. And this one is a great picture book showing things that designers have done with fabrics. And so they're organized by the designer and then organized by section. This is the embellished section. And the one I really wanted to show you is this. This is a designer I've never heard of before. But I love the concept of taking something that is a classic, the pearl. And we have distinct associations with pearls. We think they are classic, classy, elegant, possibly a little bit old lady, if you're not careful. We have ideas of vintage, old school couture. But then you see it done like this, which is insane and magical and beautiful and crazy, and you rethink the pearl completely. And I encourage you guys not to take a single material or type of trim and take it at face value. Be like, oh, this is old fashioned, or we're not doing that anymore, or that's too arts and craftsy. See beyond the preconceived notion or reputation of a single item and push it into a new space. I love that. Okay. This is a really fantastic book showing just, whew, look at that. Just amazing things that you can do with fabrics. Like if you look at these designs from Kenzo, the silhouettes are fairly basic, right? Here's a tiered, simple dress, very loose with the cape, A-line dress with a coat. But it's really the textures and the patterns and the colors coming together to really create the flavor. If you watch the interview with Dae Kim, we talked about how in school they encourage a lot of fabric and fiber manipulation and processes, and how it's harder to do that in the real world because you can't be doing everything handmade. Unless that is, you keep things small and that's the goal of your business, is to do one-of-a-kind handmade things. But for the most part, if you're a designer and you are interested in mass production, you have to find ways to make things mass producible. So to push yourself as creatively as possible, but to also find a real world producible way of bringing your vision to life. And so sometimes these kinds of books are really good in that, oh, hey, maybe I didn't know that you could do that. Okay? It's this constant balance between pushing yourself and then maybe just not getting too crazy because, you know, somebody still has to make these and you still have to stay in your price bracket. And so you're kind of constantly juggling back and forth to find that nice little balance. And you will find that there are certain things that can be done that you didn't think were producible and are actually quite easy to do on a machine. And vice versa. You might also think, oh, this is so easy. Why doesn't it exist? And you will find that it exists, but you have to pay, $100 a yard at a 5,000 yard minimum for it. Okay. So do your research. This is the Surface Texture Bible by Cap Martin. And this is not a fashion book. This is this awesome book I picked up when I was visiting a good friend in Cleveland. She took me to this amazing little bookstore. This book is just textures. Like, they don't give a crap about fashion. It's mostly about interiors, but even then, you could easily turn this into a print. I think that's fantastic. It's just a 3-color print. This faded vermilion, blue, and cream ecru. And these wood greens. Look at this texture. That would make a fantastic print. How would you create? Like, look at this. Like, how would you develop this into fabric? Because I think just this image by itself, without knowing what it is stunning. To take this slate blue fabric, do I panel some laces to get this texture? And then to run top stitching to get these black lines? Or do I do lines of black beading, asymmetrical black beading with teeny tiny little beads to create this overall look? Like, what do? You could do a million things. Don't just be inspired by fashion or fashion books. And go out there, go look at other things. This is Digital Textile Design by Melanie Bowles and Sari Isaac. Sorry if I butchered that. So creating your own prints is a way to distinguish yourself. Creating your own prints is probably one of the least expensive ways to create something exclusive to you and make your design special. And with technology the way it is, you can do all kinds of engineered or placed prints. And what that means is creating prints where the print will be placed precisely in the design somewhere. Okay? Like, if you look at this, it has been engineered so that this chandelier will sit at the top of the blouse when it's cut out like that on every blouse. And then on this jacket, the sleeve and front panel pieces will be cut so that the print creates this arcing shape when it's sewn together. Here are some more examples where the placement of the print is really important for the proportions and the overall look. Having this image asymmetrically coming off from the side. These are examples of trompe-l'oeil. Trompe-l'oeil is a French expression that means trick of the eye. So sometimes you'll see these sweater dresses, right? Where it kind of looks like the person is wearing several layers of knits into this cool outfit, but actually it's just color blocked 1-layer sweater. Okay. Look at this shirt. This shirt has been printed with this engineered print that looks like feathers, but it's a print. Oh, it's not feathers. It's the haircut shirt. It's supposed to look like hair all over his shoulders. And then this looks like crack paint all over, but it's actually a print. And so this is another one of those things where if you were playing with hand painting things in the design stage, how can you translate that to real life? Well, what if you created a trompe-l'oeil print and you created this kind of crackle paint surface, but it's actually on a very slinky, smooth fabric? Of course, there's lots of interesting prints you can do. This is great because this also tells you like how to do these things in Illustrator, as well as explain the different kinds of prints that you can work on. And then I love these because they're kind of crazy. It's not like a steady all over print. Okay? It's just like these random pieces that have been printed on, and then there's a print with an embroidery on top. This is Knitwear Design by Carol Brown. This is also a really fantastic book, and it goes through inspiration, different kinds of knits. It defines great terminology, has a glossary in the back, shows you a million process images of designers and how they think and how they work, interviews with various knitwear designers, and tons of runway shots to show you the finished products, and talking about different colors and yarns and illustrations. This is such a delicious book. Every time I look at it, I notice something new. So just a couple of bookmarks I want to show you to not forget to play with multiple materials. Like, you don't have to just create a cool knit and then call it a day, or knit with 2 separate yarns and call it a day. But here we are using buttons as embellishment on top of knits. Here we are taking tubular knits, creating flowers with another knit on top with strings of beads. So yeah, like, bring different materials together to create your own unique effect. But, oh, look at this book. Oh, so pretty. And then I love this, just to like remind students constantly to put things on the form. As you're creating these samples, I want you to constantly be putting your samples on the form so that you see how it scales on the body. Okay, because looking at it something and just being like, oh, that's cool, and then actually putting on a body and be like, oh, that just looks really, really small and ineffectual. It looked really cool in the sample, but you're just looking at one sample. But when you put it on the body and you step back about 6 feet, you can't really see any of the details. Maybe I need to make everything bigger. Okay, so constantly remember to put things on a dress form. And then this, I love this little corner here because you see this designer working with this partial knitting effect. And then draping it, actually creating a sample and draping it based off her original sketches. And also playing with the scale. Okay, so you want to play with the scale and design around it. And then you see how this sleeve is this sleeve. Like, she created the muslin top part of the sleeve and then did these partial knitting pieces and then actually pinned them onto the dress form to see how it would look in real life. Because the whole point of this stage is to see how your designs are going to look in real life before you put in the effort to cut the pattern and pay for the pattern making, okay? You want to do these things at this stage when you're still experimenting and you can control costs and you can control the outcome before you go and do your final editing and get these things made. I don't care how good of an illustrator you are. Even me, there are times where I'll draw something and the physical manifestation of that illustration falls short. I know. Did you know I'm not perfect? Don't tell anybody. It's a secret. Okay, it's not a secret. But these things happen, okay? And so you need to try everything out with your fabrics like this before you can move forward. So where were we? We are looking back at our mood boards and our concepts. We are researching different techniques that we can explore to put our mood boards and our ideas and put them into like actual tangible things. We are getting inspired by different techniques that are available to us, not taking things too literally, putting our own spin on things and designing cool things. These are some of the 3D samples that I created for this collection. I played around with quilting, different scales, different leathers. I had this idea of unfinishing the quilting, where it's just quilted in some sections and then not, but still having the polyfill. And then as I was quilting, I had this really cool brocade fabric and I quilted that, but it didn't seem enough. And so I added the studs. Okay, so this is kind of a process. And then I was thinking about putting together geometric shapes in a different way. So I created pailles, okay? These little holes are from when I was thinking about adding beads or studs to the ends of the pailles, and I didn't really like them, so I took them out. But then I was putting them on this brocade, and I was like, well, you can't even see the brocade, and this whole thing looks stupid. And so I put them on a more simple background fabric and a thinner fabric so that you could see, it would still move. I had this idea of doing cutouts, and I had those cool colors of silk blouse weights before. And so I thought if I took those really cool colors and made them into lining so that you could see them throughout the cutouts and the leather. And so we were playing with these sort of geometric shapes in different ways, quilting, cutting, scaling into pailles, right? And then I was thinking about sort of, remember how I was talking about the vertical lines and the crisscrossing vertical lines and that sort of thing. And I started thinking about basket weaving. And then I'm like, basket weaving, it's so Bottega Veneta, as in I like Bottega Veneta, but it's been done before. So what can I do to elevate it? And so I started adding intermittent chains. And then I was playing with different meshes and then incorporating the chains with the meshes so it has like a hard and soft feel. And at the same time, I was still trying to make things look not completely unisex androgynous, but nothing that is overtly feminine and overtly masculine, but something that could go either way depending on how you styled everything. I mean, this is where you play when you're not putting together an entire sweater. I did this. It ended up looking like a bikini top, but I mean, it's so holy that it just no longer reads fall winter. I mean, I guess you could if you layered it right, but this wasn't really what I was going for. But yeah, this is where you explore. Like, I look at this and I laugh because I think it is so ugly. Oh my God, stop looking at it. I don't recommend that you start using your final fabrics when you are developing your textures and design elements. Start with muslin because it's cheap. These leathers are not. So here's a hilarious thing. I was preparing for this video and I realized I'm completely out of muslin. So I'm not going to be doing a tutorial in muslin, but yeah, like when you're doing this quilting thing, you know, just take a piece of muslin, and they don't have to be squares. They don't even have to be a repeating pattern. This is a marker with disappearing ink, all very 007 style. Okay, so later on it'll wear out. And you can come up with different quilting pattern designs. You know, so you can like wipe this off later even. Like maybe you want something more organic. And so you're gonna put together a quilting pattern like this. And then you're gonna take some of that fluffy cotton fill stuff, and you're going to pin it, and then you're going to take it to your sewing machine and then just sew along these lines. And you can play with different patterns. You can play with different surface fabrics. You can play with how much stuffing you want in your quilting. Like this one is really thin. Okay, this is just one layer of polyfill. You can add tons of polyfill and so that your quilting is super round. You can also play with different top stitching threads, and you can do a flat like white on white. You could do a contrast if you want to pick up another color from the rest of your collection, like maybe you love this chartreuse and so you get a really fat top stitching thread in this chartreuse color to do your quilting with. Or since we're playing with chains in this group, you can pull a few chains and maybe you're going to tack things down later, you know, pick stitch chains on top of your quilting, and then you can play with scale, color, all kinds of things. right? And so if you start doing these and do a bunch of experimental quilting embellished things in muslin, then you can start visualizing like what you like, what you think are the best options that go with your original concept, and then move forward and make it in your final fabrics. Remember rule number 1 of design projects, keep everything. So don't just be like, oh, I'm just going to do cutouts and then just do that and not explore. Okay? Take each thing, like something like this, I'll go, okay, I'm going to do squares, and then I'm going to do squares with a purple background, or I'm going to do round cutouts. Like these squares are to mirror the square quilting, but what if I had round pailles and then I had round cutouts? What if I had square pailles and square cutouts? Okay. What if I played with the scale of the basket weave so that it worked more closely with these things, where the scale of the basket weave was actually closer to this quilting? Okay, so don't forget to play with the scale. Don't forget to take these samples and pin them to your mannequin. Don't make these like little 2x2 swatches and think that you're going to get an idea as to the overall feel on a garment. Okay? Make big swatches. Pin them to the mannequin. These were originally bigger. I just trimmed them nicely for the book. Once you've done a lot of exploring, we're going to move back to the 2D. Remember my original sketches? They were pretty boring. They were basic shapes, kind of in the vein of what kind of shapes and proportions I want, how hard or soft is my tailoring going to be, how much skin am I covering, how fitted the garments are. I wanted things to be androgynous and tailored, fall, winter. So I created shapes and silhouettes and proportions based off those concepts, but the interiors were pretty boring. And this is where I start taking these based off of my original concepts and then applying to my 2D sketches. Now, I had this original vest, and it's a simple vest. It's a nice shape, but then I took it to this, where I did a diamond quilting pattern, and then I would do a diamond cutout on the bottom. So the whole thing is lined in this chartreuse. The top is quilted. I probably will have to have some sort of cut line halfway. And then the bottom part would have the cutouts with the lining showing through. And at this point, I hadn't decided which collar I liked best, whether I was going to do a shawl collar that comes all the way down or to do a collarless lapel. Okay. And then I really liked this shape, this triangular shape of the collarless lapel. And so I started thinking about having these sort of panels, these lightly quilted panels on pants, kind of resembling like motorcycle pants. Because I was also thinking, motorcycle leathers are a category of clothes that the styles are largely unisex, and they're very utilitarian and functional. And so I was inspired a little bit by that. And then here is one of the basic dress shapes I was playing with before, but I applied this basket weave, but I put it on the diagonal. If you have watched my how to render print fabrics video, then you know that I use a palm to palm scale ratio to scale down things in real life into the size appropriate for the illustration. So, example, here's the palm of my hand, and the paillet, one round paillet, fits inside the palm. It's really close to the size of my palm. And so if this is the size of my palm on my croquis, then my paillet is going to be about that big. And that's how I would scale everything down. This one, okay, four of these fit inside my palm almost perfectly. And so if I were sketching this brocade quilt onto this croquis, then that's my palm size on my croquis. And so that would be the size of each of these little squares on my coats. Okay? I'll drop a link to that video and you can see a more thorough explanation of that if that confused you. But here I am developing more. So I'm taking these basic jacket shapes with a really sharp tailored shoulder, and I've kind of really fleshed out the pockets because I want a really utilitarian feel, and I wanted something where you can kind of abuse the crap out of a coat and it still be functional and beautiful, because furniture is sturdy. It's supposed to support all kinds of activities. Get your mind out of the gutter. I put rivets in the corners with double needle top stitching, and then a corner top stitch. I mean, these pockets are going to be super sturdy. It's going to have a zipper across the top, and then adding knit panels to tweed panels, and then using all of my fabrics in this kind of patchwork sort of thing. And then again, playing with the pailles, like, okay, how am I going to play with these? And then, later on, I'm like, oh, these designs got a little bit feminine. But I am playing with the paillet placement. Here I am playing with the basket weave, but then also incorporating how I braided the knit and the fur together. Well, do I want to braid this with the leather, or do I want to braid this with the knit and the fur like I did with some of my sweaters? Do I want to do a short version? Even shorter version? No, we're doing longer. Maybe not maxi, playing with all those things, okay? Using the fur as the collar, quilting the leather and the lapels, and then in the sleeves and the shoulders, but only partially. And how I was playing with the partial quilting here. And also, again, the gigantic pockets. And then further playing with the fur, the quilting, the cutouts, and then the pailles in the dress underneath. And then I was also thinking, oh, maybe I want to quilt something sheer. If I quilted some clear vinyl and then I had little flowers inside with my polyfill. And then I got a little too crazy, a little too spring summer, and a little bit off concept. So I ditched that. But I was playing with the knits and this idea of having these very irregular ribs, where it's not like a neat row of rib stitching to finish the garment, but to make it kind of like jaggedy asymmetrical sun rays, reminiscent of kind of the sun beaming through the stained glass windows before. Giant, very couture editorial coat using the quilting and the cutouts. Same with this gown, and kind of a little shift dress using the same technique. And then playing with the mesh and the chains and the creating the knit and the fur, and just playing, mesh panels with the leather, and the chains would sit along the edges here like so. Just exploring, okay, using the different croquis, but kind of following this very tailored fall winter, patching all these various textures and colors together to create kind of this whole feel of how you decorate a living room, where not every piece of furniture is matchy, but they all go together. You have all these textures that work together, and everything is soft and fun and luxurious so that you want to touch it. All the fur, all the knits, all the nice leather, Go back and forth. You're going to design some stuff and you're like, oh, I really love this detail. And I do. I ended up really loving this detail. And so maybe you go and knit yourself some samples of that and pin them to your mannequin, and then take the swatch and then, pin it like this on the mannequin. And then you're like, oh, you know what? I don't like that. Maybe I just turn it on the side and then pin it on a different place on the mannequin on its side. And you're like, oh, maybe I want it on the bias. Maybe I want all three on one garment, and play. Because remember, at the end of the day, we are all about putting fabrics on bodies. Okay? The sketching is a skill set to help you put those fabric on bodies, but really our end goal is fabric on bodies. Super cool, beautifully designed and crafted fabric on all kinds of shapes of bodies, but it's fabric on bodies. And so you have to build things out of fabric and trims, pin them to dress forms. Don't pin them to bodies because that hurts. And see what it's going to look like on the form. And then take that as inspiration to keep developing your designs. Go back. Maybe you don't like this. Maybe you need to play with the scale of things. Maybe you need to resource some trims. Like looking back, like looking at this and seeing how heavy these copper chains were, I think it would be better if I use something really thin like this because it's so lightweight and it will, shimmy effortlessly with this thin mesh. However, if something is really thin like this, it also tangles really easily. And so you need to test those things out. Also, make a swatch like this where you have all these chains that are sewn to your base fabric. Maybe you safety pin it along the collar of a t-shirt that you're wearing and just walk around the house with it and see how annoying it feels on your body. If you can't just walk around with a simple swatch on your neck and go about your day for half an hour with it, if it's that annoying, you probably shouldn't design it because it will be annoying to anybody else. So design here, go back, make new samples, come back, redesign with the things that you learned in your development process. Go back, make new samples until you're happy, until the cows come home, until your design director says, oh my God, enough. We need to stop now. There will definitely be a part then too when your boss is like, okay, we're good. Stop. And I know what some of you are thinking. You're like, well, Zoe, when you were talking to Dahe, like you guys were talking about how you have to color in your croquis so you know where all the fabrics are. We're going to get there. Okay. That's going to be part of the next video where we finish design development. We talk about editing and merchandising and kind of moving along into finalizing and presenting. Right? And that's going to be design process number 7. And that'll be later this summer, as you know. You know the drill. Please share, subscribe, like, all those beautiful ways you show me love. And if you have any questions, check the info box. If your answer is not there, leave me a comment below. I hope this video was helpful for you guys, and I will see you next time.
Hey, party people. It is time for another fashion design process video. This video is going to focus on designing embellishments. I will start by going over some vocabulary on embellishment materials and techniques, and then I'll go over how to design embellishment that works with the rest of your collection, where it fits into the overall design process of a collection, and then wrap things up with how to work with embellishments as part of establishing your brand. First of all, what is the difference between fabric manipulation and embellishment? Fabric manipulations are things done with the fabric, like pleating, ruffling, tucking, quilting, things like that. And embellishments are things done on top of the fabric, like beading, embroidery, and different decorative stitches. The easiest way to learn embellishment vocabulary is to go shopping. Check out a website like firemountaingems.com and poke around and pay attention to what things are called. Firemountaingems.com is actually my favorite place to shop for beads and rhinestones and findings online. I like going to stores, brick and mortar stores, so I could feel things in my hand and like really gauge the size of these different gems. And, that's really ideal. But this is a really good place online to buy these things. And, these are just conventional materials. You can use whatever you want for your embellishments. Like I have a habit of stitching pom-pom balls on my clothes. I'm not the only one who does this, obviously, but I'm just saying you don't have to go for what's tried and true. You can source interesting materials as much as your designer heart's desire. Okay. So let's go over some vocabulary that isn't strictly about materials. The books that I'm showing in this video today, I'll drop the titles and author names for these books in the description box below. So embroidery is when you create a design like a flower or a series of flowers stitched in thread. Decorative stitching is more like rows of X's along a hem. It's a little bit different. applique is when you cut out pieces of fabric and stitch them onto a base fabric to create a design. They're different from patches. Okay, patches are like a whole design contained in one piece. It has a fabric backing, and you can sell the patches by themselves, and they can be ironed on or sewn onto clothes or accessories, or you can sew the patch onto the clothes and sell the clothes with the patch on it. But appliques are different. They have a lot more loose parts. They're not just like one contained piece. This is another type of applique where beads are attached to a very delicate piece of fabric in a specific design, which will be sewn to a garment, and the backing fabric isn't meant to be seen, unlike patches. Appliques can also be 3D, not just flat against the fabric, but like really coming off the base fabric like these 3D flowers. These are sequins and these are paillettes. Paillettes are bigger than sequins typically, and the hole punch is at the top. And if you sew them kind of like not super tight, securely but not super tight, they will dangle and dance when sewn, okay? Paillettes also can be sewn in such a way that they don't dangle, but they can also dangle. I like dangly paillettes. Sequins are most usually round or hexagonal in shape with a hole either in the middle or off to one side to sew through. The trend these past few years are those little sequins with the hole on one side so you can like shuffle them back and forth. But typically the sequins will have holes in the middle so they're sewn securely down and not move. Paillettes are often round but also come in lots of shapes, different dangly shapes, feathers, ovals, squares, stars, whatever you want. Sequins are usually flat or they're faceted like these. And you see how the facets, they catch the light and look more sparkly? Yeah, so you can have faceted sequins or flat sequins. And paillettes in nature, since they come in all different shapes and sizes, they can also have like designs carved into the surface like these feathers. There's embossing and debossing. And what's the difference between the two? Embossing is when the design sticks up from the surface, and debossing is when the design is depressed into the fabric. So that's how you can remember it. Debossing is when the design is depressed into the fabric. Embossing and debossing, they kind of straddle the line between fabric manipulation and embellishment. It kind of depends on what you do with it. Fringe is when you have individually dangly strands of some kind of yarn or fabric strips or strands of beads, that kind of thing. And tassels are when you have these dangly strands grouped together. And then, of course, there are a lot of different kinds of feathers: rooster, ostrich, peacock. And P.S., I have a lot of embellishment illustration videos, and I'll link it in the description box below. They're all in one playlist. FYI, you can get fabrics that already have appliques and beading and whatnot already as part of the fabric, or you can design them and add them yourself. Honestly, I think the coolest, most original embellishments are when there are layers or multiple effects going on. So you can take a beaded fabric and add more beads, or take a regular fabric and pleat it up and then layer embroidery on top of that and create a design and laser cut a bunch of holes in the fabric and then bead the spaces around the laser cut holes. And then you can... The world is your design oyster, my friends. All right. Okay, so now that we've gone over some vocabulary, let's go into a design process. As many of you already know, the design process I teach is as follows. I'm going to go super fast. Step 1, gather your inspiration and put together a concept and mood board. Step 2, based on your inspiration, put together a color story and textures you want to use. If using a print, you start designing a print about at this stage. Step 3, based on your previous choices, put together your fabric story. Step 4, based on your previous choices, start sketching designs, etc., etc. And I have lots of videos going on in depth on design process on my channel. Go poke around. There's a lot, okay? So within this framework, at what point and how do we design embellishments, okay? So number 1, you can use your inspiration images. For my adaptive apparel video, which is coming soon, I've been, gearing up and putting this example collection together for my adaptive apparel video. Okay. I started working on it on my last video about how to get a job in fashion, and I'll link that below. For this demo project, my inspiration comes from plate tectonics and country borderlines on maps. This image makes me think of using piping or maybe tiny rows of ruffles, maybe inseams, maybe sewn into designs in the front of a blouse. It could be like double rows of ruffles. It could be piping with ruffles. Not ruffles, could be a zipper instead of piping in the seam, and I love the rough texture of fault lines, and maybe I do rows of decorative stitching or lines across a dress with piles of beading. Maybe I create this rough structure with different kinds of beads. So you can use materials that look like your inspiration. So again, go to a place like Fire Mountain Gems or to your local bead shop and look around, look for materials that create like a really rough texture, or maybe you create that rough texture with a haphazard sewn design, all these things, okay? In my example, I could look for very rough looking gems, or I could create appliques with crumpled fabrics, or a combination of both. Method number 2, you can use a print. You can design your own print based off your inspo images, or you can buy a print from a textile designer or from a fabric sales rep. And you could use this flower print and create a flower embellishment out of 3D elements like a beaded flower or an applique flower or a sequin flower or a combination of all three. And you can feature this print and remake the whole thing using 3D elements, like using appliques to mimic the print but with cool textures. Often my favorite embellishments feature layers of components. As I mentioned before, you can embellish the print itself to emphasize certain elements. I could embellish the flowers that are sitting on top of this stripe, or just make the print more textural. You can bead the edges or fill in the background with sequins or sprinkle some kind of beading across the whole fabric. And, nobody said you can only add embellishments to solid color fabrics. You can add more embellishments on top of a pattern. You can use the pattern, the print as a base, like following the lines of the print designs, or ignore that completely and just throw down a completely different design on top of the print, as if you were layering two prints together, okay? Also, you can do the reverse, where if you design like a flower applique and you're really in love with this thing that you put together, you could turn that into a print. Method number 3, you can use your initial garment sketches to inspire you. I designed this dress, but I think it's a lot. Okay, and maybe I take this initial idea and I shrink it down to one embellishment, one corner of my dress, and add it to a simpler garment. And it's really a matter of what kind of designer you are, whether you like things light and dainty and you think less is more, or maybe you're a maximalist and more is more. And you could do the reverse too, where you design a flower applique and expand it and turn that into style lines. So when you're thinking about your embellishments, always consider the scale, the size of it in comparison to the garment. Next, I want to talk about something a lot of the top fashion houses do that can be considered a 4th method of designing embellishments, and that involves developing house iconography. Okay, this part of the video about how fashion house iconography is a bit of a sequel to my video on house codes, which I'll link below. That one is about brand aesthetics and house codes. Iconography in general is a particular range of images used by an artist or designer to convey particular meanings. A fashion house's iconography can include their logo, a monogram that is different from their logo, and other imagery that is important to the designer that gets used repeatedly as part of their house code. Logos are graphics that name or identify the brand. Okay, logos can simply be the name of the brand, the initials of the brand, or a graphic that's really recognizable like the Nike swoosh or the Lacoste crocodile. Logos do not change season to season, And often it is big fashion news when a big house or a big company changes their logo. Okay. Let's use Burberry as an example today. Here's their old logo and the new one they announced when the creative director Riccardo Tisci took over. And here's Burberry's current monogram, which is used on everything from scarves to bags to hats, everything. People lost their ever-loving minds when this design came out, like getting into hilarious arguments all over the internet about it. However, imagery most associated with Burberry is, you probably guessed it, it's their plaid, their check, otherwise known as the Haymarket check. You know it, Burberry knows it. Little old Korean grandmas who live in tiny villages also know this plaid. And the design is so distinctive that even when it's in different colors, we still know it's Burberry. And Burberry takes the print and puts it on everything. They make it big, they make it small, they weave it, they knit it, they silkscreen it, they bedazzle it. Have they bedazzled it? They should bedazzle it, okay? They emboss it into their makeup. Okay? Next example, most of you know the old YSL logo the Yves Saint Laurent became Saint Laurent, but the house still uses the old YSL logo and the old YSL monogram a lot. YSL, the man, Yves Saint Laurent, the OG, he was obsessed with themes of love and heart imagery. And these were recurring images and themes throughout his designs, throughout his career, starting from the 60s, like after he left Dior. And you see all these hearts and the word love in his packaging and his designs. And and look at all these hearts in jewelry, debossed in leather, the whole shape of clothes and accessories and prints. And now you may be asking me, how do I pick an image? It should be personal to you. In my brand aesthetics and house codes video, I discussed the Lanvin Daisy, the Versace Medusa, and the Chanel Camellia and how they became part of their respective house codes. Spoiler alert, these flowers, the Medusa, these were all images deeply personal to the designers and the brand founders themselves. So look within, think about what is touching and memorable and important to you. Alexander McQueen, the brand, features repeated skull imagery because Alexander McQueen, the designer, frequently played with themes of death, starting from his Jack the Ripper graduate collection. The Lily of the Valley was a good luck charm for Christian Dior, and he always had a sprig of Lily of the Valley in his pocket during his fashion shows. And the Lily of the Valley imagery is still used by the brand today. So to go back, the fourth way to design embellishment or decoration for your line is to find an image or item important to you and redesign it 100 different ways to build your house code around it. And that's it for today's video. Please give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today. It really does help my channel. Please share, subscribe, hit the notification bell, all the ways you show me love, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hey, party people. This video is not going to be a video on how to drape on a dress form. This video is going to be about how to use freeform draping experiments and incorporating that as part of your fashion design process, and how to use it possibly as part of your final fashion illustration. I've started by taking some muslin, I've steamed it, I've blocked it, I've drawn my grain lines, I threw it on the dress form, on the bias, I've double pinned it along center front to make sure I am staying on grain. And I have this big piece of muslin because I thought I was going to do something maybe asymmetrical, but kind of midway I decided that I should probably keep things kind of simple and straightforward for this tutorial, right? For this step, I don't have a lot of instruction. Just let your imagination run free and create interesting forms and drapes. And a lot of people prefer working by hand. Madeleine Vianney draped every single one of her designs. She was not a big sketcher. And just have fun.
when you're choosing your fabric for this initial step, you can do muslin. I would recommend a cheap material that reflects the drapeability of your final fabric. So, I always recommend in the design process to choose your fabrics early on. So, if your final dresses are going to be denim or like a chambray, then a muslin works really great. If your final dresses are going to be like a silk charmeuse, a silk jersey, matte jersey, you probably want to do something slinky, like find a cheap polyester charmeuse instead, right? So you can get that slinkiness of the drape kind of in your practice experiments. I would recommend a light neutral color like this muslin, unless you have a print in mind and you're making a deliberate choice in playing with that print on the dress form. For example, if you want to play with a stripe and you want to play with how you can move that stripe by using different grain lines and different drapes, and you really want to study that and put that onto your designs. Do not drape an entire garment. Okay? Drape a section, just a cool, interesting section, and then take photos. Make sure that with your camera, you are doing it dead straight on, just perfectly straight, no weird angles. Do not shoot it high, selfie angle. Do not shoot it low, okay? Straight, dead on. I took my photos and I threw them into Photoshop and I printed a bunch of copies, and I printed them all in different sizes because it's not so much the exact look on the dress form that I want, but the look of the drape. And the look of the drape can be done in a lot of different sizes, and we're going to play around with that on the figure. You can do everything I'm about to show you in Photoshop if you prefer it, but let's go over the materials really quick. First up, I have printouts of the drape in a bunch of different sizes. I have fashion figure templates, and I have flat templates. Today I'm going to work with flat templates, but you can do this on figures as well. I personally think it works better on flat templates though. You'll need scissors, magic tape, which you can write on, or a dry adhesive like this stuff. Glue sticks, I don't love glue sticks, and a lot of glues are too wet and it kind of slows you down while you're working. I love this dry adhesive stuff. You see those little white dots? They're teeny tiny glue dots. When I am doing something directly onto templates, I like to print them out at like 20% opacity so that it kind of recedes in the background and the emphasis is on the garment design. So cut out all your drapes and start laying them on your flats templates. And you don't have to try to match the size. Try to detach it so much from what you know of the dress form underneath and put it on the figure however way you like. Play with the different sizes of the drapes. Play with the placement. Here I'm using the glue adhesive. Just lay that down. Peel it back up. All those glue dots are going to be stuck to the back of that paper now. And then place it on your flat figure template. I sell both fashion figure templates and flat templates in my Etsy store if you don't want to build your own. And finish out the rest of your design with your pencil. And if you printed out some mirror images of the drape, you could be making symmetrical garments. You could do more of the design by using the collage. People who do not feel strong in their sketching ability really love using this sort of thing to communicate their designs. And a lot of people, they will kind of finish out, make it prettier, like this would be a rough draft, but then they would try again and make a prettier version and do that for their final illustrations. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, it's all about communicating the design accurately. And if the best way you're going to do it is through collaging your drapes because you're strong at visualizing 3D first, go ahead. Why not? I did a simple drape just so that I could illustrate very clearly what it is I'm doing and people can relate back to my original drape easily in their minds. But don't feel like you need to be limited to symmetry or, you know, standard tucks or pleats or whatnot. You know, if you're new to draping, I recommend you start a little simpler, but yeah, sky's the limit. Or I guess gravity's the limit. Like, take your fabric, take your pens, and explore how you can create beautiful 3D forms on the dress form, on the body. You know, I'm very no coffin garments, so think about the sides, think about the back, and drape. Take pictures of everything, take the drape down, drape a new thing, take more pictures, do it again and again, and have like a really great, awesome draping jam sesh, rocking out to whatever music you like. And then I took these photos with my iPhone. I shoot everything with my iPhones. I shot this video with my iPhone. So you don't need any special equipment beyond whatever you probably had in your kit already. Now, I would love to take credit for this, but this is not a cool thing that Zoe invented all on her own. This idea of actually using drapes that you created on the form and incorporating it into 2D sketches to explore is something working designers do, is something students are encouraged to explore in many fashion schools. So sadly, I cannot take credit. But yeah, this is a process that works for a lot of different people. I like teaching a lot of different processes because I know that everyone thinks a little bit differently, learns a little bit differently, and designs a little bit differently. And so I wanted to offer this because I think that you can get some really great results working in this way. If you watched my fashion design tutorial on developing a collection and merchandising a collection, I think that was posted last month. One of the things that you can do to make sure that you have a cohesive collection that still has a variety of looks is to take one design element and move it into different bodies, into different shapes, and play with the scale and play with the fabrication. And this is a really great way of also doing that. So not only are you exploring design possibilities, but once you have some things going on, you can take this drape that you did, this corner drape, and start moving it around in different sizes around the body. And you start building out collections that has garments that start looking like each other, but still have the variety. I love encouraging people to get their hands on some fabric and really play with it. As much as I love sketching and painting, designers, always be aware that our actual final medium is fabric. It doesn't matter if you're really great with watercolor or know exactly which brands of markers are the best. For designers, our final medium is fabric. So do go and play with fabric, play with it in your hands. And so that even if you're not doing a ton of draping, working in the industry, you know how to play with fabric, you know how working with fabric feels, so that when you're picking your fabrics, you remember, oh yeah, this one was so slinky and it hung like this and it moved like this. And you take all that fabric knowledge and use that in your material selection, in your future collection, etc., all those good things, right? I am always going to push for my designers to be more knowledgeable about working with fabrics, always. So what do you think? I personally love these. I think it is a really super cool and different way to show off design communication, and I encourage you all to grab a scrap of fabric and try this out for yourselves. I really hope you learned something new today that really helps you in your design process. I would love to see how your collaging projects went. So don't forget to hashtag Drawing with Zoe Hung on your projects on Instagram so I can check them out. Please give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today and thought this technique was really cool. Drop me all your questions in the comments. Let me know if you want more fashion design process videos like this one. Check out zoehong.com to sign up for my newsletter. And if you are looking for product recommendations, go check out my Amazon shop. I make a little money from the shop, but the prices remain the same for you. Links are in the description box, as well as links to the rest of my social media, related videos, all that good stuff. As always, do not be discouraged if it doesn't come out beautifully on your first try. Most of the time, it does not. This is why my classroom motto is always hashtag practice, not magic, hashtag always be practicing, hashtag if your first one sucks, you're right on track. So go practice, have fun, and I will see you in the next video. Hey guys, this is design process video number 7, and today we're wrapping up the designs. Okay, we're going to talk about design development, editing, merchandising, and in the subsequent videos, I'm going to talk about presentation matters in terms of flats and illustrations and your overall presentation and how to put together a portfolio. Okay, but this is kind of the last one where we're really talking about the design process. And I'm going to go over a few things with you today in terms of the design process for kind of school or portfolio projects. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about how things are different when you're working in the industry and the extra parts of the design process that you have to consider when you're actually going to make these garments. And I don't want you to think that I'm putting down school projects or portfolio projects, okay? It's just that, the end goals are different for school projects and for industry collections. And so your focus is different. When you're working on a portfolio project, it's really about wowing your audience with exciting visuals and innovative ideas. And, maybe you need to spend more time in development to try to figure everything out and to see how plausible everything is. But when you walk into a job interview or if you're entering a school competition, you're really about like, hey, here's this cool, crazy idea I came up with. Here is this beautiful packaging that I put together. Here are my amazing presentation skills. Here are my beautiful illustration skills. And then that is not as important when you're working in the industry because you're not putting, most of the time, okay, you're not putting together a whiz-bang presentation for, mood boards or illustrations, okay? You're going to be putting together your efforts for buyers and for stores. And so the focus is going to be on how the clothes come together. And so, just the focus is going to be different. So we're going to talk a little bit about those two things today. To recap, the first video was all about kind of design process overview. The second video, it was all about concept and mood boards and putting together your sketchbook and working with your inspiration. Video number 3 was all about color, texture. Video number 4 was fabric. Number 5 was shape and proportion and playing with both. And design process 6 was all about 3D design development, where you took your fabrics and you manipulated them and you sewed them and you cut them and you put them together and you actually made things happen out of the fabrics you're going to use for your actual collection so that you can get an idea what they're really going to look like. Right? And then here we're finalizing development. And, I drew out all these croquis. Right? And when I draw them out in pencil, I'll use a really fat pencil, like a heavy 2B, 4B, 0.7 lead pencil. And then I'll go and make Xerox copies of all of them. Okay, if you don't use a heavy enough pencil, it's gonna be a little bit hard for them to show up on a copy machine. You're probably going to want to like increase the ink density on the copy machine anyway, but that's why I mentioned that. And I never color the originals. I'll show you why later, but I never color the originals. And I make multiple copies of each croquis so that I can, number one, color them in different ways. Even if I was going to do an all gray scale collection, I would still do this so that I can play around with my value placement. These are some of the markers that I got in Japan that I still have not played with. Amazing, right? I've been busy, y'all. All right. So taking this sweater that has the fur and knit braid with possibly a herringbone pattern, you know, I'm going to make this super dark. And this is a herringbone, so I'm going to I could do that, although now the braid is kind of disappearing. So maybe I want to simplify some of these grays. And maybe I want just an overall dark braid happening here. Not dark enough. Why is this gray so blue? Okay, so we have two different looks going on, you know, and you could do a million of them if you really fell in love with a particular sweater and you want to kind of test out a bunch of color combinations on what's going to work the best. This is where you do it. I tend to treat my croquis like paper dolls, and I will cut out sweaters that I like, you know, out of the copies, and I will, maybe I want this look. Maybe I want this look instead. Okay, so you're creating all these different looks by changing the proportions, right? Because on this guy, I had a baggy leather sweatpant with long rib trim. And here I have these super skinny faux quilted leather jodhpurs. And maybe I want to put this with a boxy skirt. You see how those three looks look really different from each other and kind of push the attitude of the collection in a new way. So remember here where we're playing with different vest ideas to go over this basket weave sweater. What if I did this jacket instead? What if I took this sleeve off and made it this vest instead? Okay. And then you can just, you know, decide what you like and just start taping stuff down in new combinations. Okay, so once you have a bunch of these croquis going, before you start coloring, I would take the whole stack to the Xerox machine and amp up the ink density and make a few sets of copies, and then start slapping down color, creating new color combinations, cutting them apart, making new outfits to play with the proportions, to play with the combinations, to play with color proportions, all those things to make interesting combinations. Once I've amassed a group of collage colored croquis, I'll either redraw them really quick black and white or just Xerox copy them and shrink them down. Although honestly, doing a bunch of color copies, even small, gets really expensive. And for me, it's much easier to just redraw them. And in the process of redrawing them, I make them better. Okay, so I'll redraw them and then I will take them to the Xerox machine and I'll shrink them down. And this is where I edit and merchandise and finalize. Okay, as you can see, I have things grouped by design detail. Like, why would you go to all the effort of developing a cool design element like, you know, the fur and knit braiding or the paille plus cutout detail and then just use it once? Okay, you wouldn't do that. Okay. you watch any runway collection, you'll see that the similar design element is used over and over and over again all throughout the collection. Not every piece, but repeatedly, right? Like they'll develop a special, very cool kind of embroidery beading combination, and they'll embroider the back of a jacket with it. And then they'll embroider like the side of an evening gown with it. And they'll take a smaller version of that and create a print out of it and do a repeat of it. And so you're seeing this design element, weave its way through the collection. And so you're going to take your design elements and use them over and over and over again. And so now I've grouped these. This is my fur knit group, and I'm playing with the placement here. Like I have the X in the front. I have the braid, a big braid in the front. I have a flattened braid in the front here. And then I have that original sweater, but I took a piece of tracing paper and I redrew it because I was playing with the proportions, changing that up a little bit. And then I created another sweater here, and then I played with, I'm just playing with colors, laying down tracing paper, redrawing something, Xing out stuff that is not working, adding all these sticky notes everywhere. This is just process, okay? And so you're just I'm tagging all my favorite ones. I'm recoloring things to make the color story work out the way I want them to. Here I am playing with the basket weave and the mesh. So I kind of put them in one category because it's that whole they have those verticals meeting a sort of look coming together. Again, I'm playing with the irregular rib knit. I'm making all these mesh shapes. Some of them are getting a little bit feminine. Some of them are getting athletic. I'm trying to find a space in between. I'm adding chains to them. Took a little metallic gel pen and started dropping chains in there. I'm adding mesh paneling to the coats, mesh overlays to simple pieces. I'm doing sheer mesh panels as part of a blouse. So I'm playing within my groups, moving things around. And of course there's overlap, there's some coats and jackets in here that are also in here because they're all coming together, right? It's all part of one collection. And then here, this is the group where I'm playing with the quilting and the pailles the most. And here I am just dissecting different ways I can do the pailles. Maybe I'm going to turn it into embroidery. And maybe I'm going to do this purple one. Maybe I embroidered it. Maybe I beaded it. Maybe I did a color blocking thing. Maybe I did pailles and adding the chains from the mesh group. Maybe I have the quilted brocade with the metallics. Just so much exploration of different concepts and editing. And as you can see, the orange slashes are the ones that I gravitate towards the most. The more you design and the better you get, you're going to just kind of effortlessly start kicking things out of your group. Like, oh, this is not working. Like here, I ended up, I love these so much, you guys. Like the big drama queen in me loves these designs so much. But they didn't work with the rest of it. Remember how I was focusing this design project on making things really androgynous so that men, women, and children could wear them, just like the way people use furniture. And these are all so super couture evening wear for women that it just didn't work with everything else. So I'm so sad about it. But they have to go. King, kick them to the curb. You have to be ruthless with yourself. You have to be like, okay, this does not work with everything else, so it's gotta go. Gotta go. And you gotta refocus back onto sportswear because that's the direction you were either given or gave yourself. And then sneak peek to the illustrations. This is what my final project looks like, and we'll talk a lot about that later. Now let's talk merchandising. Merchandising is something that you should kind of be aware of as you're designing and be thinking about as you're editing. And a well-merchandised collection will have a good balance of tops to bottoms to coats and jackets. And a well-merchandised collection will have good ratio of all the different design elements. It'll have a good balance of simple, more wearable, sellable pieces and more crazy editorial. These are the great samples to send off to get into photo shoots for different magazines. Every collection needs a few pieces where people want to take photos of them. Celebrities want to borrow them for some event or whatever. And then you're going to need pieces where, more people are going to buy them because they're something that more people can wear. So you need a balance of that. You can't just have a collection of 17 dresses, 3 tops, and a jacket. You're going to need some pants and some skirts. And if you have a fall winter collection, you're definitely going to need way more coats and jackets than that. You're also going to probably want some sweaters in there. Okay. A well merchandised collection for winter will have plenty of long sleeves. That sort of thing, right? And so you're going to make sure that you have some dresses and some skirts. And, for your final layout, you have to have enough bottoms to go with enough tops, right? If you have 2 pairs of pants, 1 skirt, and 17 tops, how are you going to, that's completely skewed, and you need more bottoms to go with all those tops, right? So lay out your edited collection. Let's say you want to have 8 outfits for your final collection and you've narrowed it down to 12. Pull your best editorial pieces, pull your best kind of more universal appealing, but still really interesting and fresh pieces. Because just because you want to have a few pieces that are more sellable, that doesn't mean you need to make them plain. It's a big difference. Okay? You don't want a plain shirt. You want to have a simple shirt, but one that really shows off what this collection is all about. Make sure that you have a balance of all the design details that you've developed. You want a few pieces with your cutout and quilting. You want a few pieces with your mesh paneling. You always still want a few pieces of your crazy fur and knit braid. And then you also want to throw in a couple of you want to make sure you throw in a few of your rib knit zigzaggy trim. You don't want to develop something and then just use it once. What's the point of that? Same thing goes for just simple fabrics that don't have any manipulation to them. You don't want to find a beautiful rose pink silk crepe blouse weight and then just use it once. Okay, so all this kind of merchandising is balancing the collection so that you're using different elements repeatedly so that it looks harmonious, it looks cohesive, everything looks like it belongs in the collection. So let's talk about a few things that if you were designing this collection in the industry that you would have to be considering during the design process. And depending on what it is, the timing for all these things would be different depending on how long each step takes. Number 1, care instructions. This is confession time, you guys. This is the part of the design process, the product development process that I basically hate the most because it's annoying, but it's so necessary. You have to have care instructions on all your clothes. You have to wash them. You have to have care instructions. Are you going to dry clean only everything? That really kills sales because there are 2 kinds of people in this world. 1, people who actually look at the care instructions before they buy something and they see the dry clean only tag and they're like, F this, man, and they don't buy it. Second, there are people who buy clothes without checking the care instructions, wear them, and then discover that it's dry clean only, and then they're like, damn it, and then they never wear it again because they don't want to take it to the dry cleaners. Or it sits on a clothing rack designated, take this to the dry cleaners, forever. Okay? And no one's going to take a t-shirt to the dry cleaners. Okay. So you have to do wash tests. You have to do wash tests on the fabric. You have to do wash tests on the completed garment, especially if you do any kind of custom dyeing. Like if you take grayish goods and you decide that you're going to dye them to your particular Pantone color and you hire out a dye house, then you have to test the wash to make sure that the dye's color fast, like all that stuff. Like it is seriously my least favorite thing, but it is completely necessary and you need to do that. You have to do tech packs. For your design project, you don't have to do tech packs because chances are if you're looking for a job as a designer, no one is really interested in looking at your tech pack. If you are applying for a technical designer's position or a job where the job listing has a lot of technical designer responsibilities and you want to show off that you can put together a good tech pack as well as design creatively, then yeah, you should include that in there. But otherwise, you're only going to do tech packs actually in the industry. But yeah, you need to do them. And even if like you're going to do tech packs and they're going to be kind of basic and then you're going to have much more elaborate nitty gritty cross every T, dot every I tech pack for production. But you still need to do them because, you know, when you go to a job interview and you're showing off a project and you have this great jacket, chances are your interviewer is not going to ask you, so what size line is that button? Like I don't think I've ever been asked that by an interviewer, but your factory will ask you for sure, what size button you want? Because then what size buttonhole you want? You know, and if you need a button stay, what size button stay? What color button stay? What do you like? They want to know all these things. They want to know what kind of zipper you want to use. Okay, and look, I'm a little bit OCD. I don't know if you guys picked up on that in the way I teach and the way I present, but I'm a little bit OCD, as in literally organizing things calms me down. And so it seems to me that at every design job that I ever worked at, it was my responsibility to order zippers because I was very good at it. And you're like, Zoe, how hard can it be to order zippers? Like, is that really a talent that you need to be bragging about? Yeah, I do. I am bragging about my ability to order zippers because when you order zippers, let me tell you all the things that you have to think about, okay? Number one, you have to think about what kind of zipper. Is it going to be a fly? Is it going to be a railroad zip? Is it going to be a lap zip? Is it going to be an invisible zipper? Okay. Does it need to be a separating zipper like a jacket? Or is it going to be closed on one end like a pant fly? Number two, what material is it going to be? Is it going to be nylon plastic teeth? Is it going to be metal teeth? Number three, what color is the tape going to be? The tape usually is the color that matches your pant or jacket fabric, unless part of the design is for that zipper tape to be bold and contrasty. Okay? And so you have to really consider, you know, what color is going to work well, especially if you are going to sew an exposed zipper, something that really stands out, as opposed to something where you've sewn the construction so the fabric covers as much of the zipper as possible. Number two, what color teeth? So if you do a plastic, nylon, whatever zipper, you're probably going to have teeth that match the tape, but not always. They have all these interesting, cool things now with zippers. Or if you have metal teeth, then do you want like something shiny like brass, or do you want something dull like antique nickel? Okay, so you have all these teeth options. And then you have the zipper head. Okay, and oh, wait. Rewind, okay? So when you're picking out teeth, you have to pick out the size of your teeth, okay? Standard jacket metal separating zipper teeth are about a number 5 size. And then you have those giant, like, you know, Carhartt style, big blue collar worker coats that have like a number 7 zipper. You know, standard blue jeans have a number 5 zipper. Invisible zippers and small nylon zippers will be a number 3 zipper, okay? All the different sizes of teeth. And then you have to worry about the head. What are all the heads going to look like? Lots of companies will have a zipper head where it'll have their logo on it. But if you want something customized like that, like you have to buy like a lot of these zippers, right? And so you have to think about the head, what color the head is, and then you have to order the length that you want. And you can't, it's not like fabric where you can just buy a bunch and then just cut it. I mean, you can do that sometimes with invisible zippers, but I don't recommend it. So let's say you're doing a jacket, and so you need a separating zipper in the front. That'll be a number 5 metal T zipper. Let's say it's going to be black tape to match the black fabric. It's going to have an antique brass zipper with, you know, a simple rectangular head, whatever, right? Let's say your sample size is a medium, and let's say that means that it's a 34-inch zipper down the center front. And so you're going to buy 34-inch zippers for your mediums. Okay? But these jackets, they get longer as they get bigger. That's very typical. And so when you order zippers for production, you have to look at your cut ticket and be like, well, we're cutting 100 small, so you have to order 100 plus 5%. Always order 5% more. And then we're going to cut 300 medium, so 300 plus 5%, blah, blah, blah. Okay? All those things to order zippers. I'm the queen of ordering zippers. Okay? Because all those codes, all those things that I just talked about, each have their own code. The sizes have a code, the heads each have a code, the colors all have a code, and they all have to be written in a specific order, or YKK will bite your butt and send your PO back. They might not actually bite your butt, but you know what I mean. Okay, so those kinds of things. Okay, you have to put together a tech pack with the design details, with the closures, you know, enough so that your factory will make your sample. They can look at your tech pack, they can look at your flat, they can look at your details, like, you know, rib collar, this kind of top stitching. You know, later on when you get into production, you can be really specific, like this is the thread you want, and you want 6 stitches per inch on the top stitching, and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, even in the design spec pack, you have to consider things like, okay, I want a double needle top stitch in the inseam, but not the outseam. Along each belt loop, along the top edge of the waistband, but not the bottom edge of the waistband. I want a double needle top stitch along the J-stitch, but not down center front. Okay, so you have to mark all those things. You have to think about all those things and mark all those things in your flat. Whereas, you know, when you're doing all this flashy stuff for a school portfolio, nobody really gets into the nitty gritty of those things. And it's kind of okay, you know? Embellishments, okay? So let's say you're doing a project where you have all these beautiful flowers and you want to bead these beautiful flowers. You know, you'll have one where you have a beautiful flower coming up across here, and then you'll have one where there's one, like a bunch of flowers coming across the hem asymmetrically, and you've painted these beautiful watercolor flowers in your illustration, and you've created this beautiful, you know, secret garden mood with your project and everything. And then when you bring it to the design room, then you have to draw that out. You can't have a vague watercolor drawing of that flower anymore. You have to vector draw it in Illustrator so that each shape is precise, so that your embroiderer knows exactly what shape to make the white threads and what shape to make the pink threads. Or if it's a beading, you know, what kind of bead, what size of bead, and how the beads are going to be paved in a certain area to get the effect that you want. Okay? You need to really flesh out the details for all of your embellishments. And that's true of any kind of embellishment. If you want a debossing in leather, you have to create a vector line art of the design you want on your debossing so that you can go get your die made. Because they'll take your vector art and they'll take that very precise art and make a die for you so that you can stamp your leather. And then textile design. So one of the simplest ways to make something that is unique to your collection is to create your own print or pattern fabric. So I'm going to do a video on how to design a pattern and how to repeat it and all that good stuff. But during the design process is when you would develop a print. And usually in the very beginning of the design process, because it takes quite a while. And so you're going to design this print and you're going to draw it out. And again, you can't be all vague about it. Okay? You either have to do it or you have to hire someone who's a textile designer to actually create the art for it, very specific art. Even if you want like weird mass, like vague cloud shapes, you still have to make them precisely vague cloud shapes, if you understand what I mean. When you're working on your portfolio, typically you can just paint on paper a piece, or maybe you can even like use fabric paint and paint on a large swatch of fabric. Or if you took a textile course, you might be able to create a strike off and include that into your project. But when you're working in the real world, you have to work with a printer with their specifications and their minimums and their capabilities, and you have to design your own print, and you have to create the artwork or hire it out, and you have to pick Pantone colors for every color within your print so that when your printer is mixing and selecting inks for their print, that they know exactly what color, like even if you have 19 colors, like this print that I did, it has 19 colors and we had to pick Pantone colors for every single color. So you have to finalize the Pantone colors, you have to finalize the artwork, you have to pick colors and make sure that they either match your solid colors perfectly or they coordinate well enough so they all work together. Okay, because you're wearing this pattern on the top and then wearing a solid on the bottom, and it all has to go together, at least for your lookbook, right? I am probably forgetting a bunch of stuff. So yeah, for now, if you are in school and you're working on a portfolio, yeah, what you really need to concern yourself with at this point is design development, innovative, fresh ideas, interesting visuals, developing, showing your process is really cool. I love, whenever I'm interviewing someone, I love looking at process, editing thoughtfully, merchandising for balance. But keep in mind that when you are designing in the industry, that you have to finalize all these things. You have to wash everything. And if you want custom dyeing, you have to consider that too. There are a lot of these steps in the product development process that takes a lot of time and energy and are completely vital to getting your collection on the runway, in a lookbook, in the store, on a website, what have you. All right, that's it for today. I think I talked quite enough. You know the usual drill. If you have a question, check my info box. If your answer is not there, drop me a comment below. Subscribe, share, like, all the fun things. And I'll see you next time. Hey, party people. This video is not about the entire design process. We are going to focus on one part of the design process, developing or designing out a collection and merchandising a collection. A good collection should showcase a variety of beautiful garments, lots of ideas, but also show cohesion throughout the collection. You should know from the very beginning of building a collection about how many pieces you'll need in the end. Whether it's your teacher saying your final project needs to show 8 to 10 outfits, your boss telling you how many designs she wants from you, or you deciding for yourself how big of a collection you're going to create for your portfolio, for your business. There is no master number. There are a lot of factors involved in deciding how many designs to have in a collection. First, I want you to look at some runway collections. Watch a beautiful Dries Van Noten show, Jill Sander, Del Pozo. You can pretty much watch any show for this exercise. And I want you to pay attention to how many times a fabric is used over and over again. How many times a particular design element is used again and again, a certain shape, a certain style of ruffling or pleating, a theme of embellishment like beading patterns, and all these repeating themes throughout a cohesive collection. Pay attention to how design elements are repeated, but also slightly different each time. With older established houses like Dior or Chanel, pay attention to their signature garments like the Dior bar jacket, the little Chanel tweed jacket, or little black dress, and see how the current designers have taken these signatures and given them a new twist. Take notes. Next, start designing a couple of garments using your inspiration, colors, and fabrics. And you can design on a figure or on a flat. For today's demo, I am designing on a flat template. If you follow me on Instagram, you may remember the story I posted about the amazingly dressed grandma riding a kid's Huffy bike around town. And a lot of you asked to start designing this project. A friend sent me this link full of the most amazingly dressed Asian grandmas and grandpas. I printed some photos. The grandma on the bike was wearing something kind of like this outfit, this puffy parka, these crazy floral pants, and riding a bike that kind of looked like this. I'm going for this like Oakland Chinatown grandma aesthetic, made modern and young. Anyway, we're going to speed along through that, but if you want more information on design process, you can watch my fashion design process playlist or my Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection playlist. I'll drop links to both of those in the description box below. I'm going to show you in this video a few different approaches to design out from the starter garments. My starter garments being the puffy parka and the floral pants. And in no particular order, some methods for designing out. Number 1, take a key design element of the garment and exploit it. Make it large, make it small, make it asymmetrical, change the pattern slightly, switch the beading to applique or vice versa. Here, I've taken the quilting and I've changed the pattern of the quilting and I've changed the proportion sum of the parka. In this example, I've taken your standard square quilting pattern and turned it on its side and made it into a diamond quilting pattern. Here I've taken the gathered floral pants and I've added gathers and the elastic also to the hem, and I've cropped them, made them like weird elastic banded culottes. This is such an Asian grandma pants look, whether they buy them like this or fold up their pant legs like this when they make kimchi. And in this example, I've taken the floral print from those pants and I've lifted one flower sort of gathering and I'm going to turn it into an embellishment of some kind on a t-shirt. These Chinatown grandmas, they love those weird t-shirts with like kind of cheesy looking screen print. I love it. At this point, don't overanalyze each design. I want you to just slap them all down and edit later. Okay, brainstorming is just throwing down all the ideas and sorting out the bad ones, editing bad ideas to make them better later. Okay, just throw them all down. The next method is to take a key element of a garment and apply it to another section of the body and design the rest of the garment around that. And play with the key element scale on the body and the materials used. And these design elements can be the trims, the fabric treatment, the embellishment, anything. And so in the example I'm drawing here, I've taken the gathers along the waist of the pants and I've sheared the hell out of this blouse. Like I took those pants and I kind of made them into the sleeves. I added the ruched thick waistband and turned it into a turtleneck collar and added even more gathers. Another method is to take two designs and design elements from each design and design new garments incorporating one design element from each of the two original designs. So here I have a new parka, puffy and quilted like the original, and now I'm incorporating all the sort of gather, shearing sort of effect across the parka. Another method is to draw a new garment that is exactly the same as the first garment with just one or two new elements. In this example, I'm drawing yet another puffy parka. However, I've changed the collar. I've removed the hood and I changed the collar into one of those knit collars that you see a lot on varsity jackets, and adding very visible angled welt pockets. You can do all kinds of stuff. You can put in a different sleeve. You can remove the sleeves and make it into a vest, have a new collar, remove a collar, add more pockets, and then draw a third garment exactly the same as the second garment with another new element. And then draw a fourth and keep going until you have many designs. When you watch runway shows that I recommended at the beginning of this video, you'll notice that they take a garment and make several iterations of the same thing. Burberry is a good example. There's the classic Burberry trench, and then they do a shorter one. And they do one that's boxier and doesn't belt at the waist. And then they do one that's slightly shorter. And then they do one without a collar. So lots of people can wear a Burberry trench that flatters their figure and design preferences more. So take your garment designs and try altering them to fit different bodies. What can you change to make it more flattering for people with larger hips, larger busts, thicker waist, shorter neck, smaller shoulders, flatter chest, shorter legs, whatever? Think about your own preferences and how you like a certain kind of pant leg because you think that makes your figure look the nicest. Right? A lot of people have these preferences for their own bodies. And so go ahead and design several versions of a garment thinking about different bodies. Another approach is to consider climate variety within a season. You might be working on a fall-winter collection, but you should have some lighter but still warm fall jackets, but also thicker, much warmer winter coats. Teaching in California, I used to lecture my students all the time that they need to think about customers all over the world and what they need in each season and each, climate area. Take each garment you've designed and think about how to make it lighter and how to make it heavier. And sometimes that's the fabric you're using. Sometimes it's about adding sleeves, lengthening sleeves and hemlines, adding another layer, adding a lining, adding quilting. Explore all your options to make similar clothes that are lighter and heavier. As I mentioned before, there are two keys to a well-merchandised collection. One, a variety of garments. You don't want 10 basic short sleeve cotton jersey tees. You want different sleeves, some basic, some with more trim, some in different fabrics. And two, you want every top to be able to coordinate with a lot, if not all the bottoms you've designed, and vice versa. Jackets should coordinate with most of the garments. You don't want a random blouse that doesn't go with any of the skirts or jackets. The whole point is to get people to want more pieces. Okay? This is not a conversation about overconsumption. It's about creating desire. Okay? You want the pieces to all coordinate so people can make outfits right in the store, so people can fall in love with not just garments, but entire ensembles and want every piece in your collection. Okay? You want the variety so people love all the pieces and not think, oh, I'll just get this one because these four are all pretty similar to each other. Okay. So we've worked on the variety of garments. Now let's talk about coordination. This is my number one trick. Make photocopies of all your sketches. Okay, for this demo, I'm not making photocopies. I'm just using the originals, but you should definitely make photocopies. Cut them up and start putting together new outfits. And it doesn't matter if you designed on the figure or on the flat. It is a tiny bit easier to do on the flat, but I do this on the figure all the time. Okay? Cut them up and start putting together new outfits. You'll start to notice that one top goes with all your pants and this one top doesn't really go with anything except this one skirt. None of the jackets look good with this one dress, you know. And at this point, you start revising, start editing out pieces that aren't cohesive, changing some designs up, all these things. Alternatively, you can scan all these into the computer and start cutting and pasting all of these digitally in Photoshop. And that's what I got for you today. My tips on how to build out a collection that has both a variety of beautiful garments and fresh ideas and cohesiveness throughout the collection, well merchandised, all those good things, right? Just like anything else, building out a collection, learning how to edit and revise and put together outfits is a learned skill. So please do keep on practicing. Take your old projects, try re-merchandising them, all those good things, right? Hashtag always be practicing. Hashtag practice not magic. Hashtag if your first one sucks, you're right on track. And I will see you in the next video. Hello, everyone. All right, design process 8, 9, 8, I think it's 8 or 9. It's definitely 8 or 9. The end is here, you guys. This is the last video in the design process series. Okay, I lied. There's going to be one more bonus video all about developing textile designs for within the context of a collection, but for all intents and purposes, this is the end. This is the video where I talk to you guys about final presentations, things to consider when putting your book together or putting a project together for a competition. And then I'm going to give you guys a few tips on just kind of your general portfolio and the things that you need. So that's it. This is going to be pretty much the end of it. Do you guys feel like you're graduating a class or, maybe just finishing a class? Final exam. Bring me all your portfolios. Make them all look amazing. Okay, don't do that. Just quick review. We've done all the things, right? We have run around the world seeking inspiration and developed concepts and mood boards. We've developed color stories. We've developed fabric stories. We have played with shapes and proportions, and we've developed our designs using our fabrics, creating 3D samples, and then we've edited, we've merchandised, we made more samples, we played with proportions, and we played with different colorways and all these good things. You have a million things. And then at this stage, I do several things. Number one, I do my flats. These are not the beautiful, loose, quick sketches, but these are the meticulous, carefully thought out plans. Just every single line is going to be carefully placed on your piece of paper. You're going to place your darts perfectly, okay? You're going to lay out your quilting pattern. You're going to lay out your cutout pattern. You're going to position your pockets perfectly. You're going to center your buttons and position your buttonholes. You're going to draw in your lapels and figure out the proportions for, this lapel is going to be twice as deep as your armhole. And this double lapel feature, the bottom piece is going to be 1/3 of the entire width. Right? 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, right? And then the back, you have, when you do your back flats, you have to think, how does the design wrap around? These points need to connect, or you have to design how they're going to connect. You don't always have to do side flats, but you also have to think about what the side is going to look like or what the 3/4 is going to look like in your design. I don't know if you remember this from like 800 videos ago, but remember, no coffin garments, guys. What are coffin garments? Coffin garments are those garments where you only design here. Basically, all you would see when you're laying in a coffin. I know it's kind of morbid, and you're like, wow, Zoe, you took that to a dark place, but I mean, it's a visual that will stay with you, right? I'm all about teaching in ways that will get you to remember, right? So no coffin garments. You have to think of the entire body. People look at your backs, people look at your sides, all that good stuff. And so, when you develop your sides and your backs, you have to think about, when you have a design like this, are you going to have the braid just in the front, or are you going to have the braid wrap around to the back? If the braid does wrap around to the back, is it going to go all the way down like it does in the front? Are you going to just cut it off here because you don't want the body to look too thick with the braid that comes all the way around? Or do you not want it to look cheap and chintzy by cutting it off like right at the shoulder seam? What do you want to do? You're the designer, but you have to think these things out, okay? Be deliberate. You are going to have a very precise, skinny mechanical pencil. You're going to have a nice clear graph ruler. You're going to use tracing paper. You're going to fold things over to get your symmetry correct. Even if the interior, you can have designs like this where the interior is asymmetrical, but the base silhouette will be symmetrical. You could do these by hand. I have an entire video series devoted to how to create flaps. You can do them in Illustrator. I'm going to have a couple of videos on how to work in Adobe Illustrator coming up this fall, but you need to get really precise with your flats. Number 2, this is where I design my final packaging and formatting. I do rough diagrams on how I'm going to lay everything out. I pull final images for my mood board. I make sure I have enough fabric to make all the swatches and 3D samples that I need. I go buy some more if I don't. Like, if you are just putting a project together for your portfolio for your book, okay, just neatly, professionally formatted pages in a book like this is fine. You might want to get a little bit more creative in your packaging if you're doing a competition. Just make sure that your packaging fits the mood and concept of your original project. And 2, it fits the competition rules. Okay, if they have certain rules for how things need to be sent in, what size things need to be, make sure you follow those. You don't want to lose just because of a technicality. When you're designing these packages, make sure it's something that can be opened and closed easily by the judges. Because when you enter these competitions, you are generally sending these things off to someone and they're going to be looking through it without you. And so don't develop anything that's too tricky that you have to explain to someone how to open. Okay? They just want to open it and close it. I've seen some cool things. I've seen great competition projects just in a regular portfolio book. I've seen ones where it's in a book, but then they redesign the cover. I've seen books where the pages are made out of fabric, like everything is drawn out on paper and then they've been mounted onto fabric. I've seen some where it's just an ordinary book, but it was put in a really cool looking box. So, you can keep things pretty simple, but, develop something cool, like a cool cover that reflects your concept, things like that. And then I go buy everything, okay? After I've mapped out how I'm going to get everything laid out, I go and buy the book. I have to buy the book. I have to make sure that my final papers fit in my book and that I'm sketching out my final illustrations to fit the book. Okay, everything has to fit, right? You don't want to have do a bunch of illustrations and then realize, oh no, my book is too small. I have to go buy a new book. Like, I know that sounds really simple, but I give you these tips from either my own experience or me watching either my classmates or my students make these mistakes. Okay, so make sure you gather all your materials, make sure they all fit, they're all the right size, or that you can cut them down to the right size for everything to fit, so that later on when you're laying out your croquis and putting your pages together, you have the final size. Everything is fitting to your final size. When I draw flats, I draw them big. These are fairly big. It's just so that I can make sure I can get in there with every detail. And then later, if I want to format things, I will scan all these things in, shrink them down, and then redraw them all. In Photoshop, I did the formatting for the flats where I laid them all out as little pieces and, overlap them and made sure that they would fit. Like I had my book size. I knew what size my final paper was going to be. And so I knew how many flats I wanted to fit on each sheet of paper. And then I formatted it and then I printed everything. And you're like, Zoe, I don't have a printer that big. That's fine. What I did was I printed this and then I printed this and then I taped it together. Okay. And then I redrew everything beautifully. Added my marker touches for shadows and all that beautiful business. Next, number 4. Are we on number 4? Number 4. I style my models. This is me playing around with different croquis. Well, I was playing around with this. Like, do I like this pose? Do I want even a face? Maybe I don't want a face. Do I want a face? Maybe I want hair. Try different skin tones, different hair colors, different hairstyles. Remember, my original concept was something that was all ages, all genders. And so I was trying to keep things a little bit more, nothing too overtly feminine in the makeup. So I was playing around with those ideas. I also think about accessories. Accessories is a big thing. When I was in school, it was so long ago. Oh my God, I'm so old. It was so long ago that we didn't really think too much about accessories unless you were an accessories designer. Okay, we of course had to have shoes on our models. Okay, but the focus was the clothes, and so we designed the clothes. And a lot of us were in the mindset that you should make the clothes good enough that you don't need anything. You don't need special formatting. You don't need accessories or, cool styling to make them stand out. I'm not trying to diminish the role of stylists. I'm saying as designers, our job is to make the clothes good enough without special styling. But at the very least, you have to do shoes. These days, accessories are such a huge part of the fashion machine. They've always been a big deal, but even more so now, where it's really the money that comes from accessories that pushes the fashion machine. And, there are so many brands where you would never see them try to put together a runway show without having a full lineup of special labels, shoes and bags, sunglasses, all that, right? And so you do have to consider your accessories. At this stage, I also think about different illustration styles. Like, do I want something a little bit looser? Do I want something that's super tight and specific? If you follow me on Pinterest, you may already know this, but I have several boards. They're all for my students' reference. Number 1, I have one called Fashion Illustration, and number 2, I have one called Design Communication. Now, the design communication board is all full of fashion illustration where I believe that they're cool in the style and the rendering is really cool, but also it shows enough information where you are communicating the design. The other board, Fashion Illustration, is a board full of images where the illustrations are cool. They're not really clear enough where I can tell what the garment is going to be like. But, the styles are cool. And so I encourage you to look at both of them. Like, look at the design communication. Look at the ones where, okay, there has to be a certain amount of information for someone to read your design, especially in a context like this. And then the fashion illustration is just inspiration. Like, there's just some cool things. And there are some images, or a lot of images in the fashion illustration board where you can take that really cool loose style and just kind of push it just a little bit further and give it a little bit more information to make it into more design communication. So go look at things, go look at my boards, go look at your own things, what have you, and see if there's a style that really fits your original concept. And then I start pulling croquis. I go through my croquis. I pull the ones that I think are going to work for this project in terms of the attitude of the pose. Of course, I repeat some of them. If I'm doing 10 figures, I don't have a different pose for each one, but I like to have a combination of frontal, three-quarter, side, at least. I play around with them. Remember in my how to use croquis figures, I had talked about how when I finish a croquis, I like to scan it in the computer. I have a whole file folder that's nothing but croquis. And so when I'm working on a project like this, I will go into Photoshop, I will pull the croquis, I will look at the images that I have, and I'll start putting together a composition in Photoshop with the croquis that I think will work with a certain project. You can also do this with paper and scissors and tape without a computer. That's fine. And then, you have your flats, you have your design, so you can start building your outfits. They don't have to be the exact outfit put together the same way you did in your quick sketches. If you think of something cooler, go for it. I also think about which design is going to work best on which figure. For example, pants, I'm going to want to use a figure where the legs are standing apart, especially if my pants are wide leg. If I know I designed a cool armhole or something, I'm going to show off some of the three-quarter side view, I know I'm going to put it on this kind of figure to really emphasize that design point. And then I start drawing them out. Just quick sketches. I have the figures. I throw things on. So again, here, they're not perfect, but I threw down the dresses and the shirts and the pants and whatnot. And then in this layer, I threw down the coats. Okay. I do it like this. So if I want to repair coats or move jackets around, I don't have to erase all of this stuff. And then once I have finalized my outfits and what figures they're going on and my figure composition and my clothing composition, I draw things out as well as I can, because this is what I'm going to use when I do my final illustration. I'm going to do all my mistakes on my tracing paper, erasing, cleaning, everything. And then I'm going to tape this to my final watercolor paper, and I'm going to trace it out on a light box. And I do this because I do not like erasing on my final paper. It messes up the texture. Sometimes not all the lead will come off. It makes me crazy. Okay, so I make all my mistakes here, and then my final is as clean as possible. At this stage, I will scan these in or make Xerox copies and play with color layout. When you're working in the industry, almost every garment is going to be produced in multiple colorways, except for something that is really special, like a couple of really editorial pieces that are covered in embellishments and you only have them to send out to magazines. Other than those super special, precious garments or that, really expensive leather that doesn't come in more than one colorway, you're going to have your blouses and your sweaters come in multiple colorways. And so this is where I pick a colorway and I go with it and I lay down the color because I want to make sure that there's color flow. I have all these ombre knit pieces. I have the lavender, smoky gray shearling. I have the white leather. I have the metallic brocade. And I don't want to cluster any of them. I don't want all my metallics accidentally lumped over here and I have no metallics over here. I don't want all my pink things in one section. And so I just take some markers really quick and I run it through. Okay. And so I have my ombre knit pieces dispersed. I have my chartreuse sprinkled through here. And then here, here, and here. I have my metallics here, here, and here, right? All the way through. I don't have like a big block of black. There are basically two goals in composition. Okay? You either create a composition where you want the person to focus on one thing only, and you develop a composition that makes that one thing stand out. Or you develop a composition where you want the eye to move all the way across. For us, especially for these multi-figure collection drawings, you want the person to look at all your clothes. People are naturally going to gravitate towards the things that they like, but you want to get their eye moving. And one of the ways to do that is to push the colors and textures throughout your composition. So you have all your rough drafts, you have your styling figured out, you have your accessories figured out, you have the style you're going to illustrate everything figured out, you've bought all your paper and your fabrics, and now you're going to put everything together. You're going to make your 3D samples and your final fabrics all over again, work on your sewing, make them beautiful, trim them beautifully, and format them well on your pages, okay? You don't want to have things fall. Look at this. This is crooked. This is so annoying right now. And I should have trimmed more of these threads. You don't want to sit there in your job interview later and stick your hand in here and be like, oops, this fell. Hold on a minute. Trim your swatches beautifully. If you have any of these garments made, take a minute and do a mini photo shoot, okay? I don't mean a huge elaborate spectacle with hairspray flying all over the place. I mean, get a model, a fit model, or a dress form that fits your garments, okay? Nothing is gonna ruin the effect like a poor fit. Make sure that you have nice, clean, bright lighting, that you can see all the details. Pose your model or mannequin neatly so that the garment really shines. Print them out on nice paper, make sure the colors are right, trim them beautifully and format them on your pages. Make sure you get a front, back, and side. Any close-ups, if you have special details, if you have a cool interior, like maybe you have, a contrast lining with, cool pockets on the inside. All right, and then you're going to put your book together. Number 1, title page. Keep it simple. Don't overthink this page. They're not going to spend a whole lot of time on it. Something that has your name on it, has the name of your project, something that reflects your original concept. Here is your mood board with your final images, etc., etc. You can have your color story here. Okay, if you want to have color chips or if you have images that reflect your color story. And I have this red, brown, chartreuse color story, and then I have the purple and chartreuse color story. I separated out the color stories and I organized my fabrics. I have my 3D samples all done, large. You don't want a quilting swatch this big. How is anyone going to figure out how it's going to look? You want them big enough where you can get a real sense of how it's going to look on the body. If you are a student and you have limited resources, at the very least, draw them out. This is a fur and braid twist. This I didn't actually include in my final designs, but it was a quilting pattern that mimicked stained glass windows. And then I had developed a print using this look and thought that I would include that. And then I had this brocade. It was a 3D brocade that was going to be done in metallic stitches and then metal studs. I had all these ideas and I included them to show you guys that if you can't get to an embroiderer and be like, hey, can you embroider me this stuff? You should at the very least illustrate the images life size as closely to what you really want as possible. When you are showing your portfolio, you want to use as few words as possible to explain your project because you want your visuals to be good enough that any explanation might be nice, but completely unnecessary. And when you're sending these projects out for competitions, you are not going to be around to explain things. And I see students writing these big mission statements and essays and put them on their title page. I'm not a big fan of a lot of text in these kinds of projects because usually they go unread. Mostly those judges, they're looking at a million things and they want to get a feel for it by looking at all the pretty pictures and then move on. They don't want to read a novel. If they wanted to read a novel, they would work for a publishing house. And then you're going to have your double truck of your final illustrations. You're going to have several illustrations. You're going to have the full layout of the entire collection so that it can be viewed as a whole. See how well things are merchandised, see how everything looks together. People can see your rendering skills, your designing skills, your design communication skills, how everything comes together. And then you're going to take each of these illustrations and you're going to have them on its own sheet of paper. And next to the illustration, you're going to have the flats for this entire outfit, the vest, the sweater, the pants, front, back, and if necessary, side or close-up detail flats, and then swatches for that outfit somewhere formatted on that page. And you're going to do that for every single outfit. You're going to have multiple projects in your portfolio, and you're going to want a couple of them to be this elaborate. On a couple of them, you can just do the double truck, and then you could do a double truck of flats. But you definitely want a couple of them to be super elaborate so that you can really showcase your skills. And then after that, you can have photos of complete garments. If you have them, those are not necessary. And then I personally, really enjoy process sketches. For competition, you're not going to include process sketches unless it is part of the competition package. But when I'm reviewing portfolios to hire someone, I actually enjoy looking at process sketches. And again, this is not something that you need. This is optional. And maybe you only do this for a couple of projects. Okay, like I mentioned before, you can have a couple where everything is super elaborate. You have all the things. And then you can have a couple of projects where it's really like, here are my concepts. And you already know I could do all this stuff, but I want to show you that I can, explore these concepts as well. Okay, so you can have less elaborate projects. Just make sure you have a combination. You don't want a bunch of half-assed, half-finished projects in your portfolio. So I like process pictures. I like really getting into the mind of a designer, seeing, how they design and then how they ended up with their finals. Like, oh, what did you end up editing out? And this is for a designer. Tech designers should focus on tech packs and photos of finished garments. Pattern makers should focus on pattern cards. They should bring their actual patterns and garments to the interview. This kind of portfolio is for designers. So when you're putting your portfolio book together, how many projects do you need? My recommendation is to make 6 projects and show 4 at each interview. And you're thinking, holy, that is a lot of work, Zoe. I know. You want the job or not? Think about all the different kinds of design jobs that you're interested in. Especially in the beginning. Like later on, as you develop your style and you hone in on what your aesthetic is, your book can get more specific. But if you're just getting started, think about all the kinds of design jobs that you would be interested in and create a project that reflects that, okay? So when I graduated, I wanted to focus on women's wear. I didn't want to do swimwear or active. I liked all kinds of women's wear. I liked casual, I liked dressy. I even liked designing stuff for work. So I did a really weird avant-garde evening wear project that was inspired by long haul truckers. Don't ask, it seemed like a good idea at the time, okay? I had a project that was all about denim. I love working with denim. I had an evening wear collection that was way more conventional than the one on the truckers. It was pretty and it was colorful and you could actually wear it somewhere other than a runway. I had a day wear collection, women's wear, that was inspired by 2 movies mashed together. I had a project that was mostly hoodies and tees and sweatshirts because I love playing with fashion graphics and I wanted to showcase my Adobe Illustrator skills. And then I had a project that was heavy on suiting. I mean, it was a little power suitish, I guess, but definitely like work appropriate, really more like powerful woman, striding across a marble floor in wide leg trousers and high heeled loafers, like that kind of thing. Like I love women's wear, all different kinds. So I had those projects. And then for each job interview, I would shuffle the most related projects to the front of my book. You do some research on the company that you're interviewing with, find out what they're into. They might not be into any kind of evening wear, and so I would move all the evening wear to the back. Or maybe they were all into quirky, experimental, different, and so I didn't want to put the heavy suiting in the front, right? So think about the skills you want to showcase and the design aesthetic you want to showcase the most, and then shuffle those to the fore. Most companies, they'll have made up their mind whether they want to call you in for a second interview or not by like your second project. But you have the fore so they can look at them. If they really want to, they can look at the back, but you can just, have a few blank pages separating that and just, how everyone says keep your resume 1 page long because of attention spans and you need to show that you know how to edit down to what's important. Just like that, your portfolio, there should be a limit to how much you show people. By the way, you guys, all of your resumes should only be 1 page long. Just FYI, guys, don't ask me much more on careers and interviews. And, I'm not a big expert on that. I've actually not gone on a lot of job interviews in my life. That could sound like bragging. That could sound like self-deprecating. But in all honesty, that's just the facts, okay? I've not gone on a lot of job interviews. So I'm not a career counselor. And most of you know by now that if I don't feel like I have a lot of information on a subject, I just won't talk about it. Okay? But I do know how to put together a pretty book. And that's it, you guys. That is the design process series. Like I mentioned before, I'm going to have that textile design video in a few weeks. But yeah, this is the design process for one project. And you should do this over and over again until you get better and better and better and better. There are reasons why the school I graduated from, the school I teach at, other schools where I learned their program, they all have multiple design classes. You go through these programs, you don't just have one design class and then you're like, okay, you are off to go design things. No, it's a process that you have to keep repeating and practicing over and over again for good reason. This stuff is hard. Remember, it's hard because it's hard, not because there's anything wrong with you. Okay? So yeah, you're going to have to keep doing this over and over again until you come up with some cool design projects that work. All right, I'm done babbling. You guys know the drill. Any questions? Check the info box. Check the other comments. Maybe you'll get your answer faster that way. If you still can't find it, drop me a comment. I've been getting a lot of comments lately saying like, oh, I think this is a stupid question or this might sound silly. But you know what? To me, on this channel, as long as you're not rude, it's fine. Ask me if it's related to what I'm teaching and not rude, it's fine. So ask me the questions and share, subscribe, like, which I always appreciate. And I will see you next time.